His Secret Sitter. A Single Dad Boss Employee Romance. By Jessica L. Fox. Google Play, auto-narrated audiobook. Chapter 1. Rex. May 12, 2025. Evening.
I adjusted my tie for the third time as my driver pulled up to the Beverly Hills Grand Hotel. Another charity gala, another obligation to maintain appearances while my mind churned over the Montgomery acquisition deal that could make or break my company's billion-dollar valuation. The valet opened my door, and I stepped onto the red carpet with practiced confidence. Camera flashes popped from the small media contingent covering the Children's Hospital benefit. I nodded politely at the photographers while my phone buzzed insistently in my jacket pocket. 3 missed calls from my business partner about the Tokyo negotiations. "Mr. Jordan, so wonderful to see you supporting our cause," gushed the event coordinator, a perfectly polished woman whose name I should remember but could not place. "Happy to be here," I replied automatically, though happiness was far from what I felt. The elegant ballroom buzzed with the kind of controlled chaos that defined high society fundraisers. Crystal chandeliers cast warm light over designer gowns and expensive suits, while servers wove through clusters of Law's elite carrying champagne flutes and elaborate hors d'oeuvres. My phone vibrated again. I pulled it out discreetly, seeing another urgent message about the acquisition timeline. The Montgomery deal represented 4 years of careful positioning, and if we closed it successfully, my cybersecurity company would reach the billion-dollar valuation we had been chasing. But the window was closing fast, and every hour mattered. "Rex, there you are," called Brody Pierce, one of my investors, approaching with a martini already in hand. "How are the Tokyo talks progressing?" "Moving forward," I said, keeping my response vague. The last thing I needed was Brody's amateur commentary on complex international negotiations. "The timeline is aggressive, but we are managing it." "That is what I like to hear. This Montgomery acquisition will put us on the map in a major way." He clapped me on the shoulder with the enthusiasm of someone who stood to make millions without doing any of the actual work. I nodded and excused myself, weaving through the crowd toward the auction display tables. Elaborate vacation packages and luxury experiences were arranged with museum-quality presentation. A week in Tuscany, VIP access to film premieres, private wine tastings with celebrity chefs. The kind of extravagant offerings that made wealthy people feel generous while spending money on themselves. A server appeared at my elbow with a tray of champagne. I rarely drank at business functions, but the stress of the past 72 hours had my shoulders tight with tension. I accepted a glass and took a careful sip, feeling the bubbles fizz against my tongue. "Sir." "Another champagne?" The same server had circled back, her smile warm and professional. I hesitated, then accepted a second glass. The alcohol would take the edge off my anxiety, and I could nurse it through the evening's speeches and auction presentations. Besides, I was not driving, and one night of relaxation would not kill me. The champagne worked faster than I expected. The knot between my shoulder blades began to loosen, and for the first time all evening, I actually looked around the ballroom instead of checking my phone every 30 seconds. The event really was beautifully orchestrated, with fresh flowers and elegant lighting creating an atmosphere of sophisticated warmth. I found myself watching the staff as they moved efficiently through the crowd. Most charity events relied on hired help who went through the motions with professional detachment, but tonight felt different. One server in particular caught my attention as she helped an elderly couple navigate the silent auction tables. Instead of rushing them along, she listened patiently as they debated between competing bids, offering gentle guidance about the auction process. There was something genuine about her interaction that stood out in a room full of calculated networking. She actually seemed to care about the people she was helping, not just completing her assigned tasks. Her auburn hair was styled in an elegant updo, and even from across the room, I could see the warmth in her smile as she assisted another guest. When she laughed at something the elderly woman said, the sound carried across the ballroom noise like music. I found myself studying her profile, noting the graceful way she moved, and the authentic interest she showed in every interaction. She was beautiful, certainly, but it was her genuine warmth that made her magnetic in a room full of artificial pleasantness. My phone buzzed again, jarring me back to reality. Another text from Tokyo about contract terms. I glanced at the screen, then made a decision that surprised me. I declined the call and slipped my phone back into my pocket. The ballroom had become stifling, filled with the competing perfumes and the weight of 100 conversations about money and status. I needed air and a moment to think clearly before the evening's main presentations began. A set of French doors led to a quieter balcony overlooking the hotel's garden courtyard. I stepped outside and breathed deeply, grateful for the cool evening breeze. The city lights twinkled beyond the hotel grounds, and the distant hum of traffic was oddly soothing after the intensity of the ballroom. This was exactly what I needed to clear my head and refocus on what mattered. Oh, I am sorry, I did not realize anyone was out here. I turned to find the server I had been watching, framed in the doorway with the warm light from the ballroom behind her. Up close, she was even more striking than I had noticed from across the room. Her blue eyes were bright with intelligence, and there was something refreshingly unpretentious about her presence. "Please do not let me chase you away," I said, surprised by how much I wanted her to stay. "There is plenty of room, and the fresh air is worth sharing." She hesitated for a moment, then stepped onto the balcony, carefully closing the door behind her. "It gets overwhelming in there sometimes. All those people, all that energy." "You are working the event?" It was an obvious question, but I found myself genuinely curious about her experience. "Yes, through the agency. It is for a good cause, though. The Children's Hospital does incredible work." Her voice carried real conviction, not the practiced enthusiasm of someone reading from a script. I studied her face in the soft lighting from the garden below. "You sound like you have personal experience with their work." "My neighbor's daughter was treated there last year. Leukemia." She looked out over the garden, her expression growing thoughtful. "They saved her life. That is why I wanted to work this event specifically." The simple honesty of her answer hit me unexpectedly. When was the last time someone at one of these functions had given me a genuine reason for being there, beyond social obligation or business networking? "That is beautiful," I said, meaning it completely. "Most people here tonight could not tell you what charity they are supporting." She laughed softly, and the sound was even more appealing up close. I noticed a lot of conversations about stock portfolios and vacation homes, not much about sick children. Cynical observation from someone working the event. "Honest observation from someone who needs this job," she corrected, her tone warm despite the slight defensive edge. "I am not judging anyone for having money. I just think it is nice when people remember why they are supposed to be here." I found myself leaning against the balcony railing, genuinely interested in continuing this conversation. "What do you do when you are not working charity galas?" "I just graduated with a biology degree. I am applying to pediatric nursing programs for next year." Her face lit up as she talked about her plans. "I want to work with children who are fighting serious illnesses. Help them feel brave when everything is scary." The passion in her voice was unmistakable. This was not small talk or networking chatter. This was someone who had found her calling and was willing to work multiple jobs to pursue it. "Pediatric nursing," I repeated, impressed despite myself. "That takes a special kind of strength." "My father died when I was 10. Cancer." She spoke matter-of-factly, but I could hear the old pain underneath. I remember how much the nurses meant during those last months. How they made something unbearable feel manageable, at least for a little while. The champagne had definitely loosened my usual reserve, because I found myself opening up in return. "I lost my wife 4 years ago. My son was only 3, so he does not remember much, but I remember everything. including how the medical staff became like family during those final weeks. She turned to look at me directly, and I felt something shift in the space between us. I am sorry for your loss. Thank you. It is strange how grief connects you to people, even years later. We stood in comfortable silence for a moment, both lost in our own memories. The ballroom noise seemed far away, and the garden below us was peaceful in the evening light. You have a son? She asked softly. Brayden. He is 7 now, and he is everything. I smiled, thinking about my boy who was currently being watched by our latest nanny candidate. He is the reason I work as hard as I do, but also the reason I question whether I work too hard. It must be difficult, balancing everything on your own. Some days are better than others. Tonight is definitely not one of the better ones work-wise, but this conversation is helping. She smiled at that, and I realized I was flirting. When was the last time I had flirted with someone? When was the last time I had wanted to? What kind of work keeps you up at night? She asked. Technology. Cybersecurity software, specifically. We are in the middle of a major acquisition that could change everything for my company. I paused, surprised by how easy it was to talk to her. I should probably be taking urgent calls from Tokyo right now, instead of hiding on a balcony. But you are not. No, I am not. I looked at her seriously. Sometimes the most important moments happen when you are not looking for them. The words hung in the air between us, weighted with meaning neither of us had expected when this conversation began. She was beautiful, intelligent, and genuine in a way that felt rare in my world. The age difference was obvious. She was probably in her mid-20s while I was pushing 40, but somehow that did not seem to matter in this moment. I should probably get back inside, she said, though she made no move toward the door. Probably, I agreed, also staying exactly where I was. The garden lights cast shadows across her face, and I found myself memorizing the details. The way she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear when she was thinking. The slight tilt of her head when she listened. The genuine warmth in her eyes when she smiled. This has been the best part of my evening, I admitted. Mine too. We were standing closer now, though I was not sure when that had happened. The space between us felt charged with possibility, and I could smell her perfume, something light and floral that suited her perfectly. Shoshana. They need you inside for the auction finale. The voice from the ballroom doorway shattered our private moment like glass. She startled, taking a step back, and I saw reality crash back into her expression. I have to go, she whispered, glancing toward whoever had called her name. Wait, I started, but she was already moving toward the door. She paused at the threshold and turned back one last time. Our eyes met across the balcony, and I felt something I had not experienced since Michelle died. The desperate wish that a moment could last forever. Thank you for the conversation, she said softly. Then she was gone, disappeared back into the crowd and the obligations of her evening. I stood alone on the balcony, my champagne glass forgotten in my hand, staring at the empty doorway and wondering if I had just imagined the most genuine connection I had felt in years. My phone buzzed insistently, dragging me back to the reality of Tokyo calls and acquisition deadlines. But as I answered the urgent summons from my business partner, all I could think about was auburn hair and blue eyes, and the woman whose name was Shoshana. I never did get her last name.
Chapter 2. Shoshana. May 12, 2025. Evening.
I smoothed down the borrowed designer dress one more time, praying the safety pin holding the too loose bodice would not give way. 3 hours into this charity gala, and I still felt like an imposter in this world of champagne flutes and $1,000 handbags. The black evening gown was beautiful, a sleek creation that cost more than my monthly rent, but it belonged to the event agency's collection, not my closet. The professional stylist had transformed me this afternoon. Elaborate updo, flawless makeup that felt like a mask, contacts instead of my usual glasses. I adjusted the dress as I navigated through the Beverly Hills Grand Hotel ballroom, carrying a tray of champagne flutes. The crystal glasses caught the light from the massive chandeliers, creating tiny rainbows across the white tablecloths. Everything here sparkled: the jewelry, the confident smiles of people who had never worried about paying rent. "Excuse me, miss? Could you help us understand this auction process?" An elderly woman in pearls waved me over to the silent auction display. Of course. I set my tray on a nearby table and moved to assist her and her husband. They were studying a vacation package to Napa Valley, their faces confused by the bidding format. "You write your bid amount here," I explained, pointing to the form attached to each item. "The auction ends at 10 o'clock tonight, so if someone outbids you before then, you can come back and bid higher." "Oh, how exciting." The woman clapped her hands together. "Harold, we should bid on the wine tasting. Remember how much we enjoyed our anniversary trip?" I helped them navigate the process, explaining the minimum bid increments and pointing out the estimated values. Their genuine excitement about supporting the children's hospital made me smile. This was why I had requested to work this specific event when Jasmine told me about the opening. "You are so helpful, dear," the woman said, patting my arm. "Most of the staff tonight seem rushed, but you take time to explain things." "The children's hospital means a lot to me," I admitted. "My neighbor's little girl was treated there last year. They saved her life." "How wonderful. We must bid generously then." The couple moved on to examine other auction items, and I watched them go with genuine warmth. This was the part of event work I enjoyed, helping people connect with causes that mattered. I moved through the crowd, refilling glasses and clearing empty plates. The work was familiar: flexible income while applying to nursing programs. Every dollar raised would help children fighting battles they should never have to face. That was what I wanted to do. Pediatric oncology nursing had been my dream since I was 10 years old and watched my father fight cancer. He lost that battle, but the nurses who cared for him had shown me how medical professionals could bring hope to impossible situations. "Miss, we need more champagne at table 12. The event coordinator's voice cut through my thoughts, sharp with impatience. "Right away." I hurried toward the kitchen, my borrowed heels clicking against the marble floor. I refilled my champagne service and checked my reflection in the stainless steel refrigerator. The elaborate styling looked perfect, though I felt like I was playing dress-up. I returned to the ballroom, noting how the crowd had grown more animated. The auction presentations began at 9 o'clock. The auctioneer drew enthusiastic bids, and I watched from the back while serving drinks. By 9:30, my feet were screaming, and the elaborate updo was giving me a headache. I needed fresh air before the final auction items. The balcony offered the perfect escape. I slipped out through the French doors, grateful for the cool evening breeze. The garden below was lit with care, and the city lights twinkled in the distance. "Oh, I am sorry, I did not realize anyone was out here." Her voice carried a slight tremor of uncertainty. My heart jumped as I noticed the man standing at the balcony railing. He was tall and elegant in his expensive suit, with a kind of confident posture that marked him as someone important. Dark hair, strong jawline, and when he turned to look at me, the most intense green eyes I had ever seen. I knew that he was a guest, not staff. Everything about him screamed wealth and success. I was aware of how I must look: just another server taking an unauthorized break. "Please, do not let me chase you away," he said, and his voice was warm despite the formality. "There is plenty of room, and the fresh air is worth sharing." I hesitated, knowing I should return to work, but something about his expression made me pause. He did not look annoyed or dismissive like most guests when they encountered staff in unexpected places. If anything, he seemed pleased by the company. "It gets overwhelming in there sometimes," I admitted, stepping onto the balcony but maintaining a respectful distance. "All those people, all that energy." She smoothed her dress nervously. "You are working the event?" His question was obvious but seemed genuine rather than condescending.
"Yes, through the agency."
"It is for a good cause, though. The Children's Hospital does incredible work." Her voice carried real conviction, though I noticed she kept her distance, maintaining the proper space between staff and guest. He studied my face with an intensity that made my cheeks warm. I could see he was in his late 30s, with sophisticated confidence. The age difference felt significant. He belonged in this world while I was visiting in borrowed clothes. You sound like you have personal experience with their work. His observation caught me off guard. Most guests did not engage with staff beyond basic service requests and not in personal conversation. My neighbor's daughter was treated there last year. Leukemia. I looked out over the garden, remembering Emma's brave smile during her worst days. They saved her life. That is why I wanted to work this event specifically. That is beautiful. His response carried genuine emotion, not the practiced sympathy I heard when discussing serious topics with strangers. I glanced at him, surprised by the sincerity in his voice. Most people here tonight could not tell you what charity they are supporting. He laughed, and the sound was warm and appealing. Cynical observation from someone working the event. Honest observation from someone who needs this job, I corrected, her tone warm despite the slight defensive edge. I am not judging anyone for having money. I just think it is nice when people remember why they are supposed to be here. Instead of taking offense or dismissing me, he seemed intrigued. He moved closer to the railing, and I found myself relaxing despite the unusual situation. When was the last time someone from this social stratum had shown genuine interest in my thoughts? What do you do when you are not working charity galas? The question surprised me. We were having a conversation, not just polite small talk. I just graduated with a biology degree. I am applying to pediatric nursing programs for next year. My face lit up as I talked about my plans. I could never hide my excitement about this dream. I want to work with children who are fighting serious illnesses. Help them feel brave when everything is scary. His expression grew thoughtful, and I saw something shift in his eyes. Pediatric nursing. That takes a special kind of strength. My father died when I was 10. Cancer. The words came easier than usual, perhaps because the stranger felt safe somehow. I remember how much the nurses meant during those last months. How they made something unbearable feel manageable, at least for a little while. I lost my wife 4 years ago. My son was only 3, so he does not remember much, but I remember everything. Including how the medical staff became like family during those final weeks. His admission hung in the air between us, creating an unexpected bond. We were strangers, but we shared the particular grief that comes from watching someone you love fight a losing battle against illness. I am sorry for your loss, I said softly. Thank you. It is strange how grief connects you to people, even years later. We stood in comfortable silence, both lost in memories. The distant sounds of the gala seemed far away, and the garden below us was peaceful in the evening light. I felt something I had not experienced in a long time, the sense of being seen and heard by another person. You have a son? I asked, curiosity overcoming my awareness of our different social positions. Brayden? He is 7 now, and he is everything. His voice warmed as he talked about his child. He is the reason I work as hard as I do, but also the reason I question whether I work too hard. It must be difficult, balancing everything on your own. Some days are better than others. Tonight is not one of the better ones work-wise, but this conversation is helping. The way he looked at me when he said that made my breath catch. There was something in his expression that felt close to flirtation, though that seemed impossible. Men like him did not flirt with women like me. What kind of work keeps you up at night? I asked, curious about his life. Technology. Cybersecurity software, specifically. We are in the middle of a major acquisition that could change everything for my company. He paused, seeming surprised by his own openness. I should be taking urgent calls from Tokyo right now, instead of hiding on a balcony. But you are not. No, I am not. He looked at me with an expression that made my heart race. Sometimes the most important moments happen when you are not looking for them. The words hung between us, weighted with meaning that felt both thrilling and impossible. He was successful and sophisticated, someone who moved in circles I could observe from the outside. But in this moment, none of that seemed to matter. We were just two people who had found an unexpected connection on a hotel balcony. I should get back inside, I said, though every instinct told me to stay. You should, he agreed, but neither of us moved. The garden lights cast shadows across his handsome face, and I realized I was memorizing details, the way his hair caught the light, the intensity in his green eyes, the confident set of his shoulders. This felt like one of those moments that would live in my memory forever, regardless of what happened next. We had moved closer without my realizing it, and I could smell his cologne, something expensive and masculine that made me want to step even nearer. The space between us hummed with possibility, and I felt dizzy with the unreality of it all. This has been the best part of my evening, he said. Mine too. The admission slipped out before I could stop it. We were standing so close now that I could see the flecks of gold in his green eyes. My heart pounded as I realized he was going to kiss me. This successful, sophisticated man was going to kiss the girl serving champagne, and I wanted him to more than I had ever wanted anything. Shoshana. They need you inside for the auction finale. Jasmine's voice cut through the magical moment like a blade. Reality crashed back with brutal force. I was working, he was a guest, and I had just been about to cross a line that could cost me my job. I have to go, I whispered, stepping back and breaking the spell between us. I saw confusion flash across his face as Jasmine called my name, and I realized he was processing that someone knew me. That I was not anonymous staff, but a real person. Wait, he started, but I was moving toward the door. I paused at the threshold, unable to resist one last look. Our eyes met across the balcony, and I felt something pass between us that was deeper than attraction, a recognition of possibility, of what might have been if our circumstances were different. Thank you for the conversation, I managed to say. Then I forced myself to walk away, back into the bright lights and obligations of the ballroom. Jasmine was waiting just inside the door, her expression worried. There you are. The final auction items are starting, and they need all hands for the checkout process. She lowered her voice. Who was that man you were talking to? I do not know, I said. Just a guest who needed some air. But as I picked up my champagne tray and returned to work, I could not stop thinking about green eyes and important moments happening when you were not looking for them. When the event ended at midnight, I helped with cleanup while scanning the crowd for one last glimpse of him. But he was gone. Good night, everyone did excellent work tonight, said the event coordinator. I changed out of the borrowed dress in the hotel bathroom, removing the elaborate styling that had transformed me for one evening. As I put my glasses back on and pulled my hair into a ponytail, I felt like Cinderella after midnight, back to my real life but with the memory of magic. I walked to my car, the contrast with the evening's elegance stark. As I drove home to Jasmine's apartment, I allowed myself to dream about what might have happened if that moment had not been interrupted. But deep down, I knew the truth. Still, as I fell asleep on Jasmine's couch, I could not stop thinking about the way he had looked at me. For 30 minutes, I had been someone worth knowing. And maybe that was enough.
Chapter 3. Rex. May 13, 2025. Morning.
I stared at my untouched coffee, my usual sharp morning focus derailed by memories of auburn hair and bright blue eyes. The acquisition contracts spread across my home office desk might as well have been written in ancient hieroglyphics for all the attention I could pay them. The Montgomery deal required my signature by 5 o'clock this afternoon. 4 years of careful positioning, and if we closed successfully, my cybersecurity company would reach the billion-dollar valuation we had been chasing. But every time I tried to focus on the contract terms, I found myself back on that hotel balcony, listening to a woman named Shoshana talk about pediatric nursing with such genuine passion, it made my chest tight. I rubbed my eyes and forced myself to read the same paragraph for the 4th time. The champagne from last night had worn off hours ago, leaving behind only the crystal-clear memory of the most authentic conversation I had experienced in years. She had been working the event, serving drinks to people who barely acknowledged her existence, yet she possessed more grace and substance than half the guests combined. "Mr. Jordan?" Mrs. Chen's voice carried from the kitchen, followed by the sound of her approaching footsteps. "Yes," I called back, grateful for the interruption. She appeared in my office doorway, her expression tight with the particular frustration that came from dealing with household staff drama. "I am afraid I have bad news about Braden's nanny situation." My stomach dropped. "Let me guess. Sandra quit." "She left a note this morning. Something about schedule incompatibility and personal obligations." Mrs. Chen held up a folded piece of paper. "She will not be returning." I leaned back in my chair, staring at the ceiling. That made 3 nannies in 2 months. Sandra had lasted exactly 6 days, which was actually an improvement over her predecessor, who had made it 4 days before deciding that my work schedule was too unpredictable for her liking. "Where is Braden now?" I asked. "In his room, playing with his building blocks." He asked why Sandra left without saying goodbye. Mrs. Chen's tone carried gentle reproach. "He is starting to think there is something wrong with him." The guilt hit like a physical blow. My 7-year-old son was beginning to believe that people left because of him, not because of my impossible demands and erratic schedule. How was I supposed to explain that talented, dedicated caregivers did not want to work for someone who might disappear into conference calls at any moment, or need to fly to Tokyo with 12 hours' notice? "I will talk to him," I said, pushing back from my desk. I found Braden in his room, sitting cross-legged on the carpet with his elaborate building block city spread around him. He looked small in his dinosaur pajamas, dark hair still messy from sleep, green eyes focused intently on constructing what appeared to be a hospital complete with helicopter landing pad. "Good morning, buddy." I settled onto the floor beside him. "That is quite an impressive building project." "It is a children's hospital," he said without looking up. "Like the one where Mommy was." My throat tightened. Braden rarely mentioned Michelle directly, and when he did, it always caught me off guard. "That is a very special thing to build." "Sandra said she had to go help her sister, but Mrs. Chen said she quit because of your work." He finally looked at me, and the confusion in his expression made my heart ache. Did I do something wrong again? "No, Braden. You did absolutely nothing wrong." I reached over and smoothed his unruly hair. Sometimes grown-ups make decisions that do not make sense to children. Sandra leaving has nothing to do with you, and everything to do with adult complications. "But why do they all leave?" His voice was small, uncertain. "I try to be good. I clean up my toys, and I eat my vegetables, and I do not argue about bedtime very much." The list of his efforts to be the perfect child destroyed me. "You are the best little boy in the world. The problem is not with you. It is with finding the right person who understands that taking care of you is the most important job in the universe." He considered this seriously, then went back to adding windows to his block hospital. "Maybe we could find someone who really likes kids. Someone who would not get scared of your phone calls. Out of the mouths of babes." "That is a very smart idea. What kind of person do you think would be perfect for the job?" "Someone nice. Someone who tells good bedtime stories and knows how to make pancakes in fun shapes." He paused in his building. "And someone who would not leave, even when you have to work late." I watched him carefully place another block, his small hands steady and precise. "Those are excellent qualifications. Anything else?" "Maybe someone who likes hospitals and helping people get better. Like the nice nurses when Mommy was sick." The connection he made between caregiving and medical professionals was remarkably insightful for a 7-year-old. Perhaps it was his way of processing the loss of his mother, or maybe he simply understood that the people who had shown us the most kindness during our darkest time had been healthcare workers. "I think we can find someone like that," I said, making a mental note to emphasize pediatric experience when I called the nanny agency. My phone buzzed against the hardwood floor where I had set it down. Another urgent message from my business partner about the Tokyo negotiations. The Montgomery acquisition was not going to wait while I figured out my childcare crisis. I have to make some phone calls this morning, I told Braden, hating the familiar disappointment that flickered across his face. But this afternoon, we will work on finding you the perfect new caregiver, okay? Okay, Daddy. He picked up another block, but his enthusiasm for the project had dimmed. I kissed the top of his head and retreated to my office, already dialing the premium nanny agency I had used before. The same agency that had provided the last 3 spectacular failures. Premier Childcare Services, this is Monica speaking. This is Rex Jordan. I need to schedule interviews for a new nanny position, starting as soon as possible. Oh, Mr. Jordan. I heard about Sandra's departure. I am so sorry it did not work out. Monica's voice carried professional sympathy with an undercurrent of frustration. Finding qualified candidates willing to work for demanding clients was clearly not easy on her end either. I need someone exceptional this time, I said, settling back into my desk chair. Someone with child development background, preferably medical or educational experience. Someone who understands that flexibility is required, but that my son's well-being comes first. I understand. We do have several candidates who might be suitable. One in particular just became available. Recent biology graduate with pediatric aspirations and excellent references. She has been working flexible positions while applying to nursing programs. Something about the description made me pause. A biology graduate with pediatric aspirations sounded remarkably similar to the woman from last night's gala. But Los Angeles was full of young women pursuing medical careers. The coincidence would be astronomical. What is her background? I asked. Shoshana Bailey. 24 years old, graduated last year with a biology degree. She took time off for family caregiving and recently relocated to Los Angeles. She has been doing event staffing and occasional babysitting while preparing nursing school applications. Her references emphasize her natural way with children and her genuine dedication to caregiving. My coffee mug slipped from my fingers, hitting the desk with a sharp crack. Coffee spread across my contracts, but I barely noticed. Shoshana Bailey. The woman from the balcony had a last name, and she was applying to be my son's nanny. Mr. Jordan? Are you there? Yes, I am here. I grabbed a handful of tissues and began blotting coffee from the acquisition paperwork. Did you say Shoshana Bailey? That is correct. Would you like me to schedule an interview? She is available as early as tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning. Less than 24 hours after our encounter at the gala, the mystery woman who had captivated me would be sitting in my living room, interviewing to take care of my child. The universe had either a magnificent sense of humor or a cruel streak. Yes, I heard myself saying. Schedule the interview for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Excellent. I will send you her resume and references this afternoon. I think you will be very impressed with her qualifications. I hung up the phone and stared at the coffee-stained contracts, my mind reeling. What were the chances that the woman who had made me feel more alive in 30 minutes than I had in 4 years would apply to be Braden's nanny? And what were the chances that she would not recognize me when she arrived for the interview? My phone rang again, jolting me back to reality. The caller ID showed my business partner's number, and I knew I could not avoid the Montgomery discussion any longer. Rex, we need those contracts signed and returned by 5 o'clock, he said without preamble. Tokyo is getting nervous about the delay. I am reviewing them now. I shuffled the coffee-dampened papers, trying to focus on billion-dollar valuations instead of blue eyes and auburn hair. Good. This deal puts us in the big leagues. Once it closes, we can start thinking about expansion into European markets, maybe even a public offering within 2 years. The financial implications should have excited me. This was everything I had worked towards since starting the company. But all I could think about was a woman who wanted to help sick children feel brave when everything was scary. Rex, you sound distracted. Just tired. Late night, at the charity function. I forced myself to concentrate on the contract language. I will have the documents back to you by 4 o'clock. After I hung up, I sat in the quiet of my office, surrounded by the evidence of my success, awards, framed articles about the company, photos of me shaking hands with industry leaders. But the only image in my mind was of Shoshana's face in the garden light. The way her voice had sounded when she talked about her father's death. The genuine emotion when she described wanting to help children. Tomorrow morning, she would walk through my front door, and I would have to pretend I had never met her before. I would have to conduct a professional interview while remembering the way she had looked at me just before Jasmine interrupted our almost kiss. The question was, would she recognize me? Or would the context be different enough, the circumstances formal enough, that she would see me as just another potential employer? I picked up my coffee mug, realized it was empty, and decided I needed something stronger than caffeine to get through the next 24 hours. Tomorrow would either be the beginning of something extraordinary or the most awkward interview of my life. Possibly both.
Chapter 4. Shoshana. May 13th, 2025. Afternoon.
I stared at my reflection in Jasmine's bathroom mirror, hardly recognizing the woman who had captivated a billionaire less than 24 hours ago. My glasses were back in place, my hair pulled into a simple ponytail, and the borrowed elegance had been replaced by jeans and a faded University of California sweatshirt. Cinderella was definitely back to reality. But the magic lingered. Every time I closed my eyes, I could feel the cool evening breeze on that hotel balcony, hear the warmth in his voice when he talked about his son, see the way his green eyes had looked at me like I was the most fascinating person in the world. "You are glowing," Jasmine announced from the kitchen, where she was making coffee with theatrical amounts of noise. "Either you had the best night of your life, or you are coming down with something. Please tell me it is the first option." I emerged from the bathroom and settled onto her worn couch, tucking my legs beneath me. It was magical. Completely, impossibly magical. Details. I need every single detail. She appeared with 2 steaming mugs, settling cross-legged on the floor in front of me, like we were teenagers having a sleepover. I wrapped my hands around the warm mug and tried to find words for something that felt too precious to share. There was this man. Tall, sophisticated, gorgeous in that expensive suit kind of way. He seemed as overwhelmed by the charity gala scene as I felt. Age. Late 30s, I think. Successful, obviously wealthy, but there was something genuine about him. I took a sip of coffee, remembering the way he had invited me to stay on the balcony, instead of dismissing me like staff. We talked about loss, dreams, what it means to help people when they are at their most vulnerable. Jasmine leaned forward, her eyes wide with interest. "This sounds serious." He told me about losing his wife, about trying to balance work and raising his 7-year-old son alone. I told him about Dad, and why I want to be a pediatric nurse. We connected over grief and hope, and the way medical professionals can bring light to impossible situations. 7-year-old son, Jasmine repeated thoughtfully. Single dad, late 30s, obviously wealthy. This man sounds like he needs a good nanny. I laughed to spite myself. Right? He probably goes through caregivers like tissue paper. Men like that always do. Impossible schedules, demanding work, expecting someone else to handle all the domestic complications. But you liked him anyway. The truth of that statement settled over me like a warm blanket. I did. I liked him more than I have liked anyone, in a very long time. There was something about the way he listened, really listened, like my thoughts and dreams mattered to him. You are falling for someone you met for 30 minutes, and whose name you do not even know. I know his first name. Rex. I said it softly, testing the sound. And I am not falling for anyone. I am just treasuring a beautiful moment that reminded me what it feels like to connect with someone. My phone rang, interrupting my thoughts about impossible romantic scenarios. The caller ID showed a number I did not recognize, but the professional tone of the woman's voice was immediate. Miss Bailey? This is Monica, from Premier Childcare Services. I have an urgent nanny position that might interest you. Are you available for an interview tomorrow morning? I sat up straighter, my heart rate picking up. Yes, I am definitely interested. What kind of position? Single father, 7-year-old son, excellent compensation package. The client is looking for someone with child development background and genuine dedication to caregiving. Your references and educational background make you an ideal candidate. Single father with a 7-year-old son. The coincidence made me pause, but Los Angeles was full of divorced and widowed fathers struggling to balance work and parenthood. Still, the timing felt significant after last night's conversation. What can you tell me about the family? I asked, reaching for the notebook where I kept track of job prospects. Mr. Jordan is a successful technology entrepreneur. Very demanding schedule, but he prioritizes his son's well-being above everything else. He has had some difficulty finding the right caregiver, someone who understands that flexibility is required but that Braden's needs come first. Mr. Jordan. My pen stilled above the paper as pieces clicked into place. Rex could easily be short for something more formal. A successful technology entrepreneur with a 7-year-old son named Braden. The man from the balcony had mentioned his son, his work in cybersecurity, the challenges of balancing everything alone. Miss Bailey? Are you there? Yes, sorry. The position sounds perfect for my background and interests. My voice sounded steady despite the way my heart was pounding. What time tomorrow? 9 o'clock sharp. I will text you the address and send over the client information this afternoon. He is very particular about punctuality and professionalism. After I hung up, I stared at my phone while Jasmine watched with growing curiosity. Good news? She asked. Maybe. A nanny interview tomorrow morning. Single dad with a 7-year-old son in technology. Sounds promising. Good pay. She said excellent compensation. I set down my phone, my mind racing with possibilities. Jasmine, what are the odds that the man from last night and this potential employer are the same person? She considered this seriously. In a city of 4 million people? Pretty slim. But not impossible, especially if you are both moving in similar circles now that you are doing upscale event work. His name was Rex. The client is Mr. Jordan. Rex could be a nickname for something like Reginald, or even just a preference over a more formal first name. There is only one way to find out, Jasmine said with a grin. Show up tomorrow morning and see if Prince Charming answers the door. The thought sent a thrill of anticipation and terror through me in equal measure. If Rex and Mr. Jordan were the same person, tomorrow's interview would be either the most awkward professional meeting of my life or the most romantic coincidence in history. What if it is him? I asked, needing to voice my fears. Then you smile, act professional, and see what happens. Maybe the universe is trying to tell you something. I stood and moved to the window, looking out at the busy Los Angeles street below. Somewhere in this sprawling city was a man who had made me feel beautiful and interesting and worth knowing. Tomorrow morning, I might discover whether fairy tales could happen to real people in the real world. I need to look professional tomorrow, I said, turning back to Jasmine. Competent and trustworthy. You will be perfect, she assured me. Just be yourself. That is what captivated him in the first place. As afternoon sunlight streamed through the apartment windows, I allowed myself a moment of hope. Maybe the universe was conspiring to give me a second chance with the man who had made me feel like anything was possible. Or maybe tomorrow would prove that some moments were meant to remain beautiful memories. Either way, I would face tomorrow with dignity, professionalism, and the quiet confidence that came from knowing exactly what I wanted from life. A chance to help children, a path toward my nursing dreams, and maybe, just maybe, the opportunity to prove that coincidences could become destiny.
Chapter 5. Shoshana. May 14, 2025. Morning.
My hands shook as I pressed the doorbell of the Beverly Hills mansion, wearing my most conservative outfit and praying my nervousness did not show. The address was only 2 blocks from where my entire world had shifted 2 nights ago. I had arrived 15 minutes early, spending the extra time sitting in my car and staring at the elegant home exterior. Expensive cars lined the circular driveway, a sleek black Mercedes, a silver BMW, and what looked like a vintage Porsche that probably cost more than I would make in 5 years. The perfectly manicured grounds spoke of wealth beyond my comprehension, with professional landscaping that belonged in architectural magazines. I adjusted my glasses one final time and smoothed down my navy blue interview dress. The contrast with Tuesday night could not have been more dramatic. Gone was the borrowed designer gown, the elaborate updo, the professional makeup that had transformed me into someone I barely recognized. Today I looked like myself, simple, practical, completely ordinary. The massive front door opened and my heart stopped. It was him. Rex. The man from the balcony, standing 3 feet away in an expensive charcoal suit that emphasized his tall frame and confident presence. Those same green eyes that had looked at me like I was the most fascinating woman in the world, now regarded me with polite, professional distance. He showed no recognition whatsoever. "Miss Bailey? I am Rex Jordan. Please come in." His voice was exactly as I remembered, warm and deep, but now it carried the formal tone of an employer greeting a job candidate. "Thank you, Mr. Jordan." I managed to keep my voice steady, despite the way my pulse was hammering. "I appreciate you taking the time to meet with me." He stepped aside to let me enter, and I walked into a foyer that belonged in a luxury hotel. Marble floors, crystal chandelier, artwork that probably cost more than my college tuition. Everything about this house screamed success and sophistication. "Right this way," Rex said, leading me down a hallway lined with family photographs. I caught glimpses of a beautiful woman with dark hair, his late wife I assumed, and candid shots of Braden at various ages. The photos showed a happy family before tragedy struck, and my heart ached thinking about what they had lost. Rex opened the door to what was clearly his home office. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, an enormous desk with multiple monitors, and windows that offered a view of the perfectly landscaped backyard. This was the domain of a man who built empires from behind that desk. "Please have a seat." He gestured to one of the leather chairs across from his desk, then settled into his own chair with the confident ease of someone completely in his element. I perched on the edge of the chair, hands folded in my lap, trying to project competence while my mind reeled from the surreal situation. 2 nights ago, we had shared the most romantic conversation of my life. Now he was interviewing me for a job, and he had absolutely no idea who I was. "I have reviewed your resume," Rex began, opening a folder on his desk. "Monica mentioned you recently graduated with a biology degree and are applying to pediatric nursing programs. That background is exactly what I am looking for in a caregiver for my son." "Yes, sir. I am passionate about working with children, especially in medical contexts." I forced myself to focus on the interview instead of memorizing the details of his face. My long-term goal is pediatric oncology nursing, but I believe that caring for healthy children teaches many of the same skills: patience, empathy, the ability to make difficult situations feel manageable. Something flickered in his expression, and for a moment I thought he might be remembering our conversation about brave children and scary situations. But then his professional mask slipped back into place. "Braden is 7 years old. He has had some difficulty adjusting to previous caregivers, largely due to my unpredictable work schedule. I need someone who understands that flexibility is essential, but who also prioritizes his emotional and physical well-being above all else." "I understand completely." I leaned forward slightly, my genuine interest in child welfare overriding my nervousness. Children need consistency and security, especially children who have experienced loss. Creating a stable, nurturing environment should always be the primary goal, regardless of external pressures. Rex studied me intently, and I wondered if he was seeing something familiar in my expressions or gestures. But when he spoke, his tone remained purely professional. My work in cybersecurity technology requires frequent travel and irregular hours. There may be emergency conference calls, last-minute business trips, weekends when I need to be in the office. The right caregiver needs to understand that Brayden comes first, but that my professional obligations are what provide for his future. That makes perfect sense. Balancing work and family responsibilities is challenging for any single parent, especially in a demanding field. I chose my words carefully, remembering how openly he had discussed these same struggles on the hotel balcony. The key is ensuring that Brayden feels secure and valued, regardless of the external pressures you face professionally. A knock on the office door interrupted our conversation.
Daddy.
Can I meet the new person? Rex's entire demeanor shifted, his face softening with unmistakable love and pride. Come in, buddy. I want you to meet Miss Bailey. The office door opened, and a small boy with dark hair and his father's green eyes peeked around the edge. He was adorable in that 7-year-old way, all energy and curiosity barely contained in a small frame. Brayden, this is Miss Bailey. She might be your new nanny. Rex's voice carried a warmth when talking to his son that had been absent during our formal interview discussion. Hi there, Brayden. I smiled at him, feeling my natural ease with children take over. I have heard wonderful things about you from your dad. Brayden stepped fully into the room, studying me with a frank assessment that only children could manage. Are you going to leave like the others did? The blunt question hung in the air, and I saw Rex wince slightly. This little boy had been abandoned by multiple caregivers, and he was protecting himself by expecting the worst. I do not make promises I cannot keep, I said seriously, treating his question with the respect it deserved. But I can tell you that I really like taking care of children, and I think 7-year-olds are especially interesting because you can have real conversations and do fun projects together. What kind of projects? His curiosity was clearly winning over his wariness. Well, what are you interested in? Building things? Science experiments? Art? Cooking? I matched his energy level, genuinely excited to learn about his preferences. I like building with blocks, and I want to learn how to make pancakes that look like animals. He grinned, and I could see why Rex adored this child. Those are excellent interests. I bet we could build some amazing structures together, and I definitely know how to make pancakes that look like elephants and butterflies. Would you like to try that sometime? Really? You can make butterfly pancakes? His eyes widened with genuine excitement. Really? It is all about getting the batter consistency right and using a squeeze bottle to draw the shapes. I glanced at Rex, who was watching our interaction with intense focus. Of course, that would be something we would only do if your dad says it is okay. Can we, Daddy? Can Miss Bailey teach me to make butterfly pancakes? Rex looked between his son's hopeful face and my encouraging smile. We will see, buddy. Miss Bailey and I need to finish talking first. Okay. But I hope you pick her. She seems nice. Brayden waved at me and skipped out of the office, leaving behind the kind of easy acceptance that only children possessed. He likes you, Rex observed, settling back into his chair. That is not always the case with new people. He is wonderful. You can tell he is intelligent and curious, but also that he has good instincts about people. I felt more confident now, on solid ground when discussing child development. Children who have experienced loss often become very perceptive about authenticity. They can sense when adults are genuine versus when they are just going through the motions. Exactly. Rex nodded, and I caught a glimpse of the man I had talked with on the balcony, someone who understood the complexities of raising a child alone. Previous caregivers have been professionally competent but emotionally distant. Brayden needs someone who actually cares about his well-being, not just someone collecting a paycheck. I can promise you that caring about children is never a performance for me. It is why I want to be a pediatric nurse. There is something about helping young people navigate difficult situations that feels like the most important work in the world. Something shifted in Rex's expression again, a flicker of recognition or memory. But before I could analyze it, he was back to business mode. The position would require Monday through Friday from 6:30 in the morning until 6 or 7 in the evening, depending on my schedule. Occasional weekends, if I have business obligations. The compensation package includes health benefits and support for your continuing education goals. My heart leapt at the mention of educational support. That is incredibly generous. I believe in investing in people who invest in my son. Rex pulled out a contract folder. If you are interested in the position, we can discuss start date and specific arrangements. I stared at the folder, knowing that accepting this job would mean seeing Rex every single day while maintaining the secret of our first meeting. It would mean caring for his child, becoming part of his daily life, pretending that we were strangers when he had made me feel more alive in 30 minutes than anyone else ever had. It was either the most wonderful opportunity or the most complicated situation of my life. I am very interested in the position, I said. When would you need me to start? Tomorrow, if possible. I have urgent business meetings all week and I need reliable childcare immediately, Rex said. He slid the contract across his desk. Take a few minutes to review the terms, and we can finalize everything today. I picked up the contract, scanning the details while my mind raced. Excellent salary, comprehensive benefits, educational support, flexible scheduling around my nursing school applications. It was everything I needed to build the future I wanted. And it meant working for the man I could not stop thinking about. This all looks perfect, I said, setting down the contract. I would be honored to take care of Brayden. Excellent, Rex said. He stood and extended his hand for a professional handshake. Welcome to the family, Miss Bailey. His hand was warm and strong, just as I remembered, and for a moment our eyes met directly. I held my breath, wondering if the physical contact would trigger some memory, some recognition of the connection we had shared. But Rex simply smiled politely and released my hand. I will see you tomorrow morning at 6:30. Brayden will be excited to start making those butterfly pancakes. As he walked me to the front door, I felt the weight of the secret I was keeping. Every day, I would look into those green eyes and remember the way he had almost kissed me under the stars. Every day, I would care for his son and wish I could tell him how perfectly our lives seemed designed to fit together. Thank you again for this opportunity, I said as we reached the door. I promise you will not regret hiring me. Rex paused, studying my face one final time. Have we met before? There is something familiar about you, but I cannot place where. My heart hammered against my ribs as I met his searching gaze. This was my chance to tell him the truth, to bridge the gap between our magical first meeting and this professional arrangement. I do not think so, I managed to say. I would remember meeting you. He frowned slightly, still looking puzzled, then shrugged. I must be thinking of someone else. I will see you tomorrow morning, Miss Bailey. As I walked to my car, I could feel him watching me from the doorway. When I turned back for one last look, he was still there, his expression thoughtful and confused. Tomorrow I would begin the most important job of my life, caring for the child of the man who had captured my heart. I would wake up in his house, share meals with his family, become part of their daily routine. And through it all, I would carry the secret of our first meeting like a precious treasure, waiting for the day when I could tell him the truth about how we really met. If that day ever came.
Chapter 6. Rex. May 15, 2025. Thursday.
I watched from my home office window as Shoshana's modest car pulled into the driveway at exactly 6:25 in the morning. Punctual. Professional. So why did something about her still feel hauntingly familiar? The Montgomery acquisition contracts demanded my attention, but I found myself studying her movements as she gathered her belongings from the passenger seat. There was something graceful about the way she moved, even in simple jeans and a sweater, that reminded me of someone I could not place. I forced myself back to the urgent emails from Tokyo, but my concentration kept fracturing. Every few minutes, I caught myself glancing toward the kitchen where I could hear Shoshana's voice mixing with Braden's excited chatter about butterfly pancakes. "Daddy, Miss Bailey is here." Braden's voice carried down the hallway, followed by the sound of running feet. I saved my document and headed toward the kitchen, telling myself this was just responsible supervision of a new employee. The fact that I was curious about how she would handle Braden's morning routine had nothing to do with the way she had captivated me yesterday during the interview. I found them at the kitchen island, Braden perched on a stool while Shoshana efficiently prepared his breakfast. She had tied her hair back in a practical ponytail and wore reading glasses that somehow made her look both scholarly and approachable. The morning light streaming through the windows highlighted the auburn tones in her hair. "Good morning, Mr. Jordan," she said, glancing up with a professional smile. "I hope you do not mind that I started breakfast." Braden was eager to try those butterfly pancakes we discussed. "Of course not. That is exactly why you are here." I moved to the coffee maker, needing something to do with my hands while I observed their interaction. "How is the first morning going?" "Wonderfully. Braden has been showing me where everything is kept, and we have been discussing his school schedule." She flipped a pancake with practiced ease, the batter forming a recognizable butterfly shape. "He tells me you usually leave for the office around 7:30. "That is correct. Sometimes earlier if there are urgent matters, but I try to maintain consistency for his sake." I poured coffee into my travel mug, stealing glances at the domestic scene unfolding before me. Braden was completely focused on Shoshana's pancake artistry, asking questions about technique and requesting specific butterfly varieties. She answered each query with patience and genuine interest, treating his curiosity as important rather than merely cute. "Can you make a monarch butterfly?" "Those are my favorite because they migrate really far," Braden said, his 7-year-old knowledge of Lepidoptera impressive. "I think I can manage that." "Monarchs have distinctive wing patterns," Shoshana replied, adjusting her technique to create the orange and black markings. "Did you know they can travel up to 3,000 miles during migration?" "Really? That is like flying from here to New York and back." Her laugh in response to his excitement stopped me cold. That laugh. Clear and musical, with genuine warmth that seemed to fill the entire kitchen. I had heard that exact sound before, but where? I set down my coffee mug with more force than necessary, studying Shoshana's profile as she concentrated on the pancake. Something about the way she tilted her head when she was focused, the graceful movements of her hands, the authentic joy she took in Braden's enthusiasm. "Is everything okay, Mr. Jordan?" she asked, noticing my intense stare. "Fine. Just impressed by your pancake skills." I forced myself to look away, reaching for my phone to check messages. "I have calls starting at 8, so I should be in my office if you need anything." "Of course. Braden and I will manage perfectly." As I headed toward my office, I heard Braden's delighted exclamation over his monarch butterfly pancake. The sound of their easy conversation followed me down the hallway, and I found myself smiling despite my confusion about the nagging sense of recognition. I settled at my desk and opened the acquisition files, determined to focus on the billion-dollar deal that would secure my company's future. But my concentration kept drifting to the kitchen, where I could hear Shoshana helping Braden get ready for school. "Do not forget your library book," she reminded him. "And your permission slip for the field trip is in your backpack." "You remembered." Braden's voice carried genuine surprise and pleasure. That attention to detail, The way she already seemed invested in the small but important aspects of his life impressed me more than I wanted to admit. Previous nannies had been competent but detached, treating childcare as a series of tasks to complete rather than a relationship to nurture. My phone rang with the expected call from my business partner, dragging my attention back to contract negotiations and market projections. For the next hour, I immersed myself in the complex details of the Montgomery acquisition, the familiar territory of business strategy providing refuge from my confusing attraction to my son's new caregiver. "Rex, we need your decision on the Tokyo terms by noon," my partner said. "The window is closing fast, and we cannot afford delays." "I understand. Give me until 11:30 to review the final changes." I made notes on the contract modifications, my mind sharp and focused when dealing with financial projections and risk assessments. After I hung up, the house had grown quiet. Shoshana must have taken Braden to school, beginning the routine that would define our weekdays for the foreseeable future. I tried to imagine coming home each evening to find her here, caring for my son, becoming part of our daily life. The thought was both appealing and dangerous. I forced myself back to work, reviewing market analyses and preparing for the 11 o'clock board call. The Montgomery acquisition represented 4 years of strategic positioning, and I could not afford to let personal distractions interfere with professional judgment. But when Shoshana returned from school drop-off an hour later, I found myself listening to her movements throughout the house. The soft sound of her organizing Braden's backpack for pickup, the quiet efficiency of her tidying the kitchen, the way she seemed to move through our space with natural consideration. Around 10:30, she knocked on my office door. "I am sorry to interrupt," she said, peering around the doorframe. "I wanted to let you know that I will be running errands this morning, and then picking up Braden at 3:15. Is there anything specific you need me to handle while I am out?" I looked up from my computer, taking in her appearance. She had changed from her morning jeans into a simple dress that somehow made her look both professional and approachable. Her hair was still pulled back, but a few strands had escaped to frame her face in a way that was completely distracting. Nothing specific, just the usual routine. I paused, studying her face again. "Have we met somewhere before yesterday's interview? I keep having the strangest sense that we have crossed paths." Something flickered in her expression. Surprise? Nervousness? But when she answered, her voice was steady. "I do not think so, Mr. Jordan. I would remember meeting you." She was probably right. Los Angeles was full of young women with auburn hair and bright smiles. The resemblance to someone from my past was likely just coincidence, my mind trying to make connections where none existed. Of course. I must be thinking of someone else. I turned back to my computer, dismissing the moment. "I will see you and Braden this evening." After she left, I tried to focus on the acquisition details, but my concentration had been thoroughly disrupted. Every few minutes, I found myself replaying that moment of almost recognition, the sense that something important was just beyond my memory's reach. The business call at 11 went smoothly, the Montgomery terms finally approved with only minor modifications. By noon, I had signed the contracts that would transform my company from successful startup to major industry player. It should have been one of the most satisfying moments of my professional career. Instead, I kept thinking about butterfly pancakes and the sound of genuine laughter in my kitchen. I worked through lunch, catching up on correspondence and preparing for afternoon meetings. The house felt different with Shoshana's presence, even when she was not here. There was an energy, a sense of life and warmth that had been missing since Michelle died. At 3:30, I heard the front door open, followed by Braden's excited voice recounting his school day. I saved my work and headed toward the kitchen, telling myself I was just checking on how the first day was progressing. I found them at the kitchen table, Braden's school materials spread out while Shoshana helped him organize his homework assignments. She had changed back into casual clothes, and her reading glasses were perched on her nose as she reviewed his math worksheet. "How was school today, buddy?" I asked, ruffling Braden's hair. "Great. Miss Bailey packed me the best lunch, and I told everyone about the butterfly pancakes. Tommy wants to know if she can teach his nanny how to make them too. I glanced at Shoshana, who was smiling at Braden's enthusiasm. I would be happy to share the technique with anyone who is interested, she said. It is really just a matter of getting the batter consistency right. And Miss Bailey helped me remember my library book and my permission slip, and she knows exactly when to pick me up so I do not have to wait, Braden continued, clearly impressed by her competence. Sounds like you two had a successful first day, I said, settling into the chair across from them. The afternoon light streaming through the kitchen windows created an almost golden atmosphere, and for a moment we felt like a complete family unit. The thought caught me off guard with its intensity. I had not allowed myself to imagine domestic happiness since Michelle's death, focusing instead on work and the practical aspects of single parenthood. But watching Shoshana help Braden with homework, seeing the natural way they had connected, stirred longings I thought I had buried. "Daddy, can Miss Bailey stay for dinner tonight?" Braden asked. "She said she makes really good spaghetti with meatballs." I looked at Shoshana, who appeared slightly embarrassed by the invitation. "That is not necessary," she said quickly. "I know you probably prefer family time in the evenings." "Actually, that sounds perfect," I heard myself saying. "If you are willing to stay, I would enjoy the company." And Braden clearly loves the idea. "Are you sure? I do not want to intrude on your evening routine." "You would not be intruding. You would be making it better." The words carried more weight than I had intended, and I saw something shift in her expression. For a moment, the professional distance between us wavered, replaced by something warmer and more personal. "In that case, I would love to stay for dinner," she said softly. As the afternoon progressed into evening, I found myself making excuses to linger in the kitchen while Shoshana prepared our meal. She moved through the space with increasing confidence, finding ingredients and utensils as if she had been cooking in this kitchen for years rather than hours. "You seem very comfortable here," I observed, watching her brown the meatballs with practiced efficiency. "Kitchens are kitchens," she replied with a smile. "And Braden gave me an excellent tour this morning. He is very proud of his home." "He should be. We have been happy here." I paused, considering my next words. It has been just the two of us for a long time. Adding someone new to our routine is a big adjustment. "I understand. I want you to know that I take that responsibility seriously. Braden is a wonderful little boy, and I will do everything I can to make sure he feels secure and cared for." The sincerity in her voice, the genuine affection she already showed for my son, touched something deep in my chest. "Thank you. That means more than you know." As we sat down to dinner together, Braden chattering about his day while Shoshana listened with genuine interest, I felt something I had not experienced in 4 years. Hope. The possibility that our family might become whole again, that loneliness might not be a permanent condition. But as the evening progressed, and I found myself increasingly drawn to Shoshana's warmth and intelligence, I reminded myself of the professional boundaries that needed to be maintained. She was my employee, responsible for my son's care. Complicating that relationship with personal feelings would be unfair to everyone involved. Still, as I watched her laugh at one of Braden's silly jokes, that nagging sense of familiarity returned stronger than ever. Something about her was achingly familiar, like a half-remembered dream that dissolved the moment I tried to grasp it. Who did she remind me of? And why did I feel like I was falling for someone I was certain I had never met before?
Chapter 7. Shoshana. May 16, 2025. Friday.
I watched Rex's car disappear down the driveway and finally allowed myself to breathe. 5 days since the gala, 2 days as his employee, and I was already falling for both the father and son. This could not end well. But for now, in this moment, I felt something I had not experienced in years. I felt like I belonged somewhere. "Miss Bailey, can we make pancakes again?" Braden called from the kitchen, where he was arranging his school supplies for the last day of the week. "Of course we can. What kind would you like today?" I settled beside him at the kitchen island, helping him organize his backpack. After 5 days, we had developed an easy rhythm that felt natural despite how new everything was. Dragonflies. I learned about them in science class yesterday. Did you know they can fly backward? His enthusiasm was infectious, and I found myself smiling as I measured pancake batter. Dragonflies are amazing. They are some of the best hunters in the insect world. Really? Better than spiders? Much better. They catch about 95% of their prey, which makes them more successful than lions or sharks. Braden's eyes widened with fascination, and I felt that familiar warmth that came from connecting with children about the world around them. This was why I wanted to be a pediatric nurse. These moments of wonder and discovery, the way a child's face lit up when they learned something new. As we ate breakfast together, I caught myself thinking about Rex. The way he had looked at me yesterday evening during dinner, like he was trying to solve a puzzle. The moment when he asked if we had met before, and I had to lie directly to his face. The guilt was becoming harder to bear with each passing day. "Miss Bailey? Are you okay?" Braden's voice pulled me back to the present. "I am fine, sweetheart. Just thinking about our day." I ruffled his dark hair, so much like his father's. "Are you excited about the weekend?" "Yes. Daddy said we might go to the park if the weather is nice. Will you come with us?" The innocent question made my heart skip. A family outing. The 3 of us spending time together outside the house, in public, where anyone might see us and assume we were exactly what we looked like. A young family enjoying their weekend. "We will see what your father decides," I said carefully. "Weekend time is special for families." "But you are part of our family now," Braden said with a matter-of-fact certainty that only children possessed. "Daddy smiles more when you are here. And you make the best pancakes ever." His words hit me with unexpected force. Part of their family. It was everything I had ever wanted, and everything I was afraid to hope for. But it was built on a foundation of lies, and eventually the truth would come out. What would happen to this beautiful, fragile thing we were building when Rex discovered I had been deceiving him from the very beginning? After I dropped Braden at school, I spent the morning running errands and thinking about my impossible situation. I could tell Rex the truth about the gala, but what would that accomplish besides destroying the trust we had been building? He might think I had orchestrated our meeting somehow, that I had applied for the nanny position as part of some elaborate scheme. The alternative was continuing to live with the secret, hoping he never discovered the connection on his own. But with each passing day, each moment of growing closeness, the weight of that deception felt heavier. By the time I picked up Braden from school, I had made a decision. I would find the right moment this weekend to tell Rex the truth. Not everything, maybe, but enough to clear the air between us. I owed him that much honesty. "How was your last day of the school week?" I asked as Braden climbed into the car. "Great. Miss Johnson said our butterfly project was the best in the class. And Tommy asked if you could teach his mom how to make dragonfly pancakes." I laughed, struck by how quickly I had become part of Braden's world. I would be happy to share the recipe with anyone who wants it. "Can we tell Daddy about the butterfly project when he gets home? I want to show him the poster we made." "Of course. I am sure he will be very proud." The afternoon passed peacefully. Braden worked on homework while I prepared dinner, both of us comfortable in the domestic routine we had established. When Rex arrived home at 6:30, I felt that familiar flutter of anticipation mixed with guilt. "Something smells incredible," he said, setting down his briefcase and loosening his tie. The gesture was so casually intimate that it made my breath catch. "Spaghetti and meatballs," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. Braden's choice for celebrating the end of the school week. "Daddy, come see our butterfly project." Braden dragged his father toward the kitchen table, where his colorful poster was displayed. I watched Rex examine the project with genuine interest, asking thoughtful questions about the different species and migration patterns. The love and pride in his expression as he listened to Braden's explanations made my chest tight with emotion. This was what family looked like. This easy connection between father and son, the way Rex made time for what mattered to Braden despite his demanding work schedule. I could imagine years of these moments. School projects and bedtime stories, birthday parties and holiday traditions. I could imagine being part of all of it. Miss Bailey helped me with the research, Braden said proudly. She knows everything about insects. Not everything, I corrected with a smile. But I do love learning about the natural world. Rex looked at me over Braden's head, and something passed between us. A moment of recognition, not about the gala, but about what we were creating together. The family unit that was forming despite all the complications. Thank you, he said softly, for caring about the things that matter to him. It is easy to care about Braden, I replied. He is a special little boy. The rest of the evening unfolded with comfortable domesticity. We ate dinner together, sharing stories about our respective days. Rex told us about a successful client presentation, while Braden regaled us with playground politics and classroom drama. I found myself relaxing into the role of listener and participant, contributing to conversations, and feeling genuinely valued for my thoughts and opinions. After dinner, we worked together to clean up the kitchen. Rex washed dishes while I dried, our movements coordinated like we had been doing this for years instead of days. The casual intimacy of the moment was both wonderful and dangerous. You have been amazing this week, Rex said as he handed me a clean plate. I cannot remember the last time Braden was this happy and settled. He is easy to love, I said without thinking, then blushed at the admission. Rex paused in his washing, studying my face. You really mean that, do not you? This is not just a job for you. No, it is not just a job. The words came out more honestly than I had intended. I care about both of you more than I probably should. The confession hung in the air between us, weighted with implications neither of us was quite ready to acknowledge. We were standing close enough that I could smell his cologne, see the flecks of gold in his green eyes, feel the warmth radiating from his body. Shoshana, he said, my name sounding different in his voice. More personal, more intimate. Yes. I need you to know that what is happening here, between all of us, it means something to me. You mean something to me. My heart raced as he moved closer, one hand reaching up to tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. The gesture was gentle, tentative, asking permission rather than demanding. Rex, I whispered, forgetting all about professional boundaries and the secret I was keeping. His phone rang, cutting through the moment like a knife. We stepped apart quickly, both breathing hard as he answered the urgent call. This is Rex Jordan, he said, his voice professional despite the personal moment we had just shared. I busied myself with putting away the dried dishes, trying to calm my racing pulse while he dealt with what sounded like a business emergency. When he hung up 10 minutes later, the spell had been broken. I am sorry about that, he said, running a hand through his hair. Crisis with the Tokyo negotiations. It is fine. I should probably head home anyway. I gathered my purse and keys, needing distance to process what had just happened. Shoshana, wait. I turned back, hoping and dreading what he might say. Would you like to join us tomorrow? Braden mentioned wanting to go to the park, and I thought it might be nice if you came along. As part of the family. The words sent a thrill through me, followed immediately by a wave of guilt. Part of the family. Based on a relationship built on lies. I would love that, I heard myself saying. Good. I will pick you up around 10? That sounds perfect. As I drove home to Jasmine's apartment, I replayed the evening over and over in my mind. The almost kiss in the kitchen, the way Rex had looked at me like I was precious, the easy domesticity that felt more natural than anything I had ever experienced. Tomorrow we would spend the day together as a family, and I would have to find the courage to tell him the truth about how we really met. The secret was becoming too heavy to carry, and if there was any chance of building something real with Rex, it had to be based on honesty. I just hoped that when he learned the truth, he would understand why I had kept it hidden, and that what we were building together was strong enough to survive the revelation. Because the alternative was losing the family I had always dreamed of, just when I had finally found it.
Chapter 8. Rex. May 17, 2025. Saturday.
I lay awake at 5 in the morning, staring at the ceiling and questioning every decision that had led to inviting my son's nanny to spend Saturday with us. Professional boundaries existed for good reasons. So why did the thought of a whole day with Shoshana make me feel more alive than I had in years? The almost kiss in the kitchen last night had shattered every pretense of employer-employee distance. The way she had looked at me, the softness in her voice when she said my name, the electric moment before my phone rang and brought reality crashing back. I had wanted to kiss her more than I had wanted anything in a very long time. And that was exactly the problem. I pulled on running clothes and headed out for my usual Saturday morning route through the neighborhood. The cool morning air and steady rhythm of my footsteps usually helped clear my head. But today my thoughts kept circling back to blue eyes and the way Shoshana laughed when Braden told his silly 7-year-old jokes. By the time I returned home, showered and dressed, Braden was awake and bouncing with excitement about our planned park outing. "Is Miss Bailey really coming with us today?" he asked for the 4th time as he ate his cereal. "Like a real family?" "She is coming to the park, yes," I said carefully, pouring coffee and trying to ignore the way my pulse quickened at the thought. "But remember, she is your nanny. We want to be respectful of her time off." "But yesterday she said she cares about us more than she should. That means she likes us, right?" Out of the mouths of babes. My 7-year-old had picked up on the emotional undercurrents that I was trying so hard to deny. "Yes, buddy. She likes us very much. The question is whether it is fair to her for us to complicate her job with personal feelings." Braden considered this with the seriousness that only children could bring to adult problems. "Do you like her too?" The direct question caught me off guard. "What do you think?" "I think you smile different when she is here. Like you did with Mommy in the pictures." The comparison hit me like a physical blow. Michelle had been gone for 4 years, and I thought I had made peace with the idea that the kind of love we shared was once in a lifetime. But watching Shoshana with Braden, seeing the way she brought warmth and laughter back into our house, made me wonder if perhaps the heart was capable of healing in ways I had never imagined. "Miss Bailey is very special," I admitted. "But grown-up feelings are complicated, especially when work is involved. Maybe you should tell her how you feel. Mommy always said that honest feelings are the best feelings." The wisdom of Michelle's words, filtered through our son's innocent understanding, made my chest tight. She would have liked Shoshana, I realized. Would have appreciated her genuine care for children, her dreams of helping sick kids feel brave, her natural way of making our family feel complete. At exactly 10 o'clock, I pulled into Jasmine's apartment complex to pick up Shoshana. She was waiting outside, and the sight of her in casual jeans and a soft yellow sweater made my heart do things that had nothing to do with employer-employee relationships. "Good morning," she said, sliding into the passenger seat with a smile that lit up the entire car. "Thank you for including me today." "Thank you for coming." I meant it more than she could know. Braden has been talking about this all morning. Just Braden? The question was teasing, but I caught the underlying hope in her voice. "Not just Braden," I admitted, meeting her eyes for a moment before focusing on the road. The park was perfect for a family outing. Rolling green lawns, playground equipment, basketball courts, and walking paths that wound around a small lake. Other families were already claiming picnic tables and setting up for Saturday activities. "Can we play basketball first?" Braden asked as soon as we arrived. "Miss Bailey, do you know how to play?" "I might be a little rusty, but I think I can manage," she said with a grin. We found an empty court, and I spent the next hour teaching Brayden basic dribbling and shooting techniques while Shoshana cheered from the sidelines. When she finally joined us, she surprised me by sinking 3 consecutive shots from the free throw line. "Beginner's luck," she said with false modesty when I raised an eyebrow. "That was not beginner's luck. Where did you learn to shoot like that?" "High school basketball team. Point guard for 2 years, before I decided to focus on academics." She dribbled the ball with confident ease. "I may be out of practice, but muscle memory is a powerful thing." "Play with us," Brayden demanded. "You and me against Daddy." What followed was 30 minutes of the most fun I had experienced in years. Shoshana and Brayden made a formidable team, their strategy consisting mostly of tickling me when I tried to steal the ball, and celebrating every basket like they had won the championship. Her competitive spirit was infectious, and the sound of her laughter mixed with Brayden's giggles created a symphony of happiness that I wanted to bottle and keep forever. "I am officially declaring defeat," I said finally, collapsing dramatically on the grass beside the court. "You two are ruthless competitors." "We make a good team," Shoshana said, settling beside me while Brayden continued practicing his shots. The casual way she said it, the natural assumption of partnership, made something warm unfurl in my chest. "Yes, we do," I agreed, watching our son attempt increasingly ambitious trick shots. "Thank you for this. I cannot remember the last time he was this happy." "He is easy to make happy. He just wants to feel loved and included." She studied my profile as I watched Brayden. "You are a wonderful father, Rex. He adores you." "I try. Some days I worry that work demands too much, that I am failing him the way I failed Michelle." The admission slipped out before I could stop it. I rarely talked about the guilt I carried, the feeling that if I had been home more, been more present, maybe I could have caught her illness earlier. "You did not fail Michelle," Shoshana said softly. "And you are not failing Brayden. Love is not measured in hours spent at home. It is measured in moments like this, when you choose to be fully present with him." Her words settled something restless in my chest. "How did you get so wise about families?" "Losing my father taught me that time is precious, but quality matters more than quantity. The way Brayden talks about you, the pride in his voice when he shows off your weekend projects, the way he runs to you when you come home from work. That is not a child who feels neglected. That is a child who feels cherished." I turned to look at her directly, struck by the insight and compassion in her voice. "You really see us, do not you? Not just the surface, but who we really are." "I see a man who has been carrying the world on his shoulders, trying to be everything to everyone. And I see a little boy who just wants his father to be happy." She met my gaze steadily. "I also see a family that has room for more love, if you are brave enough to let it in." The words hung between us, heavy with implication. Before I could respond, Brayden ran over with news of a playground discovery. "They have the best swings ever. Can we go try them?" We spent the next hour at the playground, taking turns pushing Brayden on the swings and watching him navigate the elaborate climbing structure. Shoshana proved to be fearless on the equipment, racing up slides and across monkey bars with an enthusiasm that made other parents smile and Brayden worship her even more. "Your wife is so good with him," an older woman commented as we sat on a bench watching Brayden attempt the climbing wall. "Oh, we are not married," I said quickly. "She is his nanny." The woman looked skeptical. "Well, whatever the relationship, you make a beautiful family. That little boy is lucky to have 2 people who love him so much." After she walked away, Shoshana and I sat in slightly awkward silence. The assumption of marriage, the casual observation that we looked like a family, created a tension that neither of us seemed ready to address directly. "Hungry people," I called to break the moment. "Time for lunch." We spread a blanket under a large oak tree and unpacked the sandwiches and fruit I had brought. Brayden chattered about playground politics, while Shoshana and I fell into the easy conversation that had characterized our week together. She told stories about her college friends, asked thoughtful questions about my work, shared dreams about pediatric nursing that made her whole face light up with passion. "You are going to be an incredible nurse," I said, watching the way she automatically cut Braden's sandwich into smaller pieces without being asked. "Some lucky children are going to be so much braver because of you." "That is the dream," she replied. "To help children feel less afraid when everything is scary." The phrase triggered something in my memory. A conversation about brave children and scary situations, but I could not place where or when. The feeling was becoming familiar, this sense that something important was just beyond my recall. "Daddy, can we feed the ducks?" Braden pointed toward the small lake, where families were tossing bread to a collection of waterfowl. "Of course, buddy." We packed up our picnic and walked to the water's edge, where Braden delighted in the aggressive enthusiasm of the ducks competing for breadcrumbs. Shoshana laughed at their antics, and I found myself watching her more than the birds. The afternoon sun highlighted the auburn tones in her hair, and her genuine joy in simple pleasures was magnetic. When she caught me staring, she blushed prettily but did not look away. "What?" she asked softly. "You," I said simply. "You make everything better just by being here." "Rex." My name was barely a whisper on her lips. "I know this is complicated. I know we should probably maintain professional boundaries. But I cannot pretend anymore that what I feel for you is just employer appreciation." Her eyes searched my face, looking for something I hoped she would find. "What do you feel?" "Like I am falling in love with you. Like you and Braden are the best thing that has happened to me in 4 years. Like maybe we could be something extraordinary together." The confession hung in the air between us while Braden continued feeding ducks, oblivious to the adult drama unfolding nearby. "I feel the same way," she said finally. "But there are things you do not know about me. Things that might change how you feel." "Like what?" "I cannot tell you here. Not with Braden around. But soon, I promise. You deserve to know everything." The mysterious promise should have worried me, but looking into her blue eyes, seeing the sincerity and vulnerability there, I found that I trusted her completely. Whatever secrets she thought she was keeping, they could not change the fundamental truth of who she was or how she made our family feel whole. "Daddy." "Miss Bailey. Come see the baby ducks." We spent another hour by the lake, watching the wildlife, and letting Braden exhaust his endless questions about duck behavior and pond ecosystems. As the afternoon sun began to sink toward the horizon, we made our way back to the playground for one final round of swings. "Push me super high," Braden demanded, and I obliged until his delighted squeals attracted amused looks from other parents. "My turn," Shoshana announced, claiming the swing next to him. "You want me to push you?" I asked, surprised and charmed by her playfulness. "Please. It has been years since I have been on a swing." I moved behind her, placing my hands on the small of her back and giving her a gentle push. The simple contact sent electricity through my palms, and I heard her sharp intake of breath that told me she felt it too. "Higher," she said, and I complied, each push bringing my hands into contact with her back, building the tension between us until the air practically crackled. When she finally dragged her feet to stop the swing, we were both breathing harder than the simple activity warranted. "Ready to head home?" I asked, my voice rougher than I intended. The drive back to Jasmine's apartment was quiet, Braden dozing in the back seat while soft music played on the radio. Shoshana stared out the window, and I wondered what thoughts were running through her mind. "Thank you for today," she said as I pulled into her apartment complex. "It was perfect." "It was," I agreed. "Shoshana." "Yes. Whatever you think you need to tell me, it will not change how I feel about you. About us." She looked at me with an expression I could not quite read. "I hope that is true." I walked her to the apartment entrance, hyper-aware of the charged atmosphere between us. At her door, she turned to face me, and suddenly we were standing very close, the evening air warm around us. "Rex," she whispered. "I know we should probably talk about boundaries and professional relationships," I said, reaching up to cup her face in my hands. But right now, all I can think about is how much I want to kiss you." "Then kiss me," she said simply. I leaned down slowly, giving her every opportunity to change her mind, but she rose up to meet me halfway. Our lips touched softly, tentatively at first, then with growing confidence as we discovered how perfectly we fit together. The kiss was everything I had been imagining and more. Sweet and warm and full of promise, it tasted like the future I had been afraid to hope for. When we finally broke apart, we were both breathing hard. "Wow," she said softly. "Wow indeed." I rested my forehead against hers, unwilling to break the connection completely. "This changes everything, does it not?" "Everything," she agreed. As I drove home with a sleepy Braden, I felt lighter than I had in years. Whatever complications lay ahead, whatever professional boundaries we had just crossed, I could not bring myself to regret that kiss or the feelings behind it. For the first time since Michelle died, I could envision a future that included love, laughter, and the possibility of forever. And it all centered around a remarkable woman who had walked into our lives and made us whole again.
Chapter 9. Shoshana. May 19th, 2025. Monday.
I arrived at Rex's house Monday morning, with my heart full of hope and terror in equal measure. Saturday had changed everything between us, but in the bright light of a new week, I was not sure if that was a blessing or a disaster waiting to happen. The memory of our kiss played on repeat in my mind as I used my key to enter the quiet house. The way Rex had looked at me like I was precious, the gentleness of his hands on my face, the way my entire world had narrowed to just the two of us in that perfect moment. I had kissed him knowing I was still keeping the secret of how we really met, and the guilt was becoming harder to bear with each passing hour. "Good morning," Rex's voice came from the kitchen, warm and slightly uncertain. I found him at the coffee maker, already dressed for work but moving with the careful deliberation of someone navigating new territory. His hair was still damp from the shower, and he wore a navy suit that emphasized his broad shoulders and made his green eyes even more striking. "Good morning," I replied, suddenly shy in a way I had not been since our first week together. We stood looking at each other across the kitchen island, the memory of Saturday's kiss hanging between us like a bridge we were both afraid to cross again. "How was the rest of your weekend?" he asked, his formal tone at odds with the way his eyes traced my face like he was memorizing details. "Quiet. I spent most of it thinking about everything that happened." I set down my purse and moved toward the coffee maker, needing something to do with my hands. "How was Sunday with Braden?" "Good. He talked about you most of the day. Asked when you were coming back if you would teach him to make pancakes shaped like basketballs." Rex handed me a mug, our fingers brushing in the exchange. The simple contact sent warmth shooting up my arm. "He has become quite attached to you." "I have become quite attached to him too," I admitted. "And to you." The confession hung in the air between us, honest and vulnerable. Rex set down his coffee mug and moved closer, close enough that I could smell his cologne and see the flecks of gold in his green eyes. "Shoshana, about Saturday night." "Good morning." Braden's voice interrupted as he thundered down the stairs in his pajamas, hair sticking up in every direction. "Miss Bailey, did you have a good weekend? Did you think about us?" "I had a wonderful weekend, and yes, I thought about you and your dad a lot," I said, kneeling down to give him a hug while shooting Rex a meaningful look over his son's head. "Can we make basketball pancakes for breakfast? I want to show Daddy how good I am getting at flipping them." "Basketball pancakes sound perfect," I agreed, grateful for the distraction even as I felt Rex's eyes on me. The morning routine unfolded with a new undercurrent of awareness. Every casual touch, every shared smile, every moment of domestic partnership felt weighted with possibility. Rex lingered over breakfast longer than usual, asking Braden about his plans for the day, and complimenting my pancake artistry with an intensity that had nothing to do with breakfast food. "I should get to the office," he said finally, but made no move to gather his things. "Daddy, Are you going to kiss Miss Bailey goodbye like you did with Mommy? Brayden asked with 7-year-old directness. The question struck both of us speechless. Rex's face flushed slightly while I felt heat creep up my neck. The innocence of the observation, the way Brayden had connected our growing closeness to his memories of his parents, created a moment of exquisite awkwardness. Grown-up relationships are complicated, buddy, Rex said carefully. Miss Bailey and I are still figuring things out. But you like each other, right? I can tell because you both get smiley when you look at each other. Out of the mouths of babes. My 7-year-old observer had identified exactly what I had been trying to deny. We did get smiley when we looked at each other, and the pretense of professional distance was becoming impossible to maintain. Yes, we like each other very much, I said, meeting Rex's eyes across the kitchen. But your dad is right that grown-up feelings can be complicated. Not that complicated, Brayden declared with the confidence of youth. If you like someone and they like you back, you should probably kiss them. Rex burst into laughter, the sound rich and warm and completely charming. When did you become such an expert on romance? Tommy's big sister has a boyfriend, and she says kissing is how you know if someone is your person, Brayden explained matter-of-factly. Are you Miss Bailey's person, Daddy? The question hit with unexpected force. Rex looked at me with an expression that made my heart race, like he was considering the possibility seriously. I would like to be, he said quietly. If she will have me. The words sent a thrill through me that was immediately followed by a wave of guilt. He wanted to be my person, but he did not know that I had been lying to him from the moment I walked into his house. How could I build a relationship on such a fundamental deception? I would like that too, I said anyway, because the alternative was walking away from the best thing that had ever happened to me. Rex's smile in response was radiant, transforming his entire face and making him look younger and happier than I had ever seen him. In that case, he said, moving around the kitchen island to stand in front of me, I think Brayden's advice about kissing sounds very wise. He leaned down and kissed me softly, a gentle press of lips that was sweet and perfect and completely appropriate for a 7-year-old audience. When we broke apart, Brayden was grinning like he had personally solved all the world's romantic problems. See? That was not complicated at all, he announced. After Rex left for work, Brayden and I settled into our usual routine of getting ready for school. But everything felt different now, charged with the knowledge that we were no longer pretending to be just nanny and employer. We were something more, something that felt dangerously close to family. Miss Bailey? Brayden asked as I helped him pack his backpack. Are you going to marry my daddy? The question caught me completely off guard. That is a very big question, sweetie. Your dad and I have only just started liking each other in a special way. But if you did marry him, would you be my mom? The hope in his voice nearly broke my heart. This little boy, who had lost his mother so young, was ready to open his heart to the possibility of finding her again in me. The weight of that trust, the responsibility of those expectations, felt enormous. If your dad and I ever decided to get married, I would be honored to be your stepmom, I said carefully. But that is a grown-up decision that would take a lot of time and talking. I hope you decide to, Brayden said simply. I think Mommy would like you. Daddy smiles the same way he did in the pictures with her. The comparison to Michelle should have felt intimidating, but instead it felt like a blessing. The idea that I could bring back the happiness Rex had shared with his first love, that I could help heal the wounds that loss had left behind, made my chest tight with emotion. After I dropped Brayden at school, I drove to the local community center where I had been volunteering with their after-school program. Working with children outside of my nanny duties helped keep my pediatric nursing dreams alive while I waited for acceptance letters from graduate programs. You look different today, observed Maria, the program coordinator, as I helped set up craft supplies for the afternoon activities. Happy different. Did something good happen over the weekend? Something wonderful happened, I admitted, unable to keep the smile off my face. I think I might be falling in love. That is beautiful. Tell me everything. Is he someone you have been seeing for a while? The innocent question made me pause. How could I explain that I was falling in love with my employer, who did not know we had met before, based on a relationship that had started with deception? It is complicated, I said finally. But he is wonderful. Kind and smart and a devoted father. The kind of man I never thought I would be lucky enough to meet. And he feels the same way about you? I think so. I hope so. I arranged construction paper by color, trying to organize my scattered thoughts. The scary part is that there are things about me he does not know yet. Things that might change how he feels. Like what? Are you secretly a bank robber? Maria teased. Nothing that dramatic. Just circumstances about how we met that I have not been completely honest about. I sighed, voicing my fears aloud for the first time. What if he feels deceived when he learns the truth? What if he thinks I manipulated our entire relationship? Honey, if this man is falling in love with who you really are, then the details of how you met will not matter in the long run, Maria said gently. The heart does not lie about love, even when the head gets confused about circumstances. Her words offered some comfort, but the guilt remained. Rex deserved to know the truth about our first meeting, especially now that we were building something real together. I had promised him on Saturday that I would tell him everything, and I needed to find the courage to follow through on that promise. When I picked up Braden from school that afternoon, he was bubbling with excitement about an art project his class was working on. We are making family trees, he announced as we drove home. I get to include you now, because you are going to be part of our family, right? Well, your dad and I are still figuring out what our relationship means, I said carefully. But I am definitely someone who cares about you very much. That is the same thing, Braden declared with 7-year-old logic. Caring about someone a lot is what makes them family. His simple wisdom hit me with unexpected force. Caring about someone a lot was what made them family. And I did care about Rex and Braden, more than I had ever cared about anything. The question was whether that love was strong enough to survive the revelation of how it had really begun. When Rex arrived home that evening, he found us in the kitchen working on homework while dinner simmered on the stove. The domestic scene felt natural and right, like we had been doing this for years instead of days. How was everyone's day? He asked, loosening his tie and settling into the chair across from us at the kitchen table. Great. I told everyone at school that Miss Bailey is going to be my new mom, Braden announced cheerfully. Rex's eyes widened in alarm. Buddy, we talked about this. Miss Bailey and I are just beginning to explore our feelings for each other. It is too early to talk about marriage and families. But it is not too early to hope, right? Braden looked between us with such earnest optimism that I felt my heart melt completely. It is never too early to hope, I said softly, meeting Rex's gaze across the table. Hope is what makes everything possible. Something passed between us in that moment, a recognition of the future we were both beginning to envision. A future that included all three of us, permanent and legal and bound by love instead of employment contracts. After dinner, we worked together to clean up the kitchen in companionable silence. The easy partnership, the way we moved around each other without awkwardness, felt like a preview of the life we could build together. Shoshana, Rex said as I dried the last plate. About what you said on Saturday, about having things to tell me. Whatever it is, I want you to know that I trust you. Nothing you could say would change how I feel about you. His faith in me made the guilt even sharper. I hope that is true, I said quietly. Because there are things about me, about how we met that you deserve to know. Then tell me, he said simply. Right now, if you want to. I looked toward the living room where Braden was building an elaborate structure with his blocks, completely absorbed in his project. This could be the moment. I could tell Rex about the gala, about recognizing him during the interview, about the secret I had been carrying for over a week. But looking at him now, seeing the love and trust in his expression, I found myself unable to shatter this perfect moment with the complications of the past. Soon, I promised. When the time is right. He nodded, accepting my need for privacy, even though I could see the curiosity in his eyes. Whenever you are ready, I will be here. As I drove home that evening, I thought about Maria's words about the heart not lying about love. My heart was certainly not lying about how I felt about Rex and Brayden. What we had built together was real and precious and worth fighting for. I just hoped that when I finally found the courage to tell Rex the truth about our first meeting, he would understand that every feeling, every moment of connection, every declaration of love had been completely authentic. Because losing this family now would destroy me in ways I was not sure I could survive.
Chapter 10. Rex. May 20th, 2025. Tuesday.
I stared at the calendar alert on my computer screen, torn between duty and desire in a way that would have been unthinkable just 2 weeks ago. The Montgomery Group dinner meeting tonight represented months of careful relationship building with potential European partners, but all I could think about was the promise I had made to Brayden about helping him with his science project. More accurately, all I could think about was spending the evening with Shoshana, watching her patient guidance as she helped my son understand photosynthesis through hands-on experiments. My business partner knocked and entered without waiting for permission, a habit that usually annoyed me, but today felt like a welcome interruption from my scattered thoughts. "Please tell me you have not forgotten about the Montgomery dinner," Jake said, settling into the chair across from my desk. "These guys are flying in from London specifically to meet with us." I have not forgotten. I saved the quarterly reports I had been pretending to review. But I may need to leave earlier than planned. Brayden has a science project due tomorrow, and I promised to help him. Jake's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Since when do you leave business dinners early for homework help?" "That is what nannies are for." The casual dismissal of Shoshana's role, the implication that childcare was somehow beneath my attention, triggered an unexpected surge of irritation. Since I realized that my son will remember whether his father showed up for what mattered to him, not whether I closed every possible deal, I said more sharply than intended. "Rex, what is going on with you? You have been distracted all week, leaving early, coming in late. This is not like you." He was right, of course. The Rex Jordan of 3 weeks ago would have scheduled his life around business opportunities without question. But that man had not known what it felt like to come home to laughter and warmth, to watch someone care for his child with genuine affection, to feel like his family was whole again. "My priorities are shifting," I admitted. "Brayden is only 7 once. These years, these moments, I cannot get them back. And this sudden revelation has nothing to do with the fact that you hired a 24-year-old nanny who looks like she stepped out of a magazine?" The crude implication made my jaw clench. Shoshana is an exceptional caregiver who has brought stability and happiness to my son's life. My growing feelings for her are based on respect for her character, not her appearance. Growing feelings? Jake leaned forward with the expression of a man who smelled gossip. "Rex, please tell me you are not getting romantically involved with your employee. The liability issues alone." "My personal life is not your concern," I interrupted. "And Shoshana is not some opportunistic gold digger, if that is what you are implying. She is a college graduate with her own career goals and genuine dedication to helping children. I am sure she is lovely. But mixing business with pleasure rarely ends well, especially when there are children involved." His warning should have carried more weight, but I found myself dismissing his concerns. Jake was a confirmed bachelor who measured success purely in financial terms. He could not understand the value of what I had found with Shoshana and Brayden. "The Montgomery dinner starts at 7, he continued. "Can you at least commit to staying until 8:30? These connections could open doors for the entire European market." I considered the timeline. If I left the office by 6, I could spend an hour helping Braden with his project before heading to dinner. It would mean missing bedtime stories and evening conversation with Shoshana, but perhaps I could salvage both business and family obligations. 8:30, I agreed reluctantly. But not a minute later. After Jake left, I found myself staring out my office window at the Los Angeles skyline, thinking about the conversation. For 4 years, work had been my refuge and my identity. Building the company, chasing the next deal, accumulating success like armor against the pain of loss. But somewhere in the past week, that drive had been replaced by something warmer and more essential. I wanted to go home. Not to an empty house that echoed with memories, but to a place filled with life and laughter and the possibility of love. My assistant buzzed through the intercom. "Mr. Jordan, your wife is here to see you." The words hit like a physical blow, sending me back 4 years to hospital rooms and the devastating realization that Michelle was never coming home again. For a moment, I could not process what I had heard. "I am sorry, what did you say?" "Your wife is here to see you," she repeated, and I realized she must mean Shoshana. The assumption that we were married, the casual way it rolled off her tongue, created a surge of warmth mixed with longing. "Please send her in," I said, standing up and smoothing my tie with nervous energy. Shoshana appeared in my doorway wearing a simple blue dress that somehow made her look both professional and radiant. Her hair was pulled back in a neat bun, and she wore her reading glasses, giving her an air of scholarly competence that I found irresistibly attractive. "I hope I am not interrupting anything important," she said, stepping into my office with the slight hesitancy of someone unsure of her welcome in a professional environment. "Never," I said, moving around my desk to greet her properly. "This is a wonderful surprise. Is everything okay with Braden?" "Everything is fine. He is still at school for another hour." She looked around my office with obvious curiosity, taking in the awards on the walls, the family photos on my desk, the view of downtown Los Angeles through the floor-to-ceiling windows. "I was in the area for a nursing school interview and thought I would stop by to see where you work." "How did the interview go?" "Well, I think they were impressed by my volunteer experience and my obvious passion for pediatric care." She moved closer to my desk, studying the framed photograph of Michelle, Braden, and me, taken during our last family vacation. "She was beautiful." "She was," I agreed, following her gaze to the picture. "But that feels like a different lifetime now. Do you still miss her?" The question was asked gently, without jealousy or accusation, just genuine curiosity about the man she was falling in love with. "I will always miss her," I said honestly. "But missing someone and being unable to move forward are two different things. Michelle would want Braden and me to be happy. She would want us to love again." Shoshana nodded, her expression thoughtful as she continued to examine my office. When she moved to look at the whiteboard where I had been mapping out the European expansion strategy, she tilted her head in that particular way that meant she was concentrating deeply. The gesture stopped me cold. I had seen that exact head tilt before, but not in this office. Somewhere else, in different lighting, during a conversation that had felt significant and meaningful. But where? And when? "This is fascinating," she said, studying the market analysis charts. "You are planning to expand into European markets." "That is the goal," I managed, still trying to place the memory that her gesture had triggered. "There is a dinner meeting tonight with potential London partners." "That sounds important. I should let you get back to work." She turned away from the whiteboard, and the way the afternoon light caught her profile sent another jolt of recognition through me. "Shoshana," I said, moving closer to study her face. "Have we met before?" "Before the nanny interview, I mean." Something flickered in her expression, so quickly I almost missed it. "What makes you ask that?" "The way you tilt your head when you are thinking about something complex. The way you move, the way you speak about helping people. Everything about you feels familiar, in a way I cannot explain." "I have one of those faces, I suppose," she said with a laugh that sounded slightly forced. People often think they recognize me from somewhere. I continued to study her, trying to capture the elusive memory that danced just beyond my reach. It is more than that. Sometimes when you laugh, or when you gesture while you are talking, I feel like I am remembering a conversation we had somewhere else. Well, if we did meet before, it must not have been very memorable, she said lightly, but I caught the slight tremor in her voice. Before I could pursue the topic further, my assistant buzzed through the intercom again. Mr. Jordan, Jake is here for your 4 o'clock meeting. The interruption broke the moment, and I saw relief flash across Shoshana's face. Whatever memory I had been chasing dissolved back into the frustrating haze of almost recognition. I should go, she said, gathering her purse and moving toward the door. I need to pick up Braden, and you have meetings to attend. Wait. I caught her hand as she passed, struck by the rightness of her presence in my professional space. Thank you for stopping by. It means more than you know to have you here, to share this part of my life with you. Her smile in response was radiant, but tinged with something I could not identify. I love seeing all the different pieces of who you are. After she left, I found myself staring at the empty doorway, that nagging sense of familiarity stronger than ever. There was something about the conversation we had just shared, about the way she had looked at my business plans with genuine interest, that reminded me of another conversation about dreams and ambitions. But every time I tried to grasp the memory, it slipped away like smoke. At 6 o'clock sharp, I gathered my files and headed home, my mind split between anticipation of the evening ahead and the puzzle of my mysterious recognition. The Montgomery dinner would have to wait. Tonight, my priority was photosynthesis experiments and bedtime stories, and the woman who had somehow become the center of my universe in less than 2 weeks. The European expansion could survive one delayed dinner meeting. But I was not sure I could survive much longer without understanding why Shoshana felt like someone I had been waiting my whole life to find again.
Chapter 11. Shoshana. May 21st, 2025. Wednesday.
I adjusted Braden's tie for the 3rd time as we sat in the school auditorium, surrounded by other families preparing for the spring concert. Every parent here assumed I was Rex's girlfriend, and the dangerous part was how right that assumption felt. The Beverly Hills Academy auditorium buzzed with the controlled chaos of end-of-year celebrations. Designer handbags and expensive watches glinted under the stage lights as Los Angeles elite gathered to watch their children perform. I smoothed down my navy blue dress, one of the nicer pieces in my limited wardrobe, and tried not to feel out of place among the obvious wealth surrounding us. "Are you nervous about your violin solo?" I asked Braden, who was fidgeting with his bow tie. "A little bit. But I practiced every day like you told me to." He looked up at me with those green eyes so much like his father's. "Will you and Daddy both be watching when I play?" "We will both be right here in the front row cheering you on," I promised, my heart swelling with pride for this remarkable little boy who had become so precious to me. Rex appeared beside us, slightly breathless from parking the car and navigating the crowded lobby. He looked devastatingly handsome in his charcoal suit, hair perfectly styled, carrying himself with the confident ease of someone who belonged in rooms like this. "Sorry I am late. That conference call ran longer than expected." He settled into the seat beside me, his presence immediately making everything feel more complete. "How are we doing, Maestro?" "Miss Bailey helped me practice my fingering positions during lunch, so I think I am ready," Braden announced proudly. Rex smiled at me over his son's head, and I felt that familiar flutter of warmth mixed with guilt. 9 days since the gala, 6 days since I had started working for him, and the secret of our first meeting felt heavier with each passing moment of happiness. "Excuse me, are you saving these seats?" I looked up to find an elegant woman with perfectly styled blonde hair standing beside our row. She wore a cream-colored designer dress that probably cost more than my monthly rent, and her smile was warm but assessing. "Of course not. Please sit wherever you would like," Rex replied politely. "Thank you so much. I am Caroline Webster, Harrison's mother from Braden's class. She settled into the seat beside Rex, immediately extending her hand in greeting. "And you must be Mr. Jordan. Harrison talks about Braden all the time." "Nice to meet you, Caroline." "This is Shoshana," Rex said, his hand finding mine in a gesture that felt both natural and significant. Caroline's eyes flicked between us with obvious curiosity. "How wonderful. Braden is such a delightful boy. You two make a lovely couple." The assumption sent heat rushing to my cheeks, but Rex squeezed my hand gently, not correcting her misconception. "Thank you," I managed to say. "Braden is pretty special." "Oh, are you the arts teacher who has been working with the children on this concert? I heard someone new had joined the music program," Caroline continued, clearly trying to place me in her mental catalog of school personnel. "Actually, I am," I began, but Rex smoothly intervened. "Shoshana helps take care of Braden, but she also has a background in child development. She has been wonderful for our family." The diplomatic answer skirted the truth without lying outright, but I caught the meaningful look Caroline gave us. A young woman helping take care of a wealthy widower's child could mean many things, and her expression suggested she was drawing her own conclusions about our relationship. How lovely. It is so important for children to have stable, nurturing influences, especially after experiencing loss. Her tone carried genuine warmth tinged with curiosity. "And may I say, you look so young and fresh. Good for you, Rex, finding someone who clearly adores your son." The comment about my youth hit exactly where I was most vulnerable. 24 to his 37 years felt like a vast gulf when surrounded by the sophisticated mothers of Braden's classmates. These women were established professionals, successful in their own right, with a confidence that came from years of achievement. I felt like a college student playing dress-up. "Thank you," I said quietly, aware that several other parents were now glancing our way with similar expressions of polite interest. The lights dimmed, saving me from further scrutiny as the concert began. I tried to focus on the children's performances, a kindergarten class singing about rainbows, third graders playing simple percussion pieces, but I remained hyper-aware of the whispered conversations happening around us. "Look how young she is," someone murmured behind us. "Quite pretty though. And the boy clearly adores her. I heard she is the nanny. Rex always did have excellent taste." Each comment felt like a tiny needle, reminding me of how I must appear to these people. The young caregiver who had captured the attention of one of Beverly Hills' most eligible widowers. They probably thought I was calculating, opportunistic, using my proximity to Braden to secure a wealthy husband. If only they knew the truth was far more complicated. When Braden's class took the stage for their violin ensemble, my personal insecurities vanished completely. He looked so serious and focused, his small hands positioned exactly as we had practiced, his concentration absolute. The pride I felt watching him perform was fierce and maternal, completely authentic regardless of our unconventional circumstances. "There he is," Rex whispered, leaning close enough that I could smell his cologne. "Third from the left." "He looks perfect," I whispered back, tears pricking my eyes as the familiar melody of "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" filled the auditorium. But then came Braden's solo moment. The other children lowered their instruments as he stepped forward, and the opening notes of Amazing Grace floated from his violin with sweet, clear precision. My heart swelled with such overwhelming pride that I had to press my hand to my mouth to contain my emotional response. "Oh my goodness," Caroline breathed beside Rex. "He is absolutely wonderful." Rex reached over and took my free hand, his grip tight with emotion.
"Look at him," he said softly.
"Look at our boy." Our boy. The possessive pronoun sent warmth flooding through me, even as I recognized the dangerous territory we were entering. In this moment, surrounded by other families, we felt like a complete unit. Rex, Braden, and me, a young family celebrating their son's achievement together. When Braden finished his solo, the applause was enthusiastic and genuine. He searched the audience until he found us, his face breaking into a radiant smile when he spotted our proud expressions. He gave us a small wave, before rejoining his classmates for the final group number. "You must be so proud," said another mother, leaning forward from the row behind us. "He has such talent." "We are incredibly proud," Rex replied naturally, and I noticed he did not correct her assumption that I was part of the we, who had parental pride in Braden's accomplishment. As the concert concluded and families began moving toward the reception area, Caroline turned to us with obvious social intentions. "You simply must join us for coffee sometime. There is a wonderful group of parents who get together regularly. Shoshana, you would fit right in with our book club. We read everything from fiction to parenting guides." The invitation was kind, but the assumption that I belonged in her circle of accomplished mothers felt overwhelming. These were women with advanced degrees, successful careers, established places in Beverly Hills society. I was a recent college graduate working as a nanny while applying to nursing school. "That sounds lovely," I said carefully, "but my schedule is pretty unpredictable right now." "Of course, with a 7-year-old, time is always at a premium," Caroline laughed. "But the offer stands whenever you are ready to connect with other parents." Other parents. She was including me in that category automatically, seeing Rex and me as a parental unit responsible for Braden's upbringing. The assumption was both thrilling and terrifying. "We should find Braden," Rex said, placing his hand on the small of my back in a gesture that was both protective and possessive. "He will want to show off his violin skills to anyone who will listen." We made our way to the reception area, where children in their concert attire mingled with proud family members over punch and cookies. Braden spotted us immediately and ran over, still carrying his violin case. "Did you hear my solo? Did I do the hard part right?" he asked breathlessly. "You were absolutely perfect," I told him, kneeling down to his eye level. "Every single note was beautiful." "Daddy, did you see how everyone clapped really loud?" "I saw everything, buddy. I am so proud of you." Rex ruffled his son's hair affectionately. "You have been practicing so hard, and it showed tonight." Miss Bailey helped me with the tricky fingering. "She knows about music because she played piano when she was little," Braden explained to anyone within earshot, clearly wanting to share credit for his success. Several parents nearby turned with interested expressions, and I found myself the center of attention in a way that felt both flattering and uncomfortable. "How wonderful that you have musical background," said a distinguished-looking father. "It is so important for children to have arts education, especially from someone who understands the discipline required." "I just played recreationally," I said modestly. "Braden's natural talent and hard work deserve all the credit." "Nonsense," Rex said firmly. "Your encouragement and guidance have been invaluable. Braden has never been more confident or excited about his music lessons." The way he looked at me when he said it, with such genuine appreciation and affection, made my chest tight with emotion. In his eyes, I was not just the nanny who happened to help with violin practice. I was someone whose contributions to his son's development were meaningful and valued. "You two are so sweet together," observed another mother, watching our interaction with obvious approval. "How long have you been together?" The question hung in the air, loaded with implications about the nature of our relationship. Rex and I exchanged a quick glance, both of us aware that our answer would define how these people saw us. "Not very long," Rex said carefully, "but it feels like we have known each other much longer." It was a perfect response, honest about the timeline while acknowledging the depth of connection we had developed. But it also reinforced the narrative that we were a couple, that this was a romantic relationship rather than an employment arrangement. As the evening wound down and families began collecting their children and heading home, I found myself walking beside Rex toward the parking lot with Braden skipping ahead of us, still buzzing with excitement from his performance. "Thank you," Rex said quietly as we reached his car. "For what?" "For being here tonight. For caring about his success like it was your own child performing up there. For making this feel like what family is supposed to feel like." His words hit me with unexpected force. Making this feel like family was exactly what I had been doing, But hearing him acknowledge it so directly made the reality of our situation suddenly very clear. I was falling in love with Rex, and he was falling in love with me. But more than that, we were creating something together that felt permanent and significant. The three of us had become a unit, a family in all but legal definition. And it was all built on the foundation of a secret that could destroy everything. "Rex," I said, stopping beside the car while Brayden climbed into the backseat. "There is something I need to tell you. Something important about how we met, about—"
Daddy.
"Miss Bailey. Look." Brayden's excited voice interrupted as he pointed toward the school building. "They are putting up lights for the end-of-year carnival next week." The moment was broken, and I saw Rex's attention shift to his son's enthusiasm about upcoming school events. The conversation about my secret would have to wait for another time, another opportunity when we had privacy and space for the complicated revelations I needed to share. But as we drove home through the quiet Beverly Hills streets, Brayden chattering about his successful performance while Rex and I exchanged warm glances in the rearview mirror, I felt the weight of what we were building together. This was not just an attraction or a convenient arrangement anymore. This was love, real and deep and transformative. And if I was going to protect it, I had to find the courage to tell Rex the truth about the gala before he discovered it on his own. Because tonight had shown me exactly what I stood to lose if my secret destroyed the trust we had built together. The family I had always dreamed of was finally within reach, and I would do anything to keep it safe. Even if it meant risking everything by telling the truth.
Chapter 12. Rex. May 22, 2025. Thursday.
I closed my laptop after a grueling 4-hour conference call that saved the Montgomery deal and stared across my office at Shoshana, who had fallen asleep on my couch waiting for me. 10 days since the gala, and I could not imagine my life without this woman who had transformed everything. The clock on my desk read 12:45 in the morning. The emergency negotiations with Tokyo had dragged on far longer than anticipated, but the alternative would have been losing the acquisition that represented 4 years of strategic planning. Still, looking at Shoshana curled up on the leather sofa with one of Brayden's books in her lap, I felt a surge of guilt for keeping her here so late. She had insisted on staying when the crisis call came in during dinner, claiming she wanted to make sure I had support during the stressful negotiations. No one had ever done that for me before. Michelle had been understanding about my work demands, but she had never sat vigil during my business emergencies. The soft glow from my desk lamp illuminated Shoshana's peaceful face, her reading glasses slightly askew, auburn hair falling across her cheek. Even in sleep, she looked beautiful and serene, like someone who belonged in my life permanently. I stood quietly and moved to the couch, gently removing her glasses and setting them on the side table. The movement stirred her awake, and she blinked up at me with sleepy confusion. "Rex, is everything okay? Did the deal go through?" Her first thoughts were for my professional concerns, not complaints about the late hour or her own discomfort. "Everything is fine. The Montgomery acquisition is officially closed." I settled beside her on the couch, suddenly exhausted by the evening's intensity. "You should have gone home hours ago. I never intended for you to wait this long. I wanted to be here." She sat up, smoothing her hair and trying to orient herself. "You looked so stressed when the crisis started. I could not bear the thought of you handling it alone." The simple statement hit me with unexpected force. For 4 years I had handled every crisis alone, convinced that self-reliance was the only reliable strategy. But having someone care enough to stay, to offer support without being asked, felt like a revelation. "Thank you," I said, my voice rougher than intended. "Having you here, knowing you cared enough to wait, it meant everything." We sat in the quiet of my office, surrounded by the evidence of the night's success, but aware that something more significant was happening between us. The city lights twinkled beyond the windows, and the house was completely silent with Brayden long asleep upstairs. "Tell me about the deal," she said softly. "What did you accomplish tonight?" So I told her about the Montgomery Group, about the European expansion opportunities, about the validation of 4 years of careful strategic planning. She listened with genuine interest, asking thoughtful questions that proved she understood not just the business implications, but the personal significance of what I had achieved. "You built something extraordinary," she said when I finished explaining the acquisition details. "This company, this success, it is all because of your vision and determination. It feels empty without people to share it with." The admission slipped out before I could stop it. Professional achievements used to be enough, but lately they feel meaningless if I cannot celebrate them with the people I love. The word hung between us, significant and loaded with implication. Love. I had not meant to say it so directly, but sitting here in the intimate quiet of my office with the woman who had become essential to my happiness, it felt like the most natural truth in the world. "Rex," she said softly, my name carrying a weight of emotion that made my chest tight. "I love you, Shoshana." The words came easily once I stopped fighting them. I did not expect to feel this way again after Michelle, but watching you tonight, seeing how you care about our family, knowing you waited here just to support me through a difficult situation, I know this is real. Her eyes filled with tears, but her smile was radiant. "I love you too. What we have feels deeper than anything I thought possible." The confession hung in the air between us, honest and vulnerable and completely transformative. I reached for her hands, needing the physical connection to anchor this moment in reality. "You waited for me," I said, still amazed by the gesture. "No one has ever done that before. You are worth waiting for. You and Brayden both. This family we are building together, it is worth everything." The way she said family with such certainty and commitment made something warm unfurl in my chest. We were building a family, not just a romantic relationship. The three of us had become a unit, and she saw that as clearly as I did. "I want to build a future with you," I said, my thumbs tracing circles on her hands. "I want to support your nursing dreams and watch you become the incredible pediatric nurse you are meant to be. I want to give you the family you have always wanted." "I want that too," she whispered. "More than I have ever wanted anything." The moment felt perfect and eternal, like we could stay here forever in the golden circle of lamplight, planning our future and reveling in the love we had discovered. But then a shadow crossed her expression, and I saw uncertainty creep into her eyes. "What is it?" I asked, concerned by the sudden change in her mood. "There are things you do not know about me, Rex. Things about how we met that I should have told you from the beginning." Her voice carried a weight of guilt that I did not understand. "Like what?" "I cannot tell you here, not tonight when everything feels so perfect. But soon, I promise. You deserve to know everything about me, if we are going to build a life together." Her mysterious words should have worried me, but looking into her blue eyes, seeing the love and sincerity there, I found that I trusted her completely. Whatever secrets she thought she was keeping, they could not change the fundamental truth of who she was or how she made our family feel complete. "Whatever it is, it will not change how I feel about you," I said firmly. "I know who you are, Shoshana. I know your heart, your character, your dreams. The details of your past cannot alter the reality of our present." "I hope that is true," she said quietly. I leaned forward and kissed her then, pouring all my love and commitment into the gentle contact. She responded with equal emotion, her hands fisting in my shirt as if she could hold on to this moment forever. When we broke apart, we were both breathing hard. "I should get you home," I said reluctantly. "It is past 1 in the morning, and you have to be back here in 5 hours." "I do not want this night to end," she admitted. "Neither do I. But there will be other nights, thousands of them, if I have my way." I stood and helped her to her feet, steadying her when she swayed slightly from fatigue. "We have time, Shoshana. We have all the time in the world to build what we want together." As I walked her to her car in the quiet driveway, I felt lighter than I had in years. The Montgomery deal was closed, securing my company's future. But more importantly, I had told the woman I loved how I felt, and she had responded with equal devotion. "Drive carefully," I said, opening her car door and making sure she was settled safely inside. "Text me when you get home, so I know you arrived safely." "I will." She looked up at me through the open window, her expression soft with love and something else I could not identify. "Rex." "Yes." "Whatever happens, whatever complications arise, remember that what I feel for you is real. The love, the commitment, the way you and Braden have become my whole world, none of that is pretense." The earnest declaration puzzled me. Why would she think I would doubt the authenticity of her feelings? But before I could ask for clarification, she was pulling out of the driveway, leaving me standing in the cool night air with more questions than answers. As I watched her taillights disappear down the street, I felt a niggling sense of unease. Shoshana was keeping something from me, something significant enough to cause the guilt I had seen in her expression. But whatever secret she harbored, I was confident it could not be serious enough to threaten what we had built together. I loved her, and she loved me. We were building a family with Braden that felt natural and right and permanent. Tomorrow, I would start thinking seriously about engagement rings and proposal plans, about making our commitment official and legal. Whatever revelations lay ahead, they would have to be measured against the reality of our love and the future we were creating together. And I could not imagine any secret powerful enough to destroy something so fundamentally right. Back in my office, I saved the Montgomery acquisition documents and powered down my computer, already planning how to celebrate this dual victory. A business triumph and a declaration of love on the same night felt like the universe's way of telling me that everything was finally falling into place. As I headed upstairs to check on Braden and get some sleep, I carried with me the memory of Shoshana's face when she said she loved me. Whatever complications tomorrow might bring, tonight had been perfect. And perfection, I was learning, was worth fighting for.
Chapter 13. Shoshana. May 23, 2025. Friday.
I stared at my reflection in Rex's guest bathroom mirror, wearing the designer dress he had bought for tonight's business cocktail party. He said he wanted to introduce me as his girlfriend to his colleagues, but all I could see was a girl playing dress-up in a world where she did not belong. The navy blue evening dress was beautiful, sleek and sophisticated with delicate beading that caught the light, but it felt like a costume. Rex had insisted on taking me shopping yesterday after our love confessions, claiming he wanted me to have something special for our first public appearance as a couple. The price tag had made me dizzy, but his excitement about sharing this milestone with me had been impossible to resist. Now, standing in his elegant bathroom while he finished getting ready in the master suite, I felt overwhelmed by the magnitude of what we were about to do. Tonight, I would meet the people who mattered most to Rex's professional life. Investors, business partners, industry leaders who moved in circles I could barely imagine. And they would all be wondering what a 24-year-old nanny was doing on the arm of one of Los Angeles' most successful technology entrepreneurs. "Shoshana? Are you ready?" Rex's voice carried through the bathroom door, warm with anticipation. "Just a minute," I called back, taking one final look at my reflection. The professional styling helped. My hair was pulled into an elegant updo, my makeup was carefully applied, and the dress fit perfectly. But I could not shake the feeling that I was an imposter, about to be exposed in front of people who would see right through my facade. I opened the door to find Rex waiting in the hallway, and the sight of him in his perfectly tailored tuxedo made my breath catch. He looked devastatingly handsome, every inch the successful businessman who commanded respect in boardrooms and industry conferences. "You look stunning," he said, his eyes warm with appreciation and something deeper. "Absolutely beautiful." "Thank you. You clean up pretty well yourself," I replied, trying to inject confidence into my voice despite my nerves. He stepped closer and adjusted a strand of hair that had escaped my updo, his touch gentle and reassuring. "Are you nervous about tonight?" "A little," I admitted. I want to make a good impression on people who are important to you. You will be perfect. Just be yourself, that is all anyone could ask for. He leaned down and kissed my cheek softly. Besides, I am proud to have you by my side tonight. I want everyone to meet the woman who has made me happier than I have been in years. His confidence in me helped settle some of my anxiety, but as we drove toward the Beverly Hills hotel where the cocktail party was being held, I felt the butterflies in my stomach multiplying. Through the car windows, I could see other guests arriving, women in designer gowns and men in expensive suits, all carrying themselves with a casual confidence that came from belonging in this rarefied atmosphere. Rex? I said as the valet approached our car. Yes? What if they ask about my background? About how we met, or what I do for work? Then we tell them the truth. You are a college graduate with a biology degree, who is applying to pediatric nursing programs. You work as Braden's caregiver, and you have become an essential part of our family. He squeezed my hand reassuringly. There is nothing about your background that you need to apologize for or hide. Except for the fact that we met at a charity gala where I was working as event staff, and he has no memory of that magical evening that changed everything for me. The secret felt heavier tonight, when we were about to make our relationship public for the first time. The hotel ballroom was elegant and sophisticated, filled with the low murmur of important conversations and the gentle clink of champagne glasses. Crystal chandeliers cast warm light over the gathered crowd, and elaborate floral arrangements provided splashes of color throughout the space. Rex guided me through the room with his hand on the small of my back, a gesture that felt both protective and possessive. I noticed heads turning as we passed, curious glances and subtle assessments that made me hyper-aware of how young I must look compared to the other women present. Rex. There you are, called a distinguished-looking man with silver hair, approaching us with obvious enthusiasm. Congratulations on closing the Montgomery deal. That acquisition is going to change everything for your company. Thank you, Harrison. I would like you to meet Shoshana Bailey. Shoshana, this is Harrison Westbrook, one of our major investors. Harrison's handshake was firm and professional, but I caught the quick assessment in his eyes as he took in my appearance and obvious youth. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Bailey. How do you know our Rex here? I take care of his son Braden, I said simply, deciding that honesty was the best approach. But we have also become very close personally. Ah, I see. Well, Rex has excellent taste as always. Harrison's smile was polite, but I sensed the curiosity behind it. And what did you study in college? Biology, with a focus on child development. I am applying to pediatric nursing programs for next year. How admirable. Medical careers are so rewarding, though demanding. He turned back to Rex. You must be proud to have found someone who shares your commitment to helping others. As Harrison moved on to greet other guests, I felt a small surge of confidence. That interaction had gone well, professional and friendly without any awkward moments or inappropriate questions. But as the evening progressed, I became increasingly aware of the whispered conversations happening around us. Nothing overtly rude or hostile, but the kind of subtle social scrutiny that made my skin prickle with discomfort. She seems sweet, but awfully young for Rex, do you not think? I heard she is the nanny. Well, that certainly explains the attraction. Good for him, moving on after Michelle. Though I am surprised he chose someone so inexperienced. Each comment felt like a tiny pinprick, reminding me of how I must appear to these sophisticated, accomplished people. The young caregiver, who had somehow captured the attention of one of their most eligible bachelors. They probably thought I was calculating, opportunistic, using my proximity to Braden to secure a wealthy husband. Rex seemed oblivious to the undercurrents, moving through the crowd with easy confidence and obvious pride in having me beside him. He introduced me to business partners, fellow entrepreneurs, and industry leaders, each time emphasizing my intelligence and education, rather than just my role as Braden's caregiver. Shoshana has a remarkable understanding of child psychology, he told one group. She is going to make an exceptional pediatric nurse. Her insights about balancing work and family have been invaluable to me, he mentioned to another. His support meant everything, but I could not shake the feeling that I was being constantly evaluated and found wanting. These people moved in circles where success was measured in stock options and board appointments, where social status was determined by family connections and professional achievements. I was a recent college graduate working as a nanny while applying to nursing school. The contrast could not have been more stark. "Excuse me for a moment," Rex said during a lull in conversations. "I need to speak with my business partner about something urgent. Will you be all right on your own for a few minutes?" "Of course," I assured him, though the thought of navigating this social minefield without his protective presence made my stomach clench. I moved toward the bar, needing something to do with my hands while Rex conducted his business across the room. The bartender was friendly and professional, mixing me a glass of white wine while I tried to look comfortable and confident. "You must be Rex's new girlfriend," said a woman beside me, her tone friendly but assessing. "I am Patricia Chen. My husband works with Rex on the board of directors." "Nice to meet you. I am Shoshana Bailey." "You look so young and fresh. How long have you two been together?" "Not very long," I replied carefully. "But it feels like we have known each other much longer." "That is sweet. And you work with children, I heard? How did you meet Rex?" The innocent question made my pulse quicken. How could I explain that we met when I was serving champagne at a charity gala, but that he does not remember that evening? How could I admit that our entire relationship was built on a foundation of deception, however unintentional? "Through work," I said vaguely. "I take care of his son, Brayden." "Oh, I see." Patricia's expression shifted slightly, and I realized she was drawing her own conclusions about our relationship. "Well, that must be convenient for both of you." The implication in her tone was clear, that my romantic relationship with Rex had grown out of professional proximity, that I had leveraged my access to his child to secure his personal attention. The assumption stung, because it felt uncomfortably close to how things might appear from the outside. Before I could respond, another woman joined our conversation, her smile bright but her eyes sharp with curiosity. "Patricia, you must introduce me to Rex's lovely companion," she said, extending a perfectly manicured hand. "I am Vivian Marshall. My husband and Rex have been friends since college." "This is Shoshana Bailey," Patricia said. "She is Brayden's caregiver." "How wonderful. And clearly she has become much more than that," Vivian said with a knowing look. "You must tell me your secret, dear. How does one go from nanny to girlfriend with someone like Rex Jordan?" The question was asked with a laugh, as if it were all good-natured teasing, but I felt the barb underneath. The implication that I had somehow manipulated my way from employee to romantic partner, that my feelings for Rex were calculated rather than genuine. "There is no secret," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Sometimes people just connect in ways that transcend professional boundaries." "Of course they do," Vivian agreed, but her tone suggested she found the explanation naive. "Well, you are certainly lucky. Rex is quite a catch, successful, handsome, wealthy. Any woman would be thrilled to have captured his attention." The way she said it made me feel like a gold digger who had successfully executed a long-term plan. As if my love for Rex and Brayden was motivated by financial gain, rather than genuine emotion. "I should find Rex," I said, needing to escape before the conversation could become any more uncomfortable. "Of course, dear. It was lovely meeting you," Vivian said with that same bright, sharp smile. I moved through the crowd, searching for Rex's familiar figure while trying to process the subtle hostility I had encountered. These women were not overtly cruel, but their questions and implications had been designed to put me in my place, to remind me that I did not belong in their social circle. I found Rex near the windows, deep in conversation with two men I did not recognize. When he saw me approaching, his face lit up with a smile that temporarily banished my insecurities. Gentlemen, I would like you to meet Shoshana Bailey, the woman who has completely changed my life for the better, he said, drawing me into the conversation with obvious pride. The introductions were polite and professional, but I noticed the same pattern of subtle assessment that had characterized my other interactions tonight. Friendly surface conversation masking deeper curiosity about my background, my motivations, my suitability for someone of Rex's stature. Shoshana, would you mind if I steal Rex away for just a moment? One of the men asked. There is a business matter we need to discuss briefly. Of course not, I replied, though the thought of being left alone again made my anxiety spike. As Rex was drawn back into business discussions, I found myself standing near the elaborate dessert display, trying to look occupied while actually feeling completely out of place. The conversations flowing around me were about stock portfolios, vacation homes in Aspen, children attending exclusive private schools, charity boards, and country club memberships. She is quite pretty, I will give her that, I heard someone say behind me, not realizing I could overhear. But so young. What could she possibly have in common with Rex besides taking care of his child? Some men prefer younger women, especially after being widowed. Less complicated, more manageable. The comments hit like physical blows, reducing me to a stereotype that had nothing to do with who I really was or what Rex and I meant to each other. These people saw me as arm candy, a trophy girlfriend who had leveraged youth and proximity into a relationship with a wealthy man. They had no idea about our late-night conversations about dreams and fears, about the way Rex supported my nursing ambitions, about how naturally we had become a family with Braden. They could not see the genuine love and partnership we had built together. But maybe that was because they only saw what was visible on the surface, a significant age gap, a professional relationship that had turned personal, a young woman who had somehow captured the attention of a successful older man. When Rex finally returned to my side, he must have noticed my subdued mood, because his expression immediately grew concerned. Is everything all right? You look upset. I am fine, I said automatically, then reconsidered. Actually, I think I am ready to go home. This has been wonderful, but it is a lot to take in. Of course. We can leave whenever you want. He studied my face with a kind of attention that made me feel seen and valued. Did someone say something to upset you? Not exactly. It is just clear that I am not what people expected when they heard about your new girlfriend. Rex's jaw tightened. What people think does not matter. What matters is how we feel about each other and the family we are building together. I know that. But it is hard to ignore when everyone is wondering what someone like you sees in someone like me. Someone like you. Rex's voice carried a dangerous edge. You mean someone intelligent, compassionate, dedicated to helping children, beautiful inside and out? Someone who makes my son happier than he has been since his mother died? Someone who has brought laughter and love back into my life? His fierce defense of me made my chest tight with emotion. Rex. No, let me finish. Anyone who cannot see your worth, who would reduce our relationship to age differences or professional circumstances, is not worth our concern. I love you, Shoshana. Not because you are young or beautiful, though you are both. I love you because of who you are, and how you love my family. The conviction in his voice, the absolute certainty of his feelings, helped ease some of the sting from the evening's subtle rejections. This was what mattered, not the opinions of people who did not know us, but the reality of what we had built together. I love you too, I said softly. And I am proud to be here with you tonight, regardless of what anyone else thinks. Good. Because I plan to take you to many more events like this. You are part of my life now, and that means being part of my professional world too. As we said our goodbyes and made our way toward the exit, I felt a renewed sense of determination. Tonight had been difficult, but it had also shown me how much Rex valued and supported me. His colleagues might question my suitability, but he had no doubts about our relationship. And ultimately, his opinion was the only one that mattered. In the car on the way home, Rex reached over and took my hand, intertwining our fingers in a gesture that had become natural and comforting. "Thank you for tonight," he said. "For being gracious with people who probably did not deserve it, for handling difficult conversations with dignity, for standing beside me as my partner. Thank you for defending me, for making it clear that you are proud to have me with you." "Always," he said firmly. "You never have to question that." As we drove through the quiet Beverly Hills streets toward home, I felt the weight of another milestone in our relationship. We had survived our first public appearance as a couple, weathered the scrutiny and subtle criticism of Rex's social circle, and emerged with our bond even stronger. But I also carried with me the reminder of how precarious my position really was. These people already questioned my motives and suitability based on what they could see on the surface. What would they think if they knew about the secret I was keeping? What would Rex think? The guilt that had been building for days felt heavier than ever. Soon I would have to find the courage to tell him the truth about our first meeting. Because if our relationship was going to survive the judgment of his world, it had to be built on complete honesty. And I could only hope that the love we had declared for each other would be strong enough to survive that revelation.
Chapter 14. Rex. May 24 to 25, 2025. Weekend.
I loaded the last of our beach bags into the car as Braden bounced with excitement about our weekend getaway to Malibu. 2 weeks since the gala, and I had never been happier. This beach house rental represented everything I wanted our future to be. The decision to surprise Shoshana and Braden with a weekend at the coast had been spontaneous, born from my desire to create perfect family memories and escape the lingering tension from last night's business party. I had seen how uncomfortable some of the social scrutiny had made her, and I wanted to remind her that what mattered was not the opinions of my colleagues, but the love we were building together. "Daddy, is this the beach where we can learn to surf?" Braden asked for the third time as he buckled himself into his booster seat. "That is exactly the beach where we can learn to surf," I confirmed, adjusting the rearview mirror to see his excited expression. "And where we can build the most elaborate sand castles you have ever seen. Will Miss Bailey like the beach house? I want her to love it as much as we do." The innocent question made my chest warm with affection for both my son and the woman who had become essential to our happiness. "I think she will love it, buddy. And I think she will love spending the weekend with us." When I arrived at Jasmine's apartment to pick up Shoshana, she was waiting outside with a small overnight bag, wearing a sundress that made her look young and radiant in the morning light. The sight of her genuine excitement when she saw our packed car filled me with satisfaction. "You planned a beach weekend?" she asked, sliding into the passenger seat with a smile that lit up her entire face. "I thought we deserved some time away from the city, just the three of us," I said, reaching over to squeeze her hand. "No business calls, no social obligations, just family time." "That sounds absolutely perfect." The drive to Malibu was filled with laughter and anticipation. Braden chattered about his plans for surfing lessons and sand sculpture competitions, while Shoshana asked thoughtful questions about the area and shared stories from her own childhood beach vacations. The easy conversation, the sense of adventure, the way we all seemed to fit together so naturally, made me feel like the luckiest man alive. The beach house I had rented was everything I had hoped for when I booked it. A charming 2-story cottage with weathered cedar shingles, expansive windows facing the ocean, and a wraparound deck that offered unobstructed views of the Pacific. The furnishings were comfortable rather than ostentatious, with the kind of relaxed elegance that invited you to kick off your shoes and stay a while. "Oh my goodness," Shoshana breathed as we stepped onto the deck and saw the ocean stretching endlessly toward the horizon. "This is incredible. Look, Daddy. The waves are perfect for surfing." Braden pressed against the deck railing, studying the moderate swells with 7-year-old expertise. "They do look pretty good," I agreed, though my attention was focused more on Shoshana's expression of wonder than on the surf conditions. We spent the rest of the morning settling into the house and exploring the immediate area. Shoshana moved through the space with natural ease, unpacking our bags and organizing the kitchen like she had been managing family vacations for years. Her domestic competence, the way she anticipated needs and created comfort without being asked, reminded me again how perfectly she fit into our lives. "This kitchen is a dream," she said, examining the professional-grade appliances and ocean-facing windows. "I could make amazing meals in here." "Then that is exactly what we will do," I replied, wrapping my arms around her waist from behind and resting my chin on her shoulder. "No restaurants, no takeout, just home-cooked meals and family time." She leaned back against me, and for a moment we stood together watching Braden race around the deck, his excitement infectious and pure. This was what happiness looked like, I realized. Not the complex negotiations or financial victories that had defined my success for years, but these simple moments of connection and contentment. "Thank you for this," Shoshana said softly. "For including me in your family traditions, for making me feel like I belong here." "You do belong here. With us, wherever we are, you belong." After lunch, we changed into swimwear and headed down to the private beach that came with the rental. The sand was perfect for castle construction, and Braden immediately began planning an elaborate fortress complete with moats and turrets. Shoshana proved to be an enthusiastic architect, suggesting design improvements and helping gather shells for decoration. Watching them work together, heads bent over their sandy creation, I felt that familiar surge of love mixed with amazement. How had I gotten so lucky? How had this remarkable woman walked into our lives and made everything feel complete? "Daddy, come help us with the drawbridge," Braden called, and I abandoned my contemplation to join their construction project. For the next 2 hours, we built what was probably the most sophisticated sand castle in Malibu history. Towers and courtyards, shell-lined pathways and driftwood bridges, all created with the serious attention to detail that only a 7-year-old could inspire. Other beachgoers stopped to admire our work, and several children asked if they could help with the finishing touches. "You three make quite a team," observed an elderly woman walking her small dog along the water's edge. "That little boy is lucky to have such devoted parents." The assumption that Shoshana and I were married, that we were Braden's biological parents, felt natural rather than awkward. We did make quite a team, and the family dynamic between us had become so seamless that strangers automatically saw us as a complete unit. "Thank you," I replied, not bothering to correct her assumption. "We are having a wonderful time." As the afternoon progressed toward evening, I suggested we try those surfing lessons Braden had been anticipating. The local surf shop provided boards appropriate for beginners, and an instructor named Jake who specialized in teaching children. "The key is balance and timing," Jake explained as we waded into the gentle waves. "Mr. Jordan, you and your wife should probably start with the smaller swells while I work with Braden here." Again, the assumption that Shoshana was my wife passed without correction. It felt too right, too natural to dispute. Watching Braden attempt his first waves was both hilarious and heartwarming. He had the fearlessness of youth, combined with just enough caution to listen to instructions, and by the end of the lesson, he had managed to stand on his board for several seconds at a time. "Did you see me surf, Miss Bailey? Did you see how long I stayed up?" he asked breathlessly as we returned to shore. "I saw everything." "You were amazing," she replied, her pride in his accomplishment genuine and fierce. "By tomorrow, you will be ready for the big waves. Can we have s'mores tonight? And tell ghost stories? And sleep with the windows open, so we can hear the ocean?" "All of those things sound perfect," I assured him, charmed by his enthusiasm for every aspect of our beach adventure. That evening, as promised, we built a fire in the beach house's outdoor fire pit and roasted marshmallows while the sun set over the Pacific. Braden regaled us with increasingly elaborate ghost stories involving surfing phantoms and haunted sand castles, while Shoshana and I sat close together on the cushioned bench, her head resting on my shoulder. "This is perfect," she murmured as Braden finally began to yawn despite his protests that he was not tired. "It is," I agreed, though I was thinking less about the setting and more about the woman in my arms and the child who had accepted her so completely into our family unit. After we tucked Braden into bed in the house's smaller bedroom, Shoshana and I returned to the deck with glasses of wine, settling into the comfortable outdoor furniture to enjoy the sound of waves and the spectacular view of stars over the ocean. "Thank you for today," she said, curling up beside me on the cushioned love seat. "For this whole weekend. I have never experienced anything like this." "Like what?" "Family vacation. The planning and anticipation, the shared activities, the way you both include me in everything like I have always been part of your traditions." Her voice carried a note of wonder, mixed with something deeper. "I used to imagine what this would feel like, but the reality is even better than my dreams." The confession touched something profound in my chest. I had grown up taking family vacations for granted, and Michelle and I had continued those traditions with Braden until her illness made travel impossible. But hearing Shoshana's perspective, understanding that these experiences were new and precious to her, made me see our weekend through different eyes. "I want to give you a lifetime of weekends like this," I said, surprising myself with the intensity of my declaration. "Family trips and holiday traditions, birthday celebrations and quiet Sunday mornings. Everything you missed, everything you dreamed about, I want to share all of it with you." She turned to look at me directly, and I saw tears glittering in her eyes. "Do you mean that?" "I have never meant anything more in my life." I set down my wine glass and took her hands in mine, struck by the significance of this moment. "Shoshana, what I feel for you goes beyond love. You have become essential to who I am, to who Braden and I are together. I cannot imagine our future without you in it." "I feel the same way," she whispered. "You and Braden have given me everything I never knew I needed." We sat in comfortable silence for a while, listening to the rhythm of the waves and feeling the warm ocean breeze. The stars were spectacular away from the city lights, and the peaceful isolation of our rented cottage made the rest of the world feel very far away. "Rex," Shoshana said eventually, her voice tentative. "Yes." "When you think about our future, what do you see?" The question opened floodgates of longing I had been afraid to examine too closely. "I see us making this official. Marriage, adoption papers that make you Braden's legal mother, maybe more children if you want them. I see family Christmases and summer vacations, school plays and graduation ceremonies, growing old together surrounded by grandchildren." I paused, struck by how easily the vision came to me, how complete and detailed my hopes had become. "I see myself proposing to you, probably soon, because waiting feels impossible when I am this certain about what I want." I looked at her seriously. "What do you see when you think about our future?" "Everything you just described," she said softly. "A real family, legal and permanent and built on love. Children who grow up knowing they are wanted and cherished. Holiday traditions and bedtime stories and all the normal, wonderful things I never had growing up." She hesitated, and I saw a shadow cross her expression. "But I also worry sometimes that it is too good to be true. That something will happen to destroy what we have built together." "Like what?" "I do not know. Circumstances from the past, things that might change how you feel about me, the possibility that I am not as worthy of this happiness as I want to believe." Her insecurities broke my heart. The idea that she could doubt her worthiness, that she could fear losing what we had together, made me want to spend the rest of my life proving how essential she was to our happiness. "Shoshana, look at me." I waited until she met my eyes directly. "There is nothing about your past that could change how I feel about you. Nothing about your background or your circumstances that could make you less deserving of love and family. You are worthy of every happiness, every dream, every hope you have ever carried." "You say that now, but what if?" "No what ifs," I interrupted firmly. "What we have is real and strong and permanent. Whatever fears you are carrying, whatever doubts are making you question our future, we will face them together." She nodded, though I could see that my reassurances had not completely banished her concerns. There was something specific troubling her, some particular worry that she was not ready to share. But looking into her blue eyes, seeing the love and hope there despite her fears, I felt confident that whatever challenges lay ahead, our commitment to each other would see us through. The next morning dawned clear and perfect, with gentle waves and warm sunshine that promised another ideal beach day. We had breakfast on the deck while seagulls performed aerial acrobatics for our entertainment, and Braden planned an ambitious schedule of activities that included more surfing lessons, tide pool exploration, and an afternoon kite flying session. "This is the best weekend ever," he announced between bites of pancakes that Shoshana had shaped like starfish and sand dollars. "Can we live at the beach forever?" "We would miss our house and your school friends," Shoshana replied practically, though I could see the appeal of the idea in her expression. "Maybe we could get a beach house for weekends and vacations," I suggested. "Somewhere we could come whenever we need to remember what is really important." "Could we really do that?" Braden asked, eyes wide with excitement. "We really could," I confirmed, already mentally reviewing properties I had seen listed in Malibu and other coastal communities. "In fact, that sounds like an excellent investment in our family's happiness." As we packed up our things Sunday afternoon and prepared to return to the city, I felt a deep sense of satisfaction about what we had accomplished over the weekend. Not just the fun activities or the beautiful setting, but the way we had functioned as a complete family unit. The easy partnership between Shoshana and me, the natural affection between her and Braden, the sense that we belonged together wherever we were. "Thank you for the most perfect weekend," Shoshana said as we loaded the car for our drive home. "Thank you for making it perfect just by being here," I replied, kissing her softly while Braden gathered the last of his beach treasures. As we drove back toward Los Angeles, I found myself thinking seriously about engagement rings and proposal planning. The weekend had convinced me beyond any doubt that Shoshana was the woman I wanted to spend my life with, the mother I wanted for Braden, the partner I wanted for all the adventures still to come. 2 weeks felt like more than enough time to be certain about forever when everything felt this right. The only question now was when and how to make it official. But as I listened to Braden and Shoshana planning their next beach adventure in the backseat, I knew that details like timing and logistics were less important than the fundamental truth we had discovered together. We were already a family in every way that mattered. The proposal would just be the formal recognition of what we had known in our hearts since that first perfect evening when a charity gala had somehow led us to each other. Though I still could not quite remember how that connection had formed, I would be grateful for it for the rest of my life.
Chapter 15. Shoshana. May 26, 2025. Memorial Day, Monday.
I stood at Rex's kitchen window watching him flip burgers on the grill, while Braden played in the pool with our neighbor's children. It was Memorial Day, a perfect family barbecue, and I had never felt more like I belonged somewhere. It was also the day I had planned to tell Rex the truth about how we really met. The decision had crystallized during our perfect weekend at the beach. Watching Rex talk about our future with such certainty, hearing him discuss proposal plans and growing old together, had made the weight of my secret unbearable. He deserved to know the truth before he made any permanent commitments, and I deserved to build our relationship on a foundation of complete honesty. But first, I wanted one more perfect day. One final memory of our family happiness, before I risked everything by revealing the deception that had started it all. "Miss Bailey, can you help me with the potato salad?" called Mrs. Henderson from across the kitchen island. She was one of several neighbors who had accepted Rex's invitation to join our Memorial Day celebration, and her presence had transformed our intimate family day into a proper neighborhood gathering. "Of course," I replied, grateful for the distraction from my nervous thoughts. "What would you like me to do?" "Just finish chopping those herbs while I get the dressing mixed. You know, Rex is so lucky to have found someone who enjoys entertaining. Michelle used to love hosting these holiday gatherings." The casual mention of Rex's late wife sent a familiar pang through my chest. I had grown comfortable with Michelle's presence in their family history, But moments like this reminded me that I was stepping into a role that someone else had filled with grace and love. I hope I can live up to her example, I said, focusing on the fresh herbs to avoid meeting Mrs. Henderson's eyes. Oh honey, you are not trying to replace her. You are creating something new and beautiful with Rex and Brayden. Anyone can see how happy you make them both. Her words offered comfort, but they also intensified my guilt about the secret I was keeping. If Mrs. Henderson could see our happiness so clearly, what would she think when she learned that our entire relationship was built on deception? Shoshana, could you bring more ice outside? Rex called through the open patio doors, his voice warm with the contentment that had characterized his mood all weekend. I gathered ice from the freezer and made my way onto the deck, where Rex was managing multiple grills while keeping one eye on the children in the pool. He looked relaxed and confident in his role as host, wearing casual shorts and a polo shirt that emphasized his broad shoulders and made him look younger than his 37 years. How is everything going out here? I asked, setting the ice beside the beverage station. Perfect. The burgers are almost ready, and I think we have enough food to feed half of Beverly Hills. He smiled at me over the grill, his expression soft with affection. Thank you for helping make this day special. I know hosting neighborhood gatherings was not exactly in your job description. This is not work, I said firmly. This is family. And I love being part of your traditions. Something shifted in his expression at my words, a warmth that made my chest tight with emotion. Our traditions, he corrected gently. These are our traditions now. The possessive pronoun sent a thrill through me, even as it intensified my guilt. Our traditions. Our family. Our future. All of it built on the lie I had been living for 2 weeks.
Daddy.
Miss Bailey. Come see how long I can hold my breath underwater. Brayden called from the pool, where he was showing off his swimming skills to the other children. We moved to the pool's edge, and I felt Rex's hand settle on the small of my back in a gesture that had become natural and automatic. To anyone watching, we looked like proud parents supervising their child's aquatic achievements. That was amazing, buddy. Rex called as Brayden surfaced with a triumphant grin. But remember the safety rules about breath-holding games. I know. Always have a grown-up watching, Brayden recited dutifully before diving back under to demonstrate his underwater somersaults. He is such a water baby, observed Sarah Chen, our neighbor whose daughter was Brayden's age. You two are going to have your hands full with summer swimming activities. We are looking forward to it, I replied automatically, then felt a flutter of uncertainty. Would there be a we by summer if Rex reacted badly to learning about our first meeting? Have you thought about swim team? Asked another neighbor. Brayden definitely has the coordination for competitive swimming. That is a great idea, Rex said, his hand moving slightly against my back in a way that felt both protective and inclusive. What do you think, Shoshana? You have better insight into his athletic development than I do. The question, asked so naturally and with such obvious respect for my opinion, made my heart race with both love and terror. He trusted my judgment about his son's future. He included me in major decisions about Brayden's development. How could I tell him that our entire relationship had started with a lie? I think he would love the challenge and the team environment, I managed to say. He responds well to goal setting and friendly competition. As the afternoon progressed, I found myself moving through the gathering with increasing awareness of how completely I had been accepted into Rex's community. Neighbors asked my opinion about local restaurants, included me in conversations about school board elections, and made casual references to future neighborhood events with the assumption that Rex and I would attend together. You two should definitely join the summer book club, suggested Patricia Warner, whose husband worked with Rex on some technology advisory board. We read everything from bestsellers to parenting guides. It would be fun to have a younger perspective. That sounds wonderful, I said, though the casual assumption that I would still be part of their community by summer made my stomach clench with anxiety. And you must come to the 4th of July party at the country club, added Mrs. Henderson. It is a tradition for all the families in the neighborhood. Brayden would love the fireworks display. Rex squeezed my hand gently. We would love to come. Shoshana has never experienced a proper country club celebration. The easy way he made plans for our future, the natural assumption that we would be together for holidays and social events, should have filled me with joy. Instead, it made my secret feel heavier than ever. Miss Bailey, will you help me make s'mores later? Asked Emma Chen, who had become fast friends with Brayden during pool activities. Of course, sweetheart. We will make the best s'mores you have ever tasted. My dad says you are going to be Brayden's new mom, Emma continued with 7-year-old directness. Is that true? The innocent question hung in the air, drawing the attention of nearby adults, who suddenly found our conversation very interesting. I felt heat creep up my neck as multiple pairs of eyes focused on me with obvious curiosity. Emma, that is a grown-up question, her mother said quickly, but the damage was already done. It is all right, Rex said, moving closer to me in a gesture of support. Shoshana and I are very happy together, and we are taking our relationship seriously. Any decisions about our future will include Brayden completely. His diplomatic answer satisfied the adults while leaving room for speculation, but it also made my chest tight with emotion. He was protecting our privacy, while still acknowledging the seriousness of our commitment. The man I loved was handling awkward social situations with grace and consideration, and I was lying to him about the most fundamental aspect of our relationship. As evening approached and our guests began to gather their children and make their goodbyes, I helped Rex clean up the aftermath of our successful party. The easy partnership we had developed over the past 2 weeks was on full display as we worked together to restore order to his backyard. Thank you for today, he said as we loaded the last of the dishes into the dishwasher. For being such a gracious hostess, for handling nosy neighbors with diplomacy, for making this feel like a real family celebration. Thank you for including me. For making me feel like I belong here with all these people who have known you for years. You do belong here. He moved closer, studying my face with a kind of attention that always made me feel seen and valued. Are you all right? You seem a little quiet tonight. This was it. The opening I had been waiting for all day. Brayden was upstairs taking his bath, the guests were gone, and we had privacy to discuss anything I needed to share. All I had to do was find the courage to tell him about the gala, about recognizing him during the interview, about the secret I had been carrying for 14 days. Rex, there is something I need to tell you. Something important about how we met. His expression grew serious, and I saw a flicker of concern in his green eyes. What is it? Before I could answer, Brayden's voice carried down from upstairs.
Daddy.
Miss Bailey. Can you come help me find my favorite pajamas? I cannot remember where we put them after the beach trip. The interruption broke the moment, and I saw Rex glance toward the stairs with obvious paternal obligation. Hold that thought, he said, touching my cheek gently. Whatever you need to tell me, it can wait until after we get him settled for the night. Of course, I agreed, though my heart was pounding with a mixture of relief and frustration. Family comes first. As we headed upstairs to help Brayden with his bedtime routine, I told myself that waiting a few more hours would not matter. I would tell Rex everything tonight, after Brayden was asleep, and we had uninterrupted time to talk through the implications of my revelation. But as we helped search for dinosaur pajamas and negotiated the terms of bedtime story selection, I felt the familiar warmth of our family dynamic wrapping around me like a protective blanket. This was what I stood to lose if Rex reacted badly to learning about our first meeting. Not just the romance, but this sense of belonging, this feeling of being essential to their daily happiness. Will you read the story about the brave knight tonight? Brayden asked as we finally located his preferred sleepwear. The one where he saves the whole kingdom? I would love to, I said, settling beside him on his bed while Rex took the chair near the window. As I read about courage in the face of impossible odds, I could not help but see the parallel to my own situation. Tonight, I would have to find the bravery to risk everything, for the sake of honesty. The question was whether our love would be strong enough to survive the truth about how it had really begun. But looking at Rex's contented expression as he listened to the bedtime story, seeing Braden's sleepy trust as he snuggled against my shoulder, I felt a fierce determination to protect what we had built together. Whatever happened when I told Rex the truth, I would make sure he understood that every feeling, every moment of connection, every declaration of love had been completely authentic. The circumstances of our meeting might have been complicated, but the reality of our relationship was undeniably real. And that reality was worth fighting for, no matter what the cost might be.
Chapter 16. Rex. May 27, 2025. Tuesday.
I walked through the jewelry district in Beverly Hills, mentally calculating which ring would best represent the life I wanted to build with Shoshana. 3 weeks since our first meeting, and I was ready to make our family official. The decision to propose had crystallized during yesterday's Memorial Day barbecue. Watching Shoshana move through our neighborhood gathering with such natural grace, seeing how completely she had been accepted by friends who had known Michelle and me for years, had convinced me that waiting was pointless when everything felt this right. She belonged in my life permanently, and I wanted the world to know it. "Good morning, Mr. Jordan," greeted Marcus at Hartwell & Sons, the exclusive jeweler who had created Michelle's engagement ring 8 years ago. "What brings you in today?" "I need an engagement ring," I said, surprising myself with how easily the words came. Something classic but not traditional, elegant but not ostentatious. For someone who values substance over flash. Marcus smiled with the satisfaction of a craftsman who understood his client's vision. "I have some beautiful pieces that might interest you. What is the lady's style preference?" I thought about Shoshana's simple elegance, the way she looked most beautiful in natural light wearing minimal makeup and her reading glasses. Understated sophistication. She is a biology graduate who wants to be a pediatric nurse, so nothing too elaborate for practical purposes. Someone who uses her hands for meaningful work. We want something that complements her active lifestyle. Marcus began pulling velvet trays from the display cases. These are all ethically sourced stones in settings designed for durability and daily wear. As I examined the selection, I found myself thinking about timing. Father's Day was coming up in 3 weeks, which would make the proposal meaningful for Braden, as well as romantic for Shoshana. The idea of making our commitment official on a day celebrating family felt perfect. "This one," I said, drawn to a platinum setting with a classic round diamond flanked by smaller stones. "It is beautiful, but practical, significant but not overwhelming." "Excellent choice. The center stone is 2 carats, and the side stones add another ½ carat of brilliance. The platinum will wear beautifully for decades." Marcus held the ring up to catch the light. "When are you planning the proposal?" "Father's Day. I want my son to be part of the moment." "How romantic. Nothing makes a proposal more meaningful than including the children." Marcus began preparing the paperwork. "This ring will need to be sized, but we can have it ready within the week." After completing the purchase, I drove to the office with a sense of profound satisfaction. The Montgomery acquisition had secured my company's financial future, and now I was taking steps to secure my personal future as well. By Father's Day, Shoshana would be wearing my ring, and Braden would have the mother figure he had been craving. Everything was falling into place, exactly as it should. My assistant greeted me with her usual efficiency, handing me a stack of messages and my morning coffee. "Your 10 o'clock appointment canceled, so you have an unexpected free hour. Also, your son's school called about pickup arrangements for today." "What about pickup?" I asked, settling behind my desk and opening my laptop. "Apparently, there is an early dismissal for teacher planning. Students are released at 1:30 instead of 3:15. Miss Bailey has been notified, but they wanted to confirm with you as well." The mention of Shoshana sent warmth through me, as it had every day for the past 2 weeks. In a few hours, I would go home to find her helping Braden with homework, preparing our dinner, filling our house with the warmth and laughter that had been missing since Michelle died. And soon, I would go home to my fiancée. The morning passed quickly with client calls and project reviews. The Montgomery deal had opened doors to European markets we had never been able to access before, and I found myself fielding inquiries from potential partners across multiple time zones. At noon, I decided to surprise Shoshana and Braden by coming home early to share the news about the engagement ring. The image of her face when I told her about my purchase, the way her eyes would light up with joy and anticipation, made concentrating on spreadsheets impossible. I arrived home to find classical music playing softly throughout the house, the kitchen filled with the scent of something delicious baking in the oven. Shoshana was at the island, surrounded by what appeared to be art supplies, and focused intently on a project I could not identify from the doorway. "This is a lovely surprise," I said, announcing my presence so I would not startle her. She looked up with a smile that transformed her entire face, her reading glasses slightly askew, and a smudge of paint on her cheek that made her look adorable and approachable. "You are home early. Is everything all right?" "Everything is perfect." I finished my morning meetings ahead of schedule and decided to surprise my two favorite people. I moved closer to see what she was working on. "What is this project?" "Braden mentioned wanting to paint something special for your office, so I picked up supplies while he was at school. I thought we could work on it together when he gets home." The thoughtfulness of the gesture, the way she anticipated needs and created opportunities for father-son bonding, reminded me again why I was so eager to make our relationship permanent. "You are incredible," I said, leaning down to kiss her softly. "Have I mentioned lately how much I love you?" "Only every day," she replied with a laugh that stopped me cold. That laugh, clear and musical, with a particular cadence that triggered a memory just beyond my conscious reach. I had heard that exact sound before, but not in this kitchen. Somewhere else, in different lighting, during a conversation that had felt significant and meaningful. "Rex, is everything all right?" Shoshana's voice carried a note of concern that suggested my expression had changed dramatically. "Your laugh," I said, studying her face with new intensity. "There is something about the way you laugh that feels familiar, like an echo of something important I am trying to remember." Something flickered in her expression, so quickly I almost missed it. Nervousness? Recognition? But when she spoke, her voice was steady. "I have been told I have a distinctive laugh. Maybe it reminds you of someone from your past." "Maybe," I agreed, though the feeling was more specific than general recognition. This was not about resembling someone from my past. This was about a particular moment, a specific conversation that my memory insisted had happened, but my conscious mind could not access. I continued to study her face, noting the way she had tucked her hair behind her ear while concentrating on her painting. The gesture was graceful and unconscious, exactly the kind of detail that would stick in memory even when larger context faded. "Shoshana," I said slowly, "what did you say you were doing the weekend before you interviewed for the nanny position?" "I was working various jobs through the event staffing agency," she replied carefully. "Flexible income while I waited for nursing school responses." "What kind of events?" "Corporate functions, private parties, charity galas. Whatever needed extra staff for the evening." Charity galas. The phrase sent a jolt of recognition through me, followed immediately by frustration that I could not capture the specific memory that was dancing just out of reach. "Have you ever worked the Children's Hospital benefit? The annual spring fundraiser?" I watched her face carefully as I asked the question, looking for any sign of recognition or discomfort. She paused in her painting, her brush hovering over the canvas, and I saw something shift in her expression. "I may have worked that event," she said after a moment. "The agency sends us to so many fundraisers that they blur together sometimes." The careful way she answered, the slight hesitation before responding, made my instincts prickle with suspicion. There was something she was not telling me, some detail about her background that she was keeping deliberately vague. The gala was 3 weeks ago, at the Beverly Hills Grand Hotel. Beautiful ballroom, silent auction, elegant crowd. I kept my voice casual, but I was watching her reactions closely. You would remember working that specific event. You are right. I did work that fundraiser, she admitted, still not meeting my eyes directly. It was a lovely event for a wonderful cause. And you do not remember seeing me there? The question hung in the air between us, loaded with implications I was only beginning to understand. If she had worked the gala where I spent the evening thinking about the mystery woman on the balcony, if she had been serving drinks and helping guests while I was having that magical conversation with someone whose name was Shoshana. There were hundreds of people at that event, she said carefully. I was focused on doing my job efficiently. Her evasiveness was becoming more obvious, and I felt pieces of a puzzle clicking into place in my mind. The familiar laugh, the way she moved, the graceful gesture of tucking hair behind her ear, the meaningful conversation about helping children, about grief and loss and moving forward, about pediatric nursing dreams, and making scary situations manageable. What time did you work that night? I asked, my heart beginning to race as connections formed. The usual event hours. Set up in the afternoon, service during the cocktail hour and dinner, cleanup afterward. And did you take any breaks during the evening? Step outside for fresh air perhaps. This time her pause was longer, and I saw color creep up her neck. When she finally looked at me directly, there was something in her blue eyes that looked very much like guilt. Rex, The front door opened with Braden's characteristic enthusiasm, followed by the sound of his backpack hitting the floor, and his voice calling out for both of us. Daddy. Miss Bailey. I am home early. Can we start the painting project now? The interruption broke our intense moment, and I saw relief flash across Shoshana's face as she set down her brush and moved toward the hallway to greet Braden. Perfect timing, she called back. I have everything ready for us. But as she passed me, I caught her wrist gently, stopping her for one more moment. This conversation is not over, I said quietly. There are things you need to tell me, are there not? Yes, she whispered, her honesty finally surfacing. There are things you deserve to know. But not with Braden here. Tonight, after he goes to bed, I will tell you everything. I released her wrist and watched her hurry toward the front door, my mind spinning with implications and half-formed memories. The woman I loved, the woman I had just bought an engagement ring for, had been keeping something significant from me about the night we first met. The question was whether that something would change everything between us, or simply add another layer to a love story that was already more complicated than I had realized. As Braden's excited chatter filled the kitchen, and Shoshana helped him set up his painting supplies, I found myself studying her with new eyes. Looking for the woman from the balcony, in the features I had come to know so well. And wondering whether I was about to discover that the greatest mystery of my recent life had been hiding in plain sight all along.
Chapter 17. Rex. May 28, 2025. Wednesday.
I arrived at my office early, determined to finally review the charity gala photos before the board meeting. The melody from last night still echoed in my head as I logged into the company server to access the full photo gallery. Last night's conversation with Shoshana had been interrupted by Braden's bedtime routine, but her promise to tell me everything tonight weighed heavily on my mind. Her evasive answers about the gala, the way she had avoided my direct questions, suggested secrets that I was no longer willing to ignore. The high-resolution photos loaded slowly on my computer screen, each image bringing back memories of that evening 3 weeks ago. The elegant ballroom, the successful auction, the networking conversations that had felt like obligations rather than opportunities. And somewhere in that crowd of designers' gowns and expensive suits, a woman named Shoshana had been working as event staff while I fell in love with someone whose face I could barely remember. I methodically reviewed venue shots and guest photos, looking for anything that might trigger the recognition that had been building for days. The auction highlights, the speaker presentations, the cocktail hour mingling that had felt endless and meaningless. Then I reached the staff documentation section. My cursor hovered over a group photo labeled, Event Team, Children's Hospital Benefit 2025. The thumbnail was too small to make out individual faces, but something about the image made my pulse quicken with anticipation. I clicked to enlarge the photo, and the world shifted on its axis. There, third from the left in the back row, wearing the elegant black evening gown I remembered so vividly, was Shoshana. Her hair was styled in the elaborate updo, her makeup professionally applied, but it was unmistakably the woman I had been living with, loving, planning to propose to for the past 2 weeks. The woman from the balcony. The mystery woman who had captured my heart in 30 minutes of honest conversation. The person I had been searching for, without realizing she was already found. She had been there all along. I stared at the screen, my mind reeling, as pieces clicked into place with devastating clarity. The familiar laugh that had triggered recognition yesterday. The way she moved, the graceful gestures, the tilt of her head when she concentrated. The deep understanding of loss and healing, the dreams of helping children feel brave in scary situations. Every moment of déjà vu, every flash of recognition, every instinct that insisted I knew her from somewhere significant, it had all been true. Shoshana was the woman from the gala. The woman I had kissed under the stars, who had disappeared before I could get her contact information, who had haunted my thoughts until she walked into my house as Braden's potential nanny. She had known. From the moment she saw me during the interview, she had known exactly who I was and what we had shared. While I struggled with vague recognition and nagging familiarity, she had been living with the complete truth of our connection. For 2 weeks, she had let me fall in love with her all over again, without telling me that I had already fallen in love with her once before. The betrayal hit like a physical blow. Not just the deception, but the calculated nature of it. She had applied for the nanny position, knowing exactly who I was. She had sat in my living room, answering questions about her qualifications and background, while keeping the most fundamental truth about our relationship hidden. Had any of it been real? The growing affection, the declaration of love, the way she had fit so perfectly into our family dynamic, had it all been performance based on knowledge she possessed about what I wanted to hear? My phone buzzed with a text message, jarring me back to the present moment. Shoshana, checking in about dinner plans and asking if I needed anything from the grocery store while she was out with Braden. The casual domesticity of the message, the assumption of normalcy when our entire relationship had been built on lies, made my anger surge white-hot. I forwarded the incriminating photo to my phone, then closed the computer and grabbed my keys. The board meeting could wait. The Montgomery acquisition paperwork could wait. Everything could wait until I confronted the woman who had been deceiving me since the day we met. The drive home felt surreal, my mind cycling between fury and disbelief. How had I not recognized her? How had the transformation been so complete that I could spend 2 weeks falling in love with someone I had already met? But even as I cataloged my own blindness, I understood how the deception had been possible. The dramatic styling difference between gala elegance and natural beauty. The context shift from sophisticated event guest to job-seeking nanny. The simple addition of reading glasses that changed the shape of her face entirely. She had known that the transformation would be enough to fool me, and she had been right. I found them in the backyard when I arrived home, Braden practicing basketball shots while Shoshana offered encouragement and technique suggestions. The domestic scene that should have filled me with warmth now felt like theater, a performance designed to reinforce the illusion of our perfect family. "Daddy," Braden called when he saw me. "You are home early again. Miss Bailey is teaching me a new way to hold the ball for free throws." "That is wonderful, buddy," I managed, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "Shoshana, could I speak with you inside for a moment?" Something in my tone must have alerted her to danger, because I saw wariness flash across her face. "Of course." Braden, Keep practicing that form we worked on. We will be right back." I led her into my home office and closed the door, needing the privacy and the psychological advantage of my own territory for what was about to be a very difficult conversation. "Rex, what is wrong? You look upset," she said, her concern appearing genuine despite everything I now knew. Instead of answering, I pulled out my phone and showed her the photo. Watched the color drain from her face as she recognized the image that had shattered my trust. "When were you planning to tell me?" I asked, my voice deadly quiet. She stared at the phone screen, her hands trembling slightly as the magnitude of the moment hit her. "Rex, I can explain." "Explain what?" "That you have been lying to me since the moment you walked into this house. That you applied for this job, knowing exactly who I was and what had happened between us." "It was not like that. I did not plan any of this." "Really?" "Because from where I stand, it looks like you orchestrated the entire thing. You met me at the gala, disappeared before I could get your information, then conveniently applied to be my son's nanny 2 days later. I was working that night. I was event staff doing my job, not some woman trying to seduce wealthy men." Her voice rose with defensive anger. "And I applied for the nanny position because I needed work, not because I was stalking you." "But you knew who I was when you came for the interview." "Yes," she admitted, the fight going out of her voice. "I recognized you immediately. And you said nothing. For 2 weeks, you let me struggle with recognition while you knew the complete truth. I wanted to tell you. I tried to tell you multiple times, but the timing was never right. And then we started falling in love. And I was terrified that the truth would destroy what we were building." Her explanation only fueled my anger. "So you decided to build our relationship on lies instead." "Not lies. Everything between us has been real. My feelings for you, my love for Braden, the way we have become a family, none of that was pretense." "How can I believe that when you have been deceiving me about the most fundamental aspect of our relationship?" I moved closer, my voice tight with controlled fury. "I have been going crazy for 2 weeks, feeling like I knew you from somewhere, struggling with recognition that I could not place. Do you have any idea what that was like? I know it was wrong. I know I should have told you from the beginning, but..." "But what?" "You thought it would be easier to let me fall in love with you twice. You thought I was too stupid to eventually figure it out. No. I thought you would think I had manipulated the entire situation. I was afraid you would believe I had applied for the job as some kind of scheme to get close to you. Maybe you did." The accusation hit her like a slap, and I saw tears spring to her eyes. "You know that is not true. You know me, Rex. You know my character, my heart, my intentions." "I thought I did. But apparently, the woman I have been falling in love with does not actually exist. She is just a performance based on information you gathered during our first meeting. That is not fair, and you know it." Her voice broke with emotion. "Every conversation we have had, every moment of connection, every declaration of love has been authentic. The only thing I kept hidden was how we met. The only thing. Shoshana, that is everything. The foundation of our entire relationship is built on deception." We stared at each other across my office, the distance between us feeling like miles instead of feet. 3 weeks ago, she had been a stranger who captivated me with her honesty and vulnerability. 2 weeks ago, she had been the perfect nanny who seemed to understand my family's needs intuitively. Yesterday, she had been the woman I was planning to propose to. Today, she was someone I was not sure I knew at all. "What happens now?" she asked quietly. "I do not know," I said honestly. "I need time to think, time to process what this means for us and for Braden." "Are you asking me to leave?" The question hung in the air between us, loaded with implications that neither of us was ready to face. Losing Shoshana would devastate Braden, who had grown to love her as a mother figure. But how could I continue a relationship built on such fundamental dishonesty? "I think that might be best," I said finally. "At least temporarily, until I can figure out how to move forward." I saw her face crumple with pain, but she nodded with dignity. "I understand. I will pack my things and be gone before Braden gets home from school tomorrow." "How am I supposed to explain to him why you are leaving?" "Tell him the truth. That grown-ups sometimes make mistakes that hurt the people they love, and sometimes the consequences of those mistakes cannot be undone." She moved toward the door, then turned back one final time. "Rex, I know you are angry, and you have every right to be. But please remember that what we built together was real. My love for you and Braden, the family we became, the happiness we found, that was not a lie." After she left, I sank into my desk chair and stared at the photo on my phone screen. The woman I had fallen in love with twice, who had made me believe in second chances and new beginnings, who had brought light back into my life when I thought permanent darkness was my fate. The woman who had been lying to me since the day we met. I thought about the engagement ring sitting in my desk drawer, the Father's Day proposal I had been planning, the future I had been so eager to make official. All of it felt tainted now by the knowledge that our entire foundation was false. But even in my anger and betrayal, I could not shake the memory of how right everything had felt between us. The way she had loved Braden, the way she had brought warmth back into our house, the way she had made me whole again. Had all of that been real, despite the deception that started it? Or had I fallen in love with an illusion twice, never seeing the calculating woman underneath the beautiful performance? As the afternoon faded into evening, and I dreaded the conversation I would have to have with my son about why the woman he considered his mother was leaving us, I wondered if I would ever know the truth about what Shoshana Bailey had really felt for our family, and whether it would matter if I did.
Chapter 18. Shoshana. May 28, 2025. Evening.
I could tell something was wrong the moment Rex walked through the door. His usual warm greeting was replaced by a cold nod, and his eyes avoided mine completely. My stomach dropped as I realized my time had finally run out. The kitchen felt different tonight, charged with a tension that made the air thick and difficult to breathe. Rex moved through the space with mechanical precision, greeting Braden with forced normalcy while shooting me glances that felt like ice chips against my skin.
"Daddy,
"Look what Miss Bailey and I made for dinner," Braden called from the kitchen island, where we had been arranging the chicken and vegetables I had prepared. "She taught me how to make the carrots look like flowers." "That is very nice, buddy," Rex replied, his voice hollow in a way that made my chest tight with dread. He ruffled Braden's hair with genuine affection, but when his eyes met mine over our son's head, I saw something that made my heart crack. He knew. Somehow, he had figured out the truth about our first meeting, and the love I had seen in his expression just this morning had been replaced by something cold and disappointed that cut me deeper than anger would have. "Miss Bailey, can we work on my art project after dinner?" Braden chattered on, oblivious to the adult tension crackling around him. "I want to add more butterflies to the family tree." "We will see, sweetheart," I managed, my voice surprisingly steady despite the way my hands shook as I set his plate in front of him. "Your daddy and I might need to talk after you eat." Rex's jaw clenched at my words, and I saw confirmation in his expression. This was it. The confrontation I had been dreading for 16 days was finally here, and I was about to lose everything that mattered to me. Dinner was a nightmare of forced conversation and careful avoidance. Braden filled the silence with stories about his school day while Rex and I ate mechanically, both of us going through the motions of family dinner time while our relationship crumbled beneath the surface. Every few minutes, I caught Rex staring at me with an expression I could not quite read. Hurt, certainly. Betrayal, definitely. But underneath those obvious emotions was something that looked like confusion, as if he was trying to reconcile the woman he had fallen in love with against whatever he thought he had discovered about me. "Can I watch television while you and Miss Bailey talk?" Braden asked as I cleared his empty plate, his 7-year-old instincts picking up on the strange atmosphere, even if he could not identify its source. That sounds like a good idea, Rex said, his voice carefully controlled. Why do not you pick out a movie to watch in the living room? Okay. Miss Bailey, will you come watch with me after you talk to Daddy? The hopeful question nearly broke me. We will see, baby. Go pick something good. After Brayden disappeared into the living room, Rex and I cleaned up the dinner dishes in silence that felt heavier with each passing minute. I could feel him building up to whatever he needed to say, gathering his thoughts and his anger into something sharp enough to cut through everything we had built together. Shoshana, he said finally, his voice deadly quiet. I think we need to have a conversation in my office. The formal tone, the way he used my full name instead of the gentle nicknames that had developed over the past weeks, told me everything I needed to know about how this discussion would go. Of course, I replied, following him down the hallway with legs that felt unsteady beneath me. Rex's office had always felt like his sanctuary, the place where he conducted the business that defined so much of his identity. Tonight it felt like a courtroom, with him settling behind his massive desk while I took the chair across from him like a defendant awaiting judgment. He reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a printed photograph, placing it on the polished wood between us with the careful precision of someone presenting evidence. My heart stopped. It was the group photo from the charity gala, the one the event coordinator had taken of all the staff at the end of the evening. There I was, clearly visible in the borrowed designer dress, elaborate updo, and flawless makeup that had transformed me into someone unrecognizable. Standing with the other servers and coordinators, smiling at the camera with the exhausted satisfaction of a job well done. You knew who I was from the moment you walked into this house, Rex said, his voice calm in a way that was somehow more devastating than anger would have been. I stared at the photograph, all my carefully constructed explanations dissolving into nothing. There was no denying the evidence, no way to explain away the clear proof that I had been working at the gala where we first met.
Yes, I said quietly.
I knew. 2 weeks, Shoshana. 2 weeks of lies while I fell in love with you. His composure cracked slightly, allowing a glimpse of the pain underneath his controlled facade. Was any of it real? The feelings, the connection, the family we were building together? The questions hit like physical blows. Everything was real. My feelings for you, my love for Brayden, everything we shared together. The only thing I kept hidden was how we met. How we met. Rex's voice rose slightly, the first crack in his professional demeanor. You mean how you were working as event staff, while I was a guest at a charity gala? How you recognized me, and decided not to mention it, when you applied to be my son's nanny? I was doing my job that night, I said, trying to keep my own voice steady. I was not trying to trick you, or manipulate anything. I was event staff helping with a charity auction, not some kind of setup. But you knew exactly who I was when you interviewed for this position. You sat in this office and pretended we were strangers while planning God knows what kind of long-term strategy. The accusation stung because it was so far from the truth, yet I could understand how it might look from his perspective. A young woman, recognizing a wealthy potential employer and seeing an opportunity. It was not like that, I insisted. When I applied for the nanny position, I had no idea it was for you. The agency just said it was a single father with a 7-year-old son. When I realized who you were during the interview, I was as shocked as you would have been. Then why did you not tell me? Why did you let me hire you under false pretenses? The question I had been dreading, the one I had no good answer for. Because I needed the job. Because I was afraid you would think exactly what you are thinking now, that I was some kind of opportunist trying to take advantage of the situation. And instead, you thought lying to me for weeks was the better option? I thought the connection we had that night was real, and I thought the feelings we were developing here were real too. I thought maybe it did not matter how we met, if what we were building together was genuine. Rex shook his head, his expression closing off even further. How can I trust anything you have told me, if you could keep something this significant hidden? What else have you not told me? What else do you think I am too shallow to handle? The question triggered something defensive in me, a flash of anger that cut through my desperation and guilt. You want to know what I have not told you? That I was embarrassed about working events because men like you look right through people like me. That I was terrified you would see me as just the help and dismiss everything we shared that night as meaningless. So you decided to deceive me instead. I decided to see if what we had was strong enough to matter more than the circumstances of how we met. My voice was rising now, matching his energy. I decided to see if you could fall in love with who I really am, not just some fantasy from a charity gala. But that is exactly the problem, is it not? Rex stood up abruptly, pacing behind his desk like a caged animal. I do not know who you really are. The woman from the gala was sophisticated and elegant, someone who belonged in that world. The woman I hired was a struggling graduate student who needed flexible work. Which one is real, Shoshana? Which one was I supposed to fall in love with? The question revealed a fundamental misunderstanding that cut deeper than any accusation of deception. They are both real. I am the same person who worked that gala because I needed money, who applied for this job because I needed steady income, who fell in love with you and Brayden because you made me feel like I belonged somewhere. How convenient that where you belonged happened to be a Beverly Hills mansion with a billionaire employer. The sarcasm in his voice was like a slap across the face. After everything we had shared, all the moments of genuine connection and growing love, he was reducing me to some kind of gold-digging cliché. You know what? I stood up too, my own anger finally overriding my guilt and desperation. You are right. I should have told you the truth from the beginning. But not because I was trying to deceive you. Because I should have trusted that the man I was falling in love with would see past the surface to who I really am. And who are you really, Shoshana? Because right now I feel like I do not know anything about you that I can trust. The words hit like a final blow, destroying the last hope I had been clinging to, that we could work through this misunderstanding together. If Rex could not see past the circumstances of our meeting to the person I had shown him every day for 2 weeks, then maybe we had never had a real foundation at all. I am someone who worked 3 jobs to pay for college, who spent a year caring for my recovering addict mother, who took event staff work because it was flexible enough to let me apply to nursing programs, I said, my voice steady despite the tears threatening to spill over. I am someone who fell in love with a little boy who needed stability, and a father who needed to remember how to be happy. I am someone who would have done anything to protect this family, including keeping a secret that I was afraid would destroy it. Well, congratulations, Rex said coldly. Your secret destroyed it anyway. The finality in his voice told me that this conversation was over, that no amount of explanation or pleading would change his mind. He had decided that my deception was unforgivable, and nothing I said would convince him otherwise. I think you should leave, he continued, settling back into his chair with the defeated posture of a man who had lost something precious and blamed himself for ever believing in it. The words hit me like a physical blow, but I forced myself to stand straighter, to meet his gaze with whatever dignity I had left. Fine, I said quietly. But when you are done feeling sorry for yourself, remember that I was working honestly, while you were too important to notice the staff. I was doing my job that night, Rex. Just like I was doing my job every day since, except somewhere along the way, it stopped being just a job and became the family I had always dreamed of. I walked toward the door, then paused at the threshold, needing to say one more thing even though I knew it would not change anything. I never lied about loving you. That was the only truth that mattered to me. Then I left him sitting alone in his office, surrounded by all the evidence of his success, while I went to find Brayden and figure out how to say goodbye to the little boy who had become everything to me. In the living room, I found him curled up on the couch watching an animated movie about talking animals, unaware that his world was about to change again. The trust and contentment on his face as he looked up at me made my heart break all over again. Miss Bailey, come watch with me. The fox is really funny. I settled beside him on the couch, pulling him close and memorizing the feeling of his small body curled against mine. Tomorrow, he would wake up to find that another caregiver had disappeared from his life, and there was nothing I could do to spare him that pain. "Brayden," I said softly, "I need to tell you something important." "What?" He looked up at me with those green eyes so much like his father's, full of innocence and trust that I was about to shatter. Sometimes grown-ups have disagreements that are too big to fix. Your daddy and I had one of those disagreements tonight. Are you going away like the other nannies? The question was asked in a small voice that told me he already knew the answer. Yes, sweetheart. I am going away. But I do not want you to go. His voice cracked and I saw tears gathering in his eyes. I love you, Miss Bailey. You are supposed to be my new mom. The words destroyed me completely. I pulled him closer, breathing in the scent of his shampoo and trying to memorize every detail of this moment. I love you too, Brayden. More than you will ever know. And even though I have to go away, that love will never change. You will always be special to me. Did I do something wrong? Is that why you are leaving?
No, baby.
You did absolutely nothing wrong. You are perfect, and any grown-up would be lucky to take care of you. This is about grown-up problems that have nothing to do with you. We sat together in silence for a few more minutes, both of us crying quietly while animated characters played out their happy ending on the television screen. Eventually, I heard Rex's footsteps in the hallway, and I knew our time was up. I have to go pack my things now, I whispered, kissing the top of Brayden's head. But I want you to remember something, okay? You are the most wonderful little boy I have ever known, and whoever takes care of you next will be very lucky to have you. Will I ever see you again? The hopeful question nearly broke me all over again. I do not know, sweetheart. But I will never forget you, and I hope you will not forget me. I stood up from the couch and headed toward the kitchen to gather the few personal belongings I had left here over the past weeks. Rex was nowhere to be seen, probably hiding in his office to avoid another confrontation. As I packed my nursing textbooks and the spare clothes I kept here, I found myself looking around the kitchen where I had been so happy. The butterfly pancakes, the family dinners, the easy conversations while we cleaned up together. All of it was ending because I had been too afraid to trust him with the truth. I left my house key on the kitchen counter beside a note that simply said, "Thank you for the opportunity to care for Brayden. He is an amazing little boy, and you are lucky to have him." Then I walked out of the house that had felt like home for 2 weeks, leaving behind the family I had always dreamed of, and the man I would probably love for the rest of my life. As I drove away, I could see Brayden's face in the front window, watching me go with the same confused sadness I had seen too many times when other caregivers had left him behind. The only difference was that this time, I was leaving a piece of my heart behind too.
Chapter 19. Rex. May 29, 2025. Thursday.
I sat in my kitchen at 5 in the morning, staring at my untouched coffee and the empty chair where Shoshana used to sit. The house felt hollow without her laughter, and Brayden's confused questions about where she went echoed in my mind like an accusation. 24 hours since I had asked her to leave, and I was already questioning every decision that had led to that moment. The righteous anger that had carried me through our confrontation had faded overnight, leaving behind only the devastating silence of a house that no longer felt like home. I rubbed my eyes, trying to focus on the day ahead. Brayden's last day of private school before summer break, and I had completely forgotten about the end-of-year celebration until Mrs. Chen reminded me last night. Another failure to add to my growing list of parental shortcomings. Daddy. Brayden's voice came from the kitchen doorway, small and uncertain, in a way that made my chest tight with guilt. Where's Miss Bailey? The question I had been dreading since he woke up yesterday, to find her gone. I had managed to deflect his concerns with vague explanations about grown-up disagreements, but my 7-year-old was too perceptive to accept half-truths for long. Miss Bailey had to go back to her own home, buddy, I said, pulling him onto my lap, even though he was getting too big for such gestures. Sometimes adults have disagreements that are too complicated to fix. But she said she loved us. People who love you do not just leave. His green eyes, so much like my own, searched my face for answers I did not know how to give. The simple logic of childhood cut deeper than any business negotiation ever had. People who loved you did not just leave. Except Michelle had left, taken by cancer despite all our love and desperate fighting. And now Shoshana had left too, though the circumstances were entirely different and entirely my fault. Love is complicated, Braden. Sometimes people love each other, but cannot figure out how to stay together. Did you tell her to go away? The direct question hit like a physical blow. My son's ability to see through adult euphemisms to the truth underneath was both impressive and devastating. Yes, I admitted, because he deserved honesty even when it painted me as the villain. I was angry about something, and I asked her to leave. Are you still angry? Was I? The fury that had consumed me yesterday felt distant now, replaced by something that looked uncomfortably like regret. Shoshana had kept the truth about our first meeting from me, but in the cold light of morning, I was beginning to understand why. I do not know, I said honestly. I think I was more hurt than angry. Can you tell her you are sorry? When I hurt someone's feelings, you always say I should apologize. Out of the mouths of babes. My 7-year-old had identified the solution that my pride refused to acknowledge. I had hurt Shoshana's feelings by accusing her of deception and manipulation, when her only crime was being afraid that I would judge her for working service jobs. Which, if I was being honest with myself, was exactly what I had done. It might be too late for apologies, buddy. It is never too late to say sorry if you mean it, Braden said with the confidence of someone who had never encountered adult complications like wounded pride and damaged trust. I held him closer, breathing in the scent of his shampoo, and trying to figure out how to navigate the day ahead without the woman who had made our morning routine feel effortless. We need to get you ready for school, I said, setting him on his feet. Today is your last day, and there is a special celebration, remember? Will you come to the party? Miss Bailey was supposed to help me with my memory book project. Another reminder of how thoroughly Shoshana had integrated herself into our lives. She had been planning to attend his end-of-school celebration, to help him complete the memory book that documented his year. Now I would have to figure out both obligations alone. Of course I will come. We will work on your memory book together. But as I helped Braden get ready for school, every task felt twice as difficult without Shoshana's natural competence. She had made parenting look effortless, anticipating needs and solving problems before they became crises. Without her steady presence, I felt like I was fumbling through routines that should have been automatic. The drive to school was quiet, Braden lost in his own thoughts while I wrestled with mine. When we arrived, several other parents asked about Shoshana, clearly expecting to see her at the final celebration. Each inquiry forced me to give vague explanations about scheduling conflicts, hating the way the lies tasted in my mouth. Mr. Jordan, Braden's teacher, approached as I signed him in for the day. I wanted to thank Miss Bailey for all her help with Braden's project work this year. Will she be joining us for the celebration this afternoon? Unfortunately, she will not be able to make it, I said, the words feeling like stones in my throat. Oh, that is too bad. Braden talks about her constantly. She seems like a wonderful influence in his life. The casual observation hit harder than intended. Shoshana had been a wonderful influence, bringing stability and warmth to both of our lives. And I had thrown that away because my ego could not handle the revelation that our relationship had begun with her recognizing me while I failed to remember her. I spent the morning at the office, trying to focus on the European expansion planning that should have excited me. The Montgomery acquisition was moving forward smoothly, putting my company on track for the billion-dollar valuation we had been chasing. It should have felt like victory. Instead, all I could think about was the way Shoshana had looked at my business plans with genuine interest, asking thoughtful questions about market strategies and growth projections. She had been curious about my work, not because she wanted something from me, but because she cared about the things that mattered to me. "Rex, you look terrible," Jake observed, settling into the chair across from my desk with his usual lack of tact. "Please tell me the nanny situation has not derailed your focus on the London meetings." "Shoshana is no longer working for us," I said curtly, not wanting to discuss the details of my personal failures with someone who had never understood the value of what I had found. Probably for the best. Workplace relationships rarely end well, especially with that kind of power dynamic. His casual dismissal of what Shoshana and I had shared made my jaw clench. It was not a workplace relationship. It was two people falling in love who happened to meet through unconventional circumstances. Same thing, different packaging. At least now you can focus on business without distractions. But I did not want to focus on business. For the first time in years, work felt like an obligation rather than a passion. All I wanted was to go home to laughter and butterfly pancakes and the woman who had made our house feel alive again. At noon, I left the office to attend Braden's school celebration, dreading the questions about Shoshana's absence and my own inadequacy at handling the social aspects of single parenthood. The school had transformed the gymnasium into a showcase of student work from the year, with elaborate displays and refreshments that spoke to the investment these families made in their children's education. I found Braden's class area, where he was showing off his science project to anyone who would listen. The butterfly life cycle display we had worked on together looked impressive, though I could see where Shoshana's artistic touch had improved the presentation. "Daddy, come see my memory book." Braden grabbed my hand, pulling me toward a table covered with photo albums and scrapbooks. His memory book was a collection of pictures and mementos from the school year, but flipping through the pages, I was struck by how many of the recent entries featured Shoshana. Photos from our park outing, drawings of our family dinners, an essay about the most important person in my life that made my throat tight with emotion. "Miss Bailey helped me write about why she is special," Braden explained, pointing to the carefully printed words. "I said she makes Daddy smile again, and she teaches me cool things and she gives the best hugs." Reading his innocent observations about Shoshana's impact on our family was like looking at our relationship through clear eyes for the first time. She had not infiltrated our lives through manipulation or calculation. She had simply been herself, caring and genuine and devoted to making us happy. "This is beautiful, buddy," I managed, my voice rough with emotion. "Can we show it to Miss Bailey when she comes back?" "Braden, I need you to understand something important. Miss Bailey might not be coming back." His face crumpled with the kind of devastation that only children could express so openly. "But why? Did I do something wrong?" "No, son. You did nothing wrong. This is about grown-up mistakes that have nothing to do with you." "Your mistake?" The question was asked without accusation, just the honest curiosity of a child trying to understand adult behavior. But it hit me with the force of revelation. "Yes," I admitted. "My mistake." For the next hour, I watched other families celebrate their children's accomplishments while wrestling with the growing certainty that I had destroyed the best thing that had ever happened to us. Shoshana's absence felt like a missing limb, leaving both Braden and me incomplete in ways that had nothing to do with childcare arrangements. Other parents asked about her with the casual interest of people who had accepted her as part of our family unit. Their questions forced me to confront how thoroughly she had integrated into our lives, how naturally she had fit into the community of families that surrounded Braden's education. "Where's your lovely girlfriend today?" asked Patricia Morrison, another single parent whose daughter was in Braden's class. "I was hoping to get that pancake recipe she mentioned." "She is not available today," I said, hating the formal distance in my own voice. "I hope everything is all right. You two seemed so happy together at the spring concert. Braden adores her." The observation stung because it was true. We had been happy together, deliriously so. And Braden did adore her, with the uncomplicated love that children gave to people who made them feel safe and valued. As the celebration wound down, I helped Braden pack up his projects and say goodbye to his classmates. Summer break stretched ahead of us, 3 months that should have been filled with adventures and lazy mornings, and the kind of family time I had been promising myself for years. Instead, it looked like an endless series of childcare arrangements and the growing awareness that I had chosen pride over love. "Daddy, can we drive by Miss Bailey's house to see if she wants to come home with us?" Braden asked, as we loaded his school materials into the car. "I do not think that is a good idea, buddy. But what if she is sad too? What if she misses us like we miss her?" The possibility that Shoshana was experiencing her own regret and heartbreak had not occurred to me. I had been so focused on my own sense of betrayal that I had not considered how our confrontation must have felt from her perspective. She had been trying to protect something precious by keeping the secret of our first meeting, and I had responded by accusing her of manipulation and throwing her out of our lives. "Maybe she is sad," I admitted. "But sometimes being sad is not enough to fix things that are broken." "You could try," Braden said with the simple faith of someone who had never encountered problems that love could not solve. As we drove home through the familiar neighborhoods that had become part of our routine with Shoshana, I found myself remembering fragments of our time together. The way she had laughed at Braden's jokes. The natural grace with which she had handled every crisis. The genuine excitement in her voice when she talked about pediatric nursing. The way she had looked at me like I was worth loving, despite the age difference and the complications of our situation. By the time we reached home, I was beginning to understand the magnitude of my mistake. I had not just lost an employee or even a romantic partner. I had lost the woman who had made our family whole again, who had brought laughter back into our house and hope back into our hearts. And I had lost her because I was too proud to admit that her fear of my judgment had been completely justified. "Daddy, look." Braden had found something on the kitchen counter that I had missed in my distraction this morning. Miss Bailey left her glasses. He held up the reading glasses that Shoshana wore when she was concentrating, the ones that made her look scholarly and beautiful and completely herself. She must have forgotten them in her haste to pack and leave, another small piece of evidence that her departure had been as painful for her as it was for us. "Can we return them to her? She cannot read without them." I took the glasses from his small hands, running my fingers over the familiar frames. How many times had I watched her push them up her nose while helping with homework, or adjust them while reading nursing textbooks at our kitchen table. "I do not know where she is staying, buddy. We could call the nanny agency. They would know." The suggestion was logical, practical, and completely terrifying. What would I say to her? That I was sorry for accusing her of deception. That I understood now why she had been afraid to tell me the truth. That I missed her more than I had thought possible. That I loved her enough to swallow my pride and beg her to come home. "Maybe," I said, slipping the glasses into my pocket. "Let me think about it." But as I tucked Braden into bed that night, listening to his sleepy questions about when Shoshana might come back, I realized that thinking was not going to solve this problem. Action was. Tomorrow, I would find her. Tomorrow, I would apologize for being exactly the kind of man she had been afraid I would be. Tomorrow, I would ask her to forgive me for choosing pride over love. If it was not already too late. "Daddy." Braden's voice was soft with approaching sleep. "Do you think Miss Bailey knows that we love her?" "I hope so, buddy. I really hope so." But as I turned off his bedroom light and headed to my own empty room, I wondered if love would be enough to repair the damage I had done. Some mistakes were too big for simple apologies. I could hope that ours was not one of them.
Chapter 20. Shoshana. May 30th, 2025. Friday.
I sat in Jasmine's cramped living room with my suitcase at my feet, staring at my phone and willing Rex to call. It had been 2 days since he asked me to leave, and the silence felt like death. Today was Braden's last day of school, and I should be there celebrating with him. The black screen of my phone mocked me with its emptiness. No missed calls, no text messages, no sign that the man I loved was having second thoughts about throwing me out of his life. I had been checking it every few minutes since Thursday morning, hoping against hope that he would realize his mistake and ask me to come home. But Rex Jordan was nothing if not decisive. When he made up his mind about something, he followed through with the kind of determination that had built his billion-dollar company. And he had decided that I was a liar who could not be trusted. "You need to eat something," Jasmine said, settling onto the couch beside me with a plate of toast and scrambled eggs. "Staring at your phone and willing it to ring is not going to change anything." "I know." I accepted the plate, even though food was the last thing I wanted. "I keep thinking about Braden. Today is his last day of private school, and there is an end-of-year celebration. I was supposed to help him with his memory book project. Maybe Rex will figure out how to handle it without you." The words stung even though Jasmine had not meant them to hurt. Rex would figure it out, because he was a capable, intelligent man who had been managing his life long before I came along. The painful truth was that neither he nor Braden actually needed me. I had just convinced myself they did, because I wanted so desperately to belong somewhere. "You could go to the school," Jasmine suggested gently. "You might not work for them anymore, but that does not mean you cannot say goodbye to Braden properly." The idea had occurred to me, but I had dismissed it as too painful and potentially awkward. What if Rex was there? What if he thought I was trying to manipulate the situation by using his son's emotions against him? "I do not want to make things more difficult for anyone," I said, picking at the eggs without really tasting them. "Honey, you are not making things difficult. You are trying to care about a little boy who has become important to you. There is nothing wrong with wanting to say goodbye." I considered her words while staring out the apartment window at the busy Los Angeles street below. Somewhere in this sprawling city, Braden was getting ready for his last day of school, probably confused about why Miss Bailey had disappeared without explanation. The thought of him wondering if he had done something wrong made my chest tight with pain. What would I even say to him? I asked. The truth. That you care about him, that leaving was not his fault, and that you will always remember how special he is. The simple honesty of her suggestion appealed to me. Braden deserved better than the vague explanations Rex had probably given him about grown-up disagreements. He deserved to know that my feelings for him had been real, even if everything else had fallen apart. "I could wait outside the school at dismissal time," I said, the plan forming as I spoke. "Just to see him one last time and make sure he knows that none of this was his fault." "That sounds perfect. And if Rex has a problem with it, that is his issue to deal with." I spent the morning gathering the few belongings I had left at Rex's house, trying to distract myself from the growing anticipation and dread of seeing Braden again. My nursing textbooks, the spare clothes I had kept in the guest room, the small personal items that had made me feel at home in their beautiful house. Everything fit into one bag, which seemed like a pathetic representation of 2 weeks that had changed my entire life. At 2:30, I drove to Braden's school, parking across the street where I could see the dismissal area but stay out of the way. My heart pounded as I watched other parents and caregivers gather for pickup, all of them part of a community I had briefly belonged to. I spotted Rex's car in the pickup line, which meant he had left work early to handle the school celebration himself. The sight of his familiar Mercedes made my throat tight with longing and regret. 2 days ago, I would have been in that passenger seat, excited about celebrating Braden's accomplishments and planning our weekend together. Now I was lurking across the street like a stranger, hoping for one last glimpse of the little boy who had stolen my heart. The school doors opened at 3:15, and children began streaming out with their end-of-year projects and memory books. I watched each small face, searching for the dark hair and green eyes that had become so precious to me. There he was. Braden emerged from the building carrying a large poster board and a thick scrapbook, his backpack slung over one shoulder. Even from across the street, I could see the subdued energy that replaced his usual bouncing excitement. He looked smaller somehow, less confident than the happy child I had known just 3 days ago. He spotted his father's car and walked toward it with none of the enthusiasm he used to show when I picked him up. My heart broke watching him climb into the passenger seat, his shoulders slumped with the weight of another loss he did not understand. I waited until Rex's car pulled away from the school, then made my decision. I knew their route home, knew the path we had taken together dozens of times. If I hurried, I could intercept them at the park where we had spent so many happy hours together. The drive to the neighborhood park took 10 minutes, and I arrived just as Rex's Mercedes was pulling into the parking area. I watched from my car as he and Brayden got out, moving toward the playground with the careful deliberation of people trying to fill time and avoid difficult conversations. This was my chance. I could approach them in the neutral territory of the park, say goodbye to Brayden properly, and then disappear from their lives forever. I took a deep breath and walked across the grass toward the swings where Brayden was sitting alone while Rex stood nearby checking his phone. The same swings where we had laughed together just weeks ago, where Rex had pushed me higher and higher while the chemistry between us built to an unbearable tension. "Brayden?" I called softly when I was close enough for him to hear. His head snapped up, and for a moment his face lit up with pure joy. "Miss Bailey. You came back." He launched himself off the swing and ran toward me with the uncomplicated happiness that only children could express. I knelt down and caught him in a fierce hug, breathing in the familiar scent of his shampoo and memorizing the feeling of his small arms around my neck. "I missed you so much," he whispered against my shoulder. "Daddy said you had to go away, but I hoped you would change your mind." "I missed you too, sweetheart. More than you know." I looked up to see Rex approaching us, his expression unreadable but his posture tense. He had every right to be angry about my presence here, every right to accuse me of manipulating the situation for my own emotional needs. "Hello, Rex," I said, standing up but keeping one hand on Brayden's shoulder. "Shoshana." His voice was carefully neutral, but I caught the flicker of pain in his green eyes before he looked away. "What are you doing here?" I wanted to say goodbye to Brayden properly. I know I should have asked permission, but I was afraid you would say no. You were right. I would have said no. The blunt honesty hurt, but I forced myself to stay focused on what mattered. I understand. But I need him to know that my leaving was not his fault, and that my feelings for him were real. Rex's jaw tightened, but he did not order me to leave. Maybe he could see how much Brayden needed this closure, or maybe he was curious about what I would say. I knelt back down to Brayden's eye level, taking his small hands in mine. "I need to tell you something important, okay?" "Are you coming home with us?" he asked hopefully. "No, sweetheart. I am not coming home with you. Your daddy and I had a disagreement that we cannot fix, and that means I cannot be your nanny anymore." His face crumpled with disappointment and confusion. "But I do not want you to go away forever." "I know, and I do not want to go away either. But sometimes grown-ups make mistakes that are too big to fix, and we have to accept the consequences even when they make us sad." "What kind of mistake?" I glanced up at Rex, who was listening to our conversation with an expression I could not read. "I kept a secret from your daddy about something important, and that made him not trust me anymore. When people do not trust each other, it is very hard to be a family. Could you tell him you are sorry? That always works when I make mistakes." The innocent suggestion made my chest tight with emotion. Sometimes sorry is not enough, especially when grown-ups are involved. "But I want you to know something very important." I reached into my purse and pulled out my reading glasses, the ones I had left behind in my haste to pack. "I brought these for you to keep." "Your glasses? But you need them to read." "I have other ones at home. These are special because I wore them every day when I was taking care of you. Every time you look at them, I want you to remember that I loved being your nanny, and I loved you very much." Brayden took the glasses with the reverence children reserved for truly precious gifts. Will I ever see you again? The question I had been dreading, the one I had no good answer for. I do not know, sweetheart. But even if we do not see each other again, I will never forget you. You are the most wonderful little boy I have ever known, and whoever takes care of you next will be very lucky. I wish you could stay forever, he said, his voice thick with tears. I wish I could too. But sometimes wishes do not come true the way we want them to. I hugged him one more time, trying to memorize every detail of this moment. The way his hair felt soft against my cheek, the way his small body fit perfectly in my arms, the unconditional love that radiated from him, despite all the disappointments adults had brought into his life. Be good for your daddy, okay? And remember that you did nothing wrong. None of this is your fault. I will remember, he promised. I stood up and faced Rex, who had been watching our goodbye with an expression that looked like physical pain. Thank you for letting me say goodbye properly. Shoshana. He said my name like a question, like he wanted to say more but could not find the words. I left my house key on your kitchen counter, along with a note. I know you probably do not want to hear this, but working for you and caring for Brayden has been the best job of my life. You are raising an amazing little boy. Miss Bailey, wait. Brayden called as I started to walk away. What if Daddy changes his mind? What if he wants you to come back? I looked back at them, standing together in the playground where we had been so happy, father and son united in their confusion and loss. Rex's face was a mask of careful control, but I could see the war between pride and longing playing out in his expression. If your daddy changes his mind, he knows how to find me, I said gently. But do not spend your time hoping for that, okay? Sometimes people cannot find their way back to each other, even when they want to. I walked to my car without looking back, tears streaming down my face as I left behind the family I had always dreamed of having. In my rearview mirror, I could see Brayden holding my glasses like a lifeline, while Rex stood beside him with his hands clenched at his sides. The drive back to Jasmine's apartment passed in a blur of traffic and tears. I had done what I came to do, given Brayden the closure he needed, and the reassurance that he was not to blame for adult failures. But the cost of that goodbye felt almost unbearable. How did it go? Jasmine asked when I stumbled through her door, my face blotchy from crying. Awful and perfect at the same time, I managed. I think Brayden understands now that none of this was his fault. But saying goodbye to him felt like ripping out a piece of my heart. And Rex? How did he react to seeing you? I collapsed onto her couch, emotionally exhausted from the confrontation. He looked like he was in pain, but he did not try to stop me from talking to Brayden. Maybe he realized that his son needed closure, even if he did not want me there. Do you think there is any chance he might change his mind? The question I had been asking myself since Wednesday night. I do not know. Part of me hopes he will realize that keeping a secret about how we met does not negate everything real that we built together. But another part of me thinks his pride will never let him admit he was wrong. Pride is a powerful thing, but so is love. If what you two had was as real as it seemed, maybe time will help him see past his hurt feelings. I wanted to believe her, wanted to hold on to the hope that love could overcome wounded pride and damaged trust. But sitting in Jasmine's apartment with my entire life packed into one bag, it was hard to imagine a scenario where Rex would swallow his pride enough to ask me to come home. Maybe, I said, not believing it but needing to say it anyway. Maybe time will change things. But as evening settled over Los Angeles, bringing the end of what should have been a celebration day for our little family, I found myself accepting the painful truth. Some mistakes were too big to forgive, some trust too damaged to repair. I had gambled everything on the hope that love would be stronger than fear, and I had lost. Now all I could do was figure out how to build a new life from the ashes of the old one, carrying the memory of 2 weeks of perfect happiness and the knowledge that sometimes fairy tales ended with the prince walking away. The glasses Brayden now carried would remind him that he had been loved unconditionally, even if for a short time. And maybe, if I was very lucky, someday that would be enough. For both of us.
Chapter 21. Rex. June 2, 2025. Monday.
I stared at the third nanny agency resignation letter in my email inbox before 9 in the morning. Braden's first official day of summer break, and I was on my fourth childcare disaster since Shoshana left 5 days ago. The weekend nanny had quit after one day, citing impossible expectations in her formal resignation. The emergency babysitter had called in sick this morning, leaving me scrambling to find coverage while juggling urgent conference calls from Tokyo. I was beginning to understand how much I had taken Shoshana's natural competence for granted. "Daddy, where is the new nanny?" Braden asked from the kitchen doorway, still in his pajamas with his hair sticking up in every direction. The subdued energy that had replaced his usual morning enthusiasm made my chest tight with guilt. "She had to go help her family, buddy," I said, pulling him onto my lap even though my laptop was open and demanding attention. "We need to find someone else." "Like Miss Bailey?" The innocent question hit like a physical blow. "Different from Miss Bailey. Someone new." "But I do not want someone new. I want Miss Bailey to come back." I closed my laptop and focused on my son's face, seeing the confusion and hurt that he was trying so hard to hide. In 5 days, he had watched 3 different caregivers come and go, each departure reinforcing his growing belief that people who were supposed to care for him would eventually leave. "I know you miss her, Braden." "I miss her too." "Then why did you make her go away?" The blunt question forced me to confront the decision I had been second-guessing for days. I was angry about something she did not tell me, and I made a choice when I was hurt and not thinking clearly. "Are you still angry?" Was I? The fury that had consumed me last Wednesday felt distant now, replaced by something that looked like regret and self-awareness. Shoshana had kept the truth about our first meeting from me, but watching her say goodbye to Braden on Friday had shown me the genuine love and care that had motivated every day of her service to our family. "No, buddy. I am not angry anymore. I think I was more scared than angry." "Scared of what?" "Out of the mouths of babes." My 7-year-old had identified the emotion I had been too proud to acknowledge. Scared that she did not really care about us the way we cared about her. But she did care. She gave me her glasses to remember her. People do not give away important things unless they really love you. The simple wisdom of childhood cut through weeks of complicated adult emotions and wounded pride. Shoshana had given Braden her reading glasses, the ones she needed for work and study, because she wanted him to have something to remember her by. That was not the action of someone who had been manipulating our family for personal gain. "You are right," I admitted. "She did really love us. Can you call her and tell her you are sorry? When I do something wrong, saying sorry usually fixes it." I looked at my son's hopeful face and felt the weight of my own stubborn pride. "It might be too late for sorry, Braden. Sometimes grown-ups wait too long to fix their mistakes." "It is never too late if you really mean it," he said with the confidence of someone who had never encountered problems that love could not solve. My phone rang with an urgent call from my business partner, dragging me back to the reality of running a company while managing a domestic crisis. As I answered questions about the European expansion timeline, I watched Braden retreat to his room with the dejected posture of a child who had lost another person he cared about. "Rex, you sound distracted again," Jake observed. "Please tell me the nanny situation is not affecting your focus on the London meetings." "The nanny situation is a nightmare," I said bluntly. 3 different caregivers in 5 days, and Braden is starting to think that everyone who takes care of him will eventually leave. "Why did not you just hire back the one who left?" "Workplace relationships rarely work out anyway, but at least she was competent." His casual dismissal of what Shoshana and I had shared made my jaw clench. "It is not that simple." "Sure it is. Swallow your pride, offer her a raise, and move on. You have bigger things to worry about than hurt feelings." But it was not about hurt feelings anymore. It was about the growing certainty that I had destroyed something precious, because I was too proud to admit that my initial reaction had been wrong. After I hung up, I found Braden in his room, listlessly building with blocks while wearing Shoshana's glasses. The sight of him trying to see through her prescription lenses, determined to keep her close even if it meant everything was blurry, broke something inside my chest. "How are the glasses working for you?" I asked, settling on the floor beside him. "Everything looks fuzzy, but they smell like Miss Bailey," he said matter-of-factly. "I like having something that belongs to her." "What are you building?" "A house for families who stay together forever," he said, adding another block to his elaborate structure. Miss Bailey said sometimes people cannot find their way back to each other, but I think that is only true if they do not try hard enough. The innocent observation hit with devastating accuracy. I had not tried hard enough. I had let wounded pride and fear of being deceived override everything real and beautiful that we had built together. "Braden, what if I told you I made a mistake about Miss Bailey? What if I said sorry to her and asked her to come back?" His face lit up with the kind of pure joy that only children could express. "Really? You would do that?" "I do not know if she would forgive me, buddy. I was not very nice to her when she left." "She would forgive you. Miss Bailey has the biggest heart of anyone I know. She told me that love means giving people second chances when they mess up." The hope in his voice was both inspiring and terrifying. If I reached out to Shoshana and she rejected my apology, I would be disappointing not just myself, but the little boy who was counting on me to fix what I had broken. But the alternative was accepting that I had thrown away the best thing that had ever happened to our family, because I was too proud to admit I was wrong. I spent the rest of the morning making calls to find emergency childcare while wrestling with the growing certainty that I needed to swallow my pride and find Shoshana. By noon, I had secured a babysitter for the afternoon and made my decision. "Braden, how would you feel about taking a drive to find Miss Bailey?" "Right now. Today. Right now, today. I think it is time for me to apologize for being stupid and ask her to come home." He launched himself into my arms with such enthusiasm that we both toppled over onto his bedroom carpet. "I knew you would figure it out, Daddy. Miss Bailey said you were the smartest man she ever met." The drive to find Shoshana felt like the most important journey of my life. I had her last known address from the nanny agency files, though I was not sure she would still be there. 5 days was enough time for someone to disappear if they wanted to avoid being found. What if she moved away? Braden asked from the back seat, echoing my own fears. "Then we keep looking until we find her," I said with more confidence than I felt. "What if she does not want to see us? Then we respect her decision and try to show her that we have learned from our mistakes." But as we drove through the busy Los Angeles streets toward the apartment complex where Shoshana had been staying, I found myself hoping desperately that we would not have to face either of those scenarios. I wanted the chance to tell her that I understood why she had been afraid to tell me the truth. I wanted to explain that my reaction had been about fear and pride, not about anything she had actually done wrong. Most of all, I wanted the chance to ask her to come home and help us be a family again. The apartment complex was modest but well-maintained, a far cry from the luxury of our Beverly Hills neighborhood. I found myself wondering what it had been like for Shoshana to commute between these two different worlds every day, moving between her simple reality and our elaborate lifestyle. "That is her friend's car," Braden said, pointing to a familiar sedan in the parking lot. "I remember it from when Miss Bailey had us say hi to Jasmine." My heart pounded as we climbed the stairs to the second-floor apartment. This was it. The moment when I would find out whether love was stronger than wounded pride, whether second chances were possible when the stakes were this high. I knocked on the door, holding Braden's hand and trying to prepare myself for whatever reaction awaited us. The door opened, and I found myself face to face with Jasmine, Shoshana's friend who had been at the gala where everything began. Her expression shifted from surprise to wariness when she recognized us. "Rex," she said neutrally, "what are you doing here?" "I came to see Shoshana." to apologize and ask her to come home. Jasmine studied my face, looking for signs of sincerity or manipulation. She is not here. Where is she? Brayden asked, peering around me hopefully. We brought her glasses back, and Daddy wants to say sorry. Something in Jasmine's expression softened at his innocent request. She's not here right now. She had a job interview this morning for a pediatric internship at a children's hospital in San Francisco. Jasmine hesitated. She's seriously considering it if they offer her the position. The words hit like a physical blow. Shoshana was pursuing the dreams we had talked about during our happiest moments, and she might leave Los Angeles to do it. She was ready to move on with her life, while I had been wrestling with pride and regret. Is she coming back? Brayden asked, his voice small and disappointed. I do not know, sweetheart. She said there was nothing left for her here. The accusation in Jasmine's voice was subtle, but unmistakable. I had made Shoshana feel like she had nothing left in Los Angeles, no reason to stay and fight for what we had built together. I made a terrible mistake, I said quietly. I let my pride get in the way of what was best for my family. If there is any way to reach her, any chance that she might listen to an apology. Jasmine considered this for a long moment, weighing my sincerity against whatever loyalty she owed to her friend. She really loved you both, you know. Leaving broke her heart. It broke our hearts too, Brayden said, his eyes bright with unshed tears. We miss her so much. Give me your phone number, Jasmine said finally. I cannot promise anything, but I will tell her you came looking for her. What she does with that information is up to her. I gave her my contact information while battling the growing certainty that I was too late. Shoshana had found a new opportunity, a fresh start away from the painful memories of our failed relationship. Why would she give up her pediatric nursing dreams to return to a man who had thrown her out of his life? As we drove home in disappointed silence, I tried to figure out how to explain to Brayden that sometimes love was not enough to fix the damage that pride and fear could cause. But looking at him in the rearview mirror, wearing Shoshana's glasses and clutching the hope that we could still be a family, I realized that giving up was not an option. Maybe we could, buddy, I said, the plan forming in my mind as I spoke. Maybe if we can convince Miss Bailey that we are sorry and that we love her, she might choose to stay in Los Angeles instead. Even if they offer her the job. Even if they offer her the job. We just have to show her that we can be the family she always wanted, right here at home. The commitment felt right as soon as I said it. If Shoshana was about to receive an offer in San Francisco, then maybe it was time for me to prove that Rex Jordan was capable of putting family before pride, love before fear, and second chances before wounded feelings. The question was whether I was brave enough to risk everything on the possibility that she might still love us enough to give us another chance. Whether I was willing to fight for her before she made a decision that would take her away forever. Looking at Brayden's hopeful face in the mirror, I realized I had to be. We had maybe 2 days before she heard about the job, maybe a week before she would leave if she took it. Time enough to prove that sometimes love could conquer pride. For both of us.
Chapter 22. Shoshana. June 3, 2025. Tuesday.
I sat in the financial aid office at UCLA's nursing program, watching my dreams slip away, as the counselor explained that without the tuition deposit paid by tomorrow, my admission would be forfeited to the waiting list. Miss Bailey, I understand this is difficult, the woman said, her voice gentle but firm. But without proof of steady income, we cannot extend additional aid. The deadline for the tuition deposit is tomorrow at 5 o'clock. I stared at the paperwork spread across her desk, numbers that might as well have been written in a foreign language. $8,000 for the deposit. Another $12,000 for the first semester. Money I didn't have and no way to get it. What happens if I can't make the payment? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Your spot goes to the next person on the waiting list. You would need to reapply for next year's program. She leaned forward, her expression sympathetic. Miss Bailey, you had excellent recommendations when you applied. What happened to your employment situation? Heat crept up my neck. How could I explain that I had fallen in love with my employer, hidden a secret that destroyed everything, and lost not just a job, but the family I had started to consider my own? There was a misunderstanding with my previous position. It ended unexpectedly. I see. Well, if your circumstances change in the next 24 hours, please let us know immediately. I gathered the paperwork with shaking hands, knowing my circumstances weren't going to change. I had maybe $300 in my checking account, and no prospects for employment that would pay enough to matter. Walking across campus, I passed groups of nursing students discussing their upcoming classes, their excitement about starting clinical rotations. 2 weeks ago, I had been one of them, planning my schedule around Braden's summer activities and dreaming about the pediatric oncology program I would enter after graduation. Now I was homeless, jobless, and about to lose my chance at the career I had worked toward my entire adult life. My phone buzzed with a text from Jasmine. How did it go? I stared at the message, trying to figure out how to explain that everything was falling apart. Instead, I typed back, still figuring things out. Home soon. The word home felt like a lie. Jasmine's couch wasn't home. Rex's house had felt like home, with Braden's laughter echoing through the halls and morning coffee shared in comfortable silence. But that life belonged to someone else now, someone who hadn't built her relationship on deception. I drove aimlessly through Los Angeles, past the park where Rex and I had first kissed, past Braden's school where other children were being picked up by nannies and parents who hadn't destroyed their families with secrets. The city felt different now, full of memories that hurt too much to revisit. By the time I made it back to Jasmine's apartment, she was waiting with takeout Chinese food and the kind of determined expression that usually meant she was about to give me advice I didn't want to hear. So, she asked before I had even closed the door. So I have until tomorrow at 5 o'clock to come up with $8,000, or I lose my spot in nursing school. Shoot. Jasmine set down her chopsticks. Can you apply for private loans? Not without a job. And not without references from my previous employer, which I obviously can't get. I slumped onto the couch beside her. It's over, Jas. The nursing program, pediatric oncology, helping kids like I always dreamed. All of it. You're giving up too easily. I'm being realistic. I made my choices and this is the consequence. No, you made one mistake. You fell in love and were afraid to tell the truth. That doesn't mean you deserve to lose everything you've worked for. I picked at the lo mein, my appetite gone. It doesn't matter what I deserve. It matters what I can afford, and I can't afford anything. What about Rex? He knows how important nursing school is to you. Maybe if you explain the situation. I will not go begging to Rex. He made his choice clear when he threw me out of his house. The words came out sharper than I intended. Besides, asking him for money would just prove what he probably already thinks, that I was using him from the beginning. You weren't using him. How do you know? Maybe I was lying to myself about my motives. Maybe I convinced myself I loved them because the job was so good, because they made me feel like I belonged to something bigger than my own struggle. Jasmine moved closer, her voice firm. Stop it. I watched you with them, remember? I saw how you lit up when you talked about Braden's progress in school, how you worried about Rex working too much. That wasn't about money or security. That was love. Love based on a lie. Love based on fear. There's a difference. She reached for my hands. You were afraid that if Rex knew the truth about how you met, he would think less of you. So you waited for the right moment to tell him, and it never came. And now he thinks I'm some kind of con artist who seduced him for job security. Is that what you think he thinks, or is that what you're afraid he thinks? The question hit deeper than I expected. I thought about Rex's expression when he had discovered the truth, the shock and hurt in his eyes. But had it been betrayal or wounded pride? Had he been angry because he thought I was using him, or because he felt foolish for not recognizing me? I don't know, I admitted. Everything happened so fast. He was so angry, and I was so embarrassed and defensive. We never actually talked about what it meant. Then maybe you should. It's too late. He's probably already hired a new nanny. Brayden is probably starting to forget about me. The thought made my chest tight with grief. Besides, what would I say? Sorry I lied to you, but could you loan me money for nursing school? You could start with the truth about why you didn't tell him. You could explain that you were afraid, that you thought he would think less of you if he knew you had been working as event staff. I stood up and moved to the window, looking out at the street where normal people were living normal lives without the complications I seemed to create everywhere I went. Maybe this is the universe telling me I'm not meant for this path, I said. Maybe I'm supposed to find a different way to help people. Or maybe this is the universe testing whether you're brave enough to fight for what you want. Before I could respond, my phone rang with an unknown number. My heart jumped, hoping for a split second that it might be Rex, but the area code was Northern California. Hello. I answered cautiously. Miss Bailey? This is Dr. Sarah Chen, from San Francisco Children's Hospital. I hope you don't mind me calling directly. I sat down heavily, my legs suddenly unsteady. I don't mind. How can I help you? Actually, I was calling to see if you might be interested in a position. We received your application for our pediatric nursing internship program, and I have to say, your references were exceptional. My references? I tried to remember who I had listed on the application I had submitted months ago, back when I still worked for Rex. Rex Jordan provided a particularly glowing recommendation. He spoke very highly of your dedication to childcare and your natural aptitude for pediatric medicine. The way he described your work with his son was quite impressive. My heart stopped. Rex had given me a recommendation? When? We hadn't spoken since the day he had thrown me out of his house. When did you speak with Mr. Jordan? I managed to ask. Just yesterday, actually. He called our office specifically to recommend you for any positions we might have available. He said you were one of the most dedicated caregivers he had ever encountered. The room seemed to spin around me. Rex had called a children's hospital to recommend me for a job. Even after everything that had happened between us, even though he was angry and hurt, he had taken time to help my career. The position is a paid internship in our pediatric unit, Dr. Chen continued. Housing is provided, and there's potential for permanent placement after completion. Are you interested? I looked at Jasmine, who was watching me with growing excitement. This was everything I had ever wanted professionally. A chance to work with children, to pursue my dream of pediatric nursing, to start over somewhere fresh without the painful memories of everything I had lost. The position would start next week, Dr. Chen added. I know it's short notice, but we've had an unexpected opening, and your qualifications are exactly what we're looking for. Can I have some time to think about it? Of course. Would Thursday afternoon work for a final decision? That would give us time to process paperwork if you're interested. After I hung up, I sat in stunned silence while Jasmine waited for me to process what had just happened. So, she prompted. San Francisco Children's Hospital wants to offer me a paid internship in their pediatric unit. Housing included. It's everything I ever dreamed of professionally. That's incredible. When do they need an answer? Thursday afternoon. I looked down at my phone, still trying to understand what had just happened. Rex recommended me for the position. He called them yesterday to tell them about my work with Brayden. Even after your fight? Even after everything. I thought about what that meant, what it said about the man I had fallen in love with. Even when he was angry and hurt, he had still believed in my dreams enough to help me pursue them. He's still helping me, even though he never wants to see me again. Maybe that tells you something about how he really feels. I stared at the job offer email on my phone, then at the paperwork from UCLA spread across Jasmine's coffee table. In 48 hours, I would find out whether love really could overcome pride and fear, or whether some mistakes were too big for second chances. But first, I had to decide whether to run toward a new life in San Francisco, or stay and hope that the man who had just opened a door for my future might be willing to open his heart one more time.
Chapter 23. Rex. June 4, 2025. Wednesday.
I sat across from my business partner at our favorite restaurant, barely listening to congratulations about the billion-dollar valuation milestone. All I could think about was how I had wanted to share this moment with Shoshana, and how empty success felt without family to celebrate with. "Rex, are you even listening?" Jake's voice cut through my distracted thoughts. "We just officially hit 10 figures. This is what we've been working toward for 8 years." "I heard you." I lifted my glass of champagne without enthusiasm. "Congratulations to us." "You sound thrilled." Jake leaned back in his chair, studying my face. "Most entrepreneurs would be doing cartwheels right about now. Instead, you look like someone died." Someone had died, in a way. The version of myself that had believed professional achievement was enough to fill the empty spaces in my life. The man who had convinced himself that success could substitute for the warmth of coming home to laughter and the comfort of shared morning coffee. "I'm processing it," I said, which wasn't entirely a lie. My phone buzzed with a text from the latest nanny candidate. "Mr. Jordan, I'm sorry, but I don't think this position is going to work out. Braden seems to have some behavioral issues that are beyond my experience level. Best of luck finding someone more suitable." I stared at the message, feeling my jaw clench with frustration. That was the third nanny in 5 days who had quit after less than 24 hours with my son. According to them, Braden was difficult and cooperative and clearly acting out. What they didn't understand was that he wasn't misbehaving. He was grieving. "Another nanny problem?" Jake asked, noticing my expression. "Another nanny giving up?" I set my phone aside, trying to focus on the celebration that should have been the highlight of my career. "They keep saying Braden has behavioral issues, but he's just sad. They don't know how to handle a 7-year-old who misses someone. Kids are resilient. He'll adjust to whoever you hire next." The casual dismissal of my son's pain triggered something sharp in my chest. He shouldn't have to adjust. He had someone perfect, and I destroyed it because my ego couldn't handle being wrong. Jake set down his glass, his expression shifting to concern. "What are you talking about?" "Shoshana. The nanny I fired last week." Saying her name out loud made my chest tight. She wasn't just good at her job. She was part of our family. Braden loved her, and I stopped myself before admitting the full truth out loud. "And you what?" "And I fell in love with her." Then I found out she had kept a secret about how we first met, and instead of listening to her explanation, I threw her out of our lives like she was nothing. The words hung in the air between us, the first time I had admitted the full scope of my mistake to anyone besides myself. "So hire her back," Jake said simply. "If she was that good, swallow your pride and offer her more money." "It's not about money." I accused her of lying and using me. I questioned everything real between us because I was embarrassed that I hadn't recognized her from a charity event. I thought about the hurt in Shoshana's eyes when I had dismissed her attempts to explain. Why would she come back to someone who made her feel ashamed of honest work? Maybe because she loves you too? Before I could respond, my phone rang. The daycare center. "Mr. Jordan, I'm calling about Braden. He's having a difficult afternoon, and we think it might be best if you picked him up early." "What happened?" I asked, already standing to leave. "Nothing dramatic, but he's been withdrawn all day. When we asked him to participate in group activities, he said he just wanted to go home and wait for Shoshana to come back." We've explained that she's not coming back, but he seems to be struggling with the concept. My heart broke a little more. I'll be right there. 20 minutes later, I found Braden sitting alone in the daycare reading corner, clutching a pair of familiar-looking glasses. When he saw me, his face brightened momentarily before settling back into sadness. "Hi, Daddy." "Hi, buddy. How was your day?" "Sad." He held up the glasses. "I found these in your car. They're Shoshana's reading glasses. She left them behind." I knelt down beside him, studying the glasses I remembered her wearing during our early morning conversations over coffee. She had always taken them off when she thought I wasn't looking, self-conscious about needing them. "Why do you have them with you?" "Because they smell like her perfume. And because maybe if I keep them safe, she'll come back to get them." The simple logic of a 7-year-old hit me harder than any business setback ever had. My son was holding on to hope that I had destroyed with my pride and stubbornness. "Braden, I need to ask you something important. Are you angry at Shoshana for not telling me about where she met me?" He looked at me with the kind of patience children reserve for adults who ask obvious questions. "No, Daddy. She never lied about loving us. She just didn't tell you about her job. But she kept a secret." "So, you keep secrets from me all the time. Like when you planned my surprise birthday party, or when you hid my Christmas presents, or when you ate the last cookie but told me we were out." He adjusted the glasses on his nose, looking startlingly mature. "Secrets aren't always bad. Sometimes they're just scared." "Scared?" "She was scared you would think she wasn't good enough because she served food at the party instead of being a guest. But that's silly, because being good at taking care of people is better than just wearing fancy dresses." My 7-year-old had understood something in 5 minutes that I had been too proud to see. Shoshana hadn't lied about her feelings or manipulated me for gain. She had been afraid of exactly what I had done, made her feel small for honest work. "I think I made a big mistake, buddy." "I know you did." He reached for my hand. "But mistakes can be fixed if you say sorry and mean it. That's what you taught me." What if she doesn't want to hear my apology? What if I hurt her too much? "Then you try harder." Because she loved us for real, Daddy. I could tell. The certainty in his voice, the unwavering faith that love could overcome wounded pride, made me realize what I had to do. "Do you think I should try to find her and apologize?" "Yes. And tell her I kept her glasses safe." He handed them to me solemnly. "Maybe she needs them to see clearly, like how you need to see clearly that she was the best thing that happened to us." I stood up, helping Braden gather his things while my mind raced through possibilities. The nanny agency had said they couldn't give out personal information, but maybe they could pass along a message. Or maybe Shoshana's friend Jasmine would be willing to help. On the drive home, Braden was quieter than usual until we stopped at a red light. "Daddy." "Yeah, buddy." "If you find Shoshana and say sorry, will she come home?" The hope in his voice was almost unbearable. "I don't know. I said some pretty hurtful things. She might not be able to forgive me. But you'll try." I looked at him in the rearview mirror, this wise little boy who understood love better than I did. "I'll try." "Good. Because I miss her bedtime stories. And the way she made pancakes on Saturdays. And how she helped me with my science project without making me feel stupid. I miss those things too." "And you miss kissing her." I nearly choked on my surprise. "What makes you say that?" "Because you got the same happy look when you kissed her that I get when I pet dogs. Like everything was exactly right." Everything had been exactly right. For 2 perfect weeks, I had experienced what it felt like to have a complete family, to come home to warmth and laughter, to share my life with someone who cared about my son as much as I did. And I had thrown it away because my pride couldn't handle the truth about how we met. That evening, after Braden went to bed, I called the nanny agency. "Premier Childcare Services, this is Monica." "Monica, this is Rex Jordan. I need to reach Shoshana Bailey." It's urgent. I'm sorry, Mr. Jordan, but we cannot give out personal contact information for former employees. Then can you pass along a message? Please tell her that I need to speak with her. That I realize I made a terrible mistake and I want to apologize. There was a pause. I can try to reach her, but I should mention that Miss Bailey has moved on. She's no longer available for placement in Los Angeles. My heart sank. What do you mean? She's accepted a position out of state. I believe she's relocating this week. The room seemed to spin around me. Shoshana was leaving Los Angeles. Leaving California. Moving away from any possibility of reconciliation because I had made her feel unwelcome in the only place she had started to call home. Do you know where? I'm sorry, I really can't share those details. But if you'd like, I can try to get a message to her. Yes. Please tell her that Rex and Braden would like to talk to her. Tell her we miss her and we're sorry. I paused, trying to find words that could convey the depth of my regret. Tell her that we understand now why she was afraid to tell the truth, and that we were wrong to make her feel ashamed of honest work. I'll do my best to reach her. After hanging up, I sat in my empty house, surrounded by reminders of the life we had started to build together. Braden's science project materials still spread across the kitchen table. Coffee mugs we had shared during early morning conversations. The book of children's stories she had been reading to him at bedtime. Everything felt hollow without her laughter, without the gentle chaos of someone who cared about our daily routines and future dreams. I thought about Jake's reaction to our billion-dollar milestone, how he had assumed that professional success should be enough to make me happy. 3 weeks ago, I would have agreed with him. But success meant nothing when I had no one to share it with, when the two most important people in my life were gone because of my stubborn pride. Braden was right. Mistakes could be fixed if you were brave enough to say sorry and mean it. I just hoped I would get the chance to prove it before Shoshana disappeared from our lives forever.
Chapter 24. Shoshana. June 5, 2025. Thursday.
I stared at the acceptance email for the San Francisco pediatric internship, my finger hovering over the confirm button. This was everything I had ever wanted professionally, so why did it feel like I was running away from the life I really wanted? You need to hit send before noon or they'll give the position to someone else, Jasmine said from across her tiny kitchen, where she was making our third pot of coffee since dawn. This internship is everything you said you wanted. I know. I set my phone down and picked up the printed job offer for the dozenth time, reading through the benefits that should have made me jump with excitement. Housing provided, full medical coverage, pathway to pediatric oncology specialty training. It's perfect. But it's in San Francisco. 8 hours away from Rex and Braden. I looked around Jasmine's apartment, where my few belongings were packed into 2 small bags. It feels like I'm running away instead of fighting for what we had. Sometimes running away is the smart choice. Sometimes staying and hoping just leads to more heartbreak. I knew she was trying to protect me, the same way she had been protecting me all week as I cried myself to sleep and jumped every time my phone rang, hoping it might be Rex calling to apologize. Let me check my bank account one more time before I decide, I said, pulling up the app on my phone. I need to know exactly how broke I am before I commit to a cross-country move. I typed in my password, expecting to see the same depressing balance that had been haunting me for weeks. Instead, I stared at a number that made no sense. Jasmine. My voice came out as a whisper. Something's wrong with my account. What do you mean wrong? I mean there's $20,000 in my checking account that wasn't there yesterday. She nearly dropped her coffee mug. What? That's impossible. Banks don't just deposit random money. I scrolled through the transaction history with shaking hands, looking for an explanation. There, posted early this morning, was a transfer from an account I didn't recognize. The memo line read, "Educational expenses, for someone who will be an exceptional pediatric nurse. My heart stopped. Oh my God. I showed Jasmine the screen. Someone paid my nursing school tuition in full, plus extra for living expenses. Who would do that? Do you have some rich relative you forgot about? But I already knew who had done this. Only one person knew about my nursing school dreams, about my pediatric aspirations, about the exact amount I needed to continue my education. Only one person had the resources to make this kind of anonymous gift. Rex had paid for my nursing school tuition. It's him, I said, my eyes filling with tears. Rex paid for my schooling. Even after everything that happened between us, even though he was angry and hurt, he still believed in my dreams enough to make sure I could pursue them. Jasmine sat down beside me, studying the bank statement with amazement. Shoshana, this changes everything. If he paid for your education, it means he still cares about you. It means he wants you to succeed, even if he can't forgive you. Or it means he's trying to ease his guilt by helping me move on with my life somewhere else. But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. The timing was too perfect, the gesture too generous to be motivated by guilt alone. I thought about the note attached to the transfer, for someone who will be an exceptional pediatric nurse. Those weren't the words of someone trying to get rid of me. Those were the words of someone who believed in my potential, who saw past our conflict to support what mattered most to me. He could have just let me struggle, I said, trying to process what this meant. He could have watched me lose my spot in nursing school and felt justified that my lies had consequences. Instead, he made sure I wouldn't lose my dreams because of the mess we made. So, what are you going to do? I looked at the San Francisco job offer, then at the bank statement showing Rex's incredible generosity. The paid tuition meant I could stay in Los Angeles and attend UCLA's nursing program as originally planned. I could pursue my pediatric nursing dreams without relocating, without running away from the possibility of reconciliation. I think I'm going to make the biggest leap of faith of my life. I picked up my phone and dialed the San Francisco Children's Hospital. Dr. Chen? This is Shoshana Bailey. I'm calling about the pediatric internship position. I took a deep breath, knowing I was about to close a door that might never open again. I'm incredibly honored by your offer, but I need to decline the position. Oh. May I ask why? Did another hospital make you a better offer? No, it's not about money or benefits. I've had a change in my personal circumstances that allows me to stay in Los Angeles and pursue my nursing education here. The internship would have been amazing, but I think my path lies elsewhere. After I hung up, I sat in stunned silence while Jasmine waited for me to explain. I turned it down, I said. I turned down the perfect job opportunity because Rex's gesture made me realize something important. What's that? That love isn't just about the good times when everything is easy. It's about what you do when things are hard, when you're angry and hurt but you still want the best for someone. I looked at the bank statement again, overwhelmed by the generosity of what Rex had done. He's still taking care of me, even when he doesn't want me in his life. That's not the action of someone who never loved me. That's the action of someone whose heart is bigger than his wounded pride. So you're going to call him? I'm going to try to call him. I'm going to tell him thank you and that I'm sorry, and that what we had was real regardless of how it started. I thought about Brayden, probably wondering why another person he cared about had disappeared from his life. I owe it to both of them to at least try to explain that my feelings were never fake, even if my story about how we met wasn't completely honest. And if he doesn't want to hear your apology, then at least I'll know I was brave enough to fight for what we had, instead of running away to start over somewhere else. I picked up my phone, scrolling to Rex's contact information. Running away won't heal my heart. And if I'm going to be heartbroken, I'd rather be heartbroken in the same city where I can pursue my nursing dreams, thanks to his incredible generosity. Before I could lose my nerve, I dialed his number. It rang once, twice, 3 times before going to voicemail. Hi, you've reached Rex Jordan. Please leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. The sound of his voice made my chest tight with longing and regret. When the beep sounded, I took a deep breath and spoke from my heart. Rex, it's Shoshana. I just discovered what you did with my nursing school tuition, and I don't have words for how grateful I am. Not just for the money, but for what it represents. It tells me that even when you were angry with me, you still believed in my dreams. You still wanted me to succeed. I paused, trying to find the right words. I turned down the San Francisco job. I'm staying in Los Angeles to attend UCLA's nursing program, thanks to your incredible generosity. I know you probably don't want to see me, but I'd like the chance to thank you in person. And to apologize properly for not being brave enough to tell you the truth from the beginning. You and Braden gave me the family I always dreamed of, even if I couldn't keep it. Please call me back if you're willing to talk. After I hung up, Jasmine was looking at me with something that might have been pride. That was brave, she said. That was terrifying, I corrected. But it was also right. Whether he calls me back or not, I needed him to know that his kindness didn't go unnoticed and that what we had was real. I looked around Jasmine's apartment, at my packed bags and the job rejection I had just made. In the span of an hour, I had gone from planning to flee to Los Angeles, to choosing to stay and fight for the possibility of reconciliation. You know what this means, don't you? Jasmine asked. What? You're officially choosing love over fear. You're betting everything on the chance that what you and Rex had was strong enough to survive one mistake. I am. I thought about the anonymous note attached to the tuition payment, about the faith Rex still had in my potential, despite everything that had happened between us. And if I'm wrong, if he doesn't want to work things out, at least I'll be here pursuing my dreams in the city where we fell in love. That has to count for something. My phone stayed silent for the rest of the morning, but I didn't regret the choice I had made. For the first time since everything had fallen apart, I felt like I was moving toward something instead of running away from it. I was choosing to fight for love, even if I had to do it alone.
Chapter 25. Rex. June 6, 2025. Friday.
I threw the last suitcase into my car while Braden sat silently in the back seat, clutching Shoshana's glasses. The London business expansion suddenly felt like the escape we both needed from the mess I had made of our family. Are we really going to live in London, Daddy? Braden asked for the third time since breakfast, his voice small and uncertain. For a while, yes. The company needs someone to oversee the European expansion, and I think a change of scenery will be good for us. I adjusted the rearview mirror to see his face. You'll like London. There are great museums and parks, and you'll get to see where some of your favorite books are set. But what if Shoshana comes back and we're not here? The question hit me like a physical blow. I had been asking myself the same thing all morning while packing our lives into suitcases, trying to convince myself that this trip was about business opportunity rather than cowardice. Buddy, I don't think Shoshana is coming back. How do you know? Did you ask her? I pulled out of our driveway, watching our house disappear in the side mirror. The house where we had been a family for 2 perfect weeks, where Shoshana had made pancakes on Saturday mornings and helped Braden with his homework at the kitchen table. It's complicated, Braden. Sometimes adults make mistakes that can't be fixed. Like when I broke your laptop, and you forgave me anyway. No, bigger mistakes than that. Like when you forgot to pick me up from school, and I had to wait with Mrs. Patterson for an hour, but you still said sorry and bought me ice cream? I glanced at him again, seeing Shoshana's influence in the way he was approaching this logically, looking for patterns and solutions, instead of just accepting that things were broken. Some mistakes are different, buddy. Some things can't be fixed with apologies and ice cream. But even as I said it, I wondered if I was wrong. Shoshana had tried to explain that night when I discovered the truth about the gala. She had stood in our living room, tears streaming down her face, trying to tell me why she had been afraid to admit how we met. And I had been too angry, too embarrassed, too proud to listen. The drive to Los Angeles International Airport took an hour in Friday traffic, giving me plenty of time to second-guess everything about this London plan. Every street corner held a memory. The coffee shop where Shoshana and I had talked about her nursing school dreams. The park where we had taken Braden to feed the ducks. The grocery store where she had insisted on buying ingredients for his favorite spaghetti dinner. Running away to London wouldn't erase those memories. It would just put an ocean between me and any possibility of fixing what I had destroyed. "Daddy, are we moving away because I couldn't make Shoshana stay?" The pain in his voice made me pull over to the side of the road. I turned around to face him, seeing the weight of adult problems in his 7-year-old eyes. "Oh, buddy, no. None of this is your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. This is about choices that I made, mistakes that I made. You have been perfect through all of this." "But she loved me, didn't she? It wasn't pretend. She loved you very much. That was never pretend." I reached back and took his small hand in mine. "And she loved me too, which makes what I did even worse. Then why can't you just say sorry?" The simple question from a child who still believed that love could overcome pride and hurt feelings. A child who didn't understand that some mistakes felt too big to forgive, some trust too damaged to repair. Because I hurt her feelings very badly. I said things that made her feel ashamed of herself, and I don't know if she can forgive me for that. But you won't know unless you try. We sat on the side of the highway while traffic streamed past us toward Los Angeles International Airport, toward business trips and vacations and new adventures. But all I could think about was the woman I had loved for 2 weeks and thrown away in 2 minutes of wounded pride. My phone buzzed with a text from my assistant. "Flight 447 to London Heathrow confirmed. Departure 8:20 p.m., Gate 52B. Car service will meet you at Heathrow." Everything was arranged. The London office was expecting me Monday morning. I had meetings scheduled with potential partners, site visits planned for new office locations, housing arrangements made for an extended stay. It was the opportunity I had been working toward for months. So why did it feel like I was running away from everything that mattered? "We don't have to go," I said suddenly, the words surprising me as much as they surprised Braden. "We don't." No. The London expansion was always optional. The company can send someone else, or we can handle it remotely for now. I looked at him in the rearview mirror, still holding Shoshana's glasses like a talisman. "What would you rather do? Go to London and start over somewhere new, or stay here and try to find Shoshana so I can apologize properly?" "Find Shoshana." His answer came without hesitation. "Even if she says no? Even if she can't forgive me for the things I said? At least we would know we tried. That's what you always tell me when something is scary but important." I pulled out my phone and called my assistant before I could change my mind. "Cancel the London flight," I said when she answered. "Cancel it. Rex, the meetings are all set up. The partners are expecting you Monday morning. Reschedule everything for next month. Something more important has come up. More important than the European expansion. Yes. Much more important." After I hung up, I looked at Braden in the rearview mirror. "So where do we start looking for her?" "The nanny agency." "I already tried that. They said she moved out of state." "Jasmine?" "I called her yesterday. She wouldn't tell me where Shoshana is." "Maybe if we went to her apartment and asked in person. Maybe if she saw how sorry we are, she would help us." The hope in his voice was infectious. For the first time in days, I felt like we were moving towards something instead of running away from it. Maybe she would. "Are you ready to fight for our family, buddy?" "I've been ready. I was just waiting for you to be ready too." I made a U-turn on the highway, heading back toward the city where we had fallen in love and fallen apart. Back toward the possibility of reconciliation, or the certainty of closure. Either way, we would know we had been brave enough to try. As we drove through the city where every street held memories of our brief happiness, I thought about Shoshana's voicemail from yesterday. The one I had listened to a dozen times without calling her back. Too proud to admit that I had been wrong, and too scared to find out if it was too late to fix things. Rex, it's Shoshana. I just discovered what you did with my nursing school tuition, and I don't have words for how grateful I am. Not just for the money, but for what it represents. She had understood the gesture in a way that gave me hope. The tuition payment had been my way of saying that I still believed in her dreams, even if I couldn't forgive her secret. But maybe it had communicated something more. Maybe it had shown her that my love was bigger than my wounded pride. Daddy, what if we can't find her? Then we keep looking until we do. And if she's really gone to San Francisco like the agency said, then we get on a plane and go there too. Really? Really? Some things are worth fighting for, even when you're scared. Especially when you're scared. We spent the rest of the afternoon driving to every place I could think of where Shoshana might be. Her old address, which turned out to be an apartment building where no one had heard of her. The UCLA nursing school, which was closed for the weekend. Coffee shops and libraries, and anywhere else a struggling graduate student might spend her time. By evening, we were tired and discouraged, but neither of us was ready to give up. Tomorrow we'll try Jasmine's apartment again, I told Braden as we drove home. And I'll call every children's hospital in San Francisco if I have to. And if we find her? If we find her, I'm going to tell her that I was wrong, that I'm sorry, and that losing her was the biggest mistake of my life. I looked at him in the rearview mirror. And you're going to give her back her glasses and tell her that we missed her every single day. Do you think she missed us too? I thought about her voicemail, about the pain in her voice when she said we had given her the family she had always dreamed of. About the fact that she had stayed in Los Angeles instead of taking the San Francisco job, as if she couldn't bear to leave the city where we had loved each other. I think she missed us very much, buddy. I think that's why she called to say thank you for the tuition money. She was hoping I might call her back. So why didn't you? Because I was scared. But I'm not scared anymore. Tomorrow we're going to find her, and I'm going to ask her to come home where she belongs. As we pulled into our driveway, I looked at the house that had felt empty for a week without her laughter and warmth. Tomorrow, I would stop running from my mistakes and start fighting for the family we could still be. Some things were worth the risk of being rejected. Some love was worth swallowing your pride.
Chapter 26. Shoshana. June 7, 2025. Saturday.
I raced through the Los Angeles International Airport parking garage at 6 in the morning, frantically checking every terminal while Jasmine tracked Rex's phone location. We had 30 minutes before his London flight boarded, and I still had no idea what I would say if I found him. Terminal 2, International Departures, Jasmine panted into her phone, running to keep up with me. My friend at the airline confirmed his flight. Gate 52B. How much time do we have? Boarding starts in 20 minutes. But Shoshana, what are you going to say? You can't just run up to him at the gate and expect him to cancel his trip. I stopped in the middle of the parking garage, suddenly overwhelmed by the magnitude of what I was trying to do. Rex had made the decision to leave Los Angeles, to take Braden away from everything familiar and start over in London. Who was I to chase after them and disrupt his plans? Maybe this is a mistake, I said, my voice barely audible over the sound of departing planes. Maybe he chose to leave because he really wants to be away from me. Do not even think that, Jasmine grabbed my arm. You saw how he looked when he came to my apartment searching for you. That man was desperate to find you, not running away from you. But that was before I called and left that voicemail. Maybe hearing from me made him realize he needed to get as far away as possible. We stood there among the parked cars while precious minutes ticked away, and I wrestled with the fear that I was about to make a fool of myself in front of hundreds of airport travelers. What if I get there, and he tells me he doesn't want to see me? What if he looks at me the same way he did that night when he found out about the gala, like I was something shameful he wanted to forget? Then at least you'll know you tried. But what if you don't go, and you spend the rest of your life wondering if he was hoping you would fight for him? I thought about the nursing school tuition he had paid, about the note calling me someone who would be an exceptional pediatric nurse. That wasn't the gesture of a man who wanted me out of his life forever. That was the gesture of someone who still believed in me, even when he couldn't forgive me. You're right. I started running toward the terminal entrance. We have to hurry. The international terminal was chaos at 6 in the morning, filled with travelers dragging suitcases and families saying goodbye. Every tall man with dark hair made my heart jump, but none of them were Rex. Gate 52B, I muttered, checking the departure board. 20-minute walk from here. 15 minutes until boarding, Jasmine reminded me, breathing heavily as we speed walked through the terminal. I wove between groups of tourists and business travelers, my eyes scanning every face for the man who had become the center of my world in just 2 weeks. Airport security noticed my frantic pace and started following at a distance, clearly suspicious of someone moving through the terminal like I was fleeing a crime scene. My phone rang as we approached the gate area. It's them, Jasmine said, checking the caller identification. Rex is calling you. My heart stopped. He's calling me? Right now. Answer it. But as I reached for my phone, it stopped ringing and went to voicemail. By the time I could call back, we had reached the gate area, and I could see the boarding lounge ahead. There, I pointed to gate 52B, where passengers were starting to line up. Do you see them? Jasmine stood on her tiptoes, scanning the crowd. I don't see anyone yet. Maybe they're in the bathroom or getting coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin boarding flight 447 to London Heathrow in 10 minutes. Please have your boarding passes and identification ready. 10 minutes. I had 10 minutes to find them and somehow convince Rex that what we had was worth fighting for, that my one mistake didn't erase 2 weeks of genuine love. Shoshana, wait. Jasmine caught my arm as I started toward the gate. What are you really going to say to him? I don't know. The truth, I guess. That I was wrong to keep the secret, but everything else was real. That I love him and Brayden, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to earn back his trust. And if he says no, then I'll know I was brave enough to try. I looked at the gate area, where families were gathering with their luggage, preparing for new adventures. But I can't let him get on that plane thinking that I didn't fight for us. I approached the gate slowly, my eyes searching every face in the boarding area. Business travelers checking their phones, families with excited children, couples holding hands as they prepared for their journey. But no Rex. No Brayden. Excuse me, I said to the gate agent. Has flight 447 to London started boarding yet? We'll begin pre-boarding for first-class passengers in 5 minutes, she replied. Are you traveling with us today? No, I'm looking for someone who should be on this flight. Rex Jordan, traveling with a 7-year-old boy? The gate agent's expression became guarded. I can't give out passenger information, but if you'd like to leave a message, I can ask them to contact the gate if they're here. Yes, please. Tell them Shoshana is here. Tell them I need to talk to them before they board. She picked up her phone and made the announcement over the gate's public address system. Mr. Rex Jordan, please contact Gate 52B, Mr. Rex Jordan to Gate 52B. I stood in the boarding area, feeling exposed and vulnerable, as other passengers stared at the woman who was clearly chasing someone through the airport. Minutes passed with no response to the announcement. Maybe they're not here yet, Jasmine suggested. Maybe his flight is later than we thought. Or maybe he heard the announcement and decided he doesn't want to see me. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now beginning pre-boarding for flight 447 to London Heathrow. Passengers traveling with small children and those requiring assistance may board at this time. My heart sank as I watched families with children start moving toward the gate. If Rex and Brayden were here, they would be boarding now. We'll begin boarding all first-class passengers in just a moment, the gate agent continued. I felt tears starting to blur my vision. I had been too late. They were either already on the plane, or they had never been here at all. My grand gesture of racing through the airport had been for nothing. Shoshana. I spun around at the sound of my name, and my heart nearly stopped. Rex was standing 20 feet away, holding Brayden's hand. But instead of looking like travelers ready to board an international flight, they both looked uncertain, like they weren't sure they wanted to be here. Brayden saw me first and broke free from his father's grip. Shoshana. He ran toward me, and I dropped to my knees just in time to catch him in my arms. Hi, sweetheart, I whispered, holding him tight while tears streamed down my face. I missed you so much. I missed you too. Daddy and I looked everywhere for you, but we couldn't find you. He pulled back to look at my face. Are you really here, or am I dreaming? I'm really here. And I brought you something. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the pair of reading glasses he had returned to me through Jasmine. These belong to me, but I think they look better on you. He giggled and put them on, just like he used to do during our morning coffee conversations. Now I can see everything clearly, just like you. Over Brayden's head, I looked at Rex, who was standing frozen in place, staring at me like he couldn't believe I was real. All first-class passengers may now board Flight 447 to London Heathrow. The boarding announcement broke the spell, and Rex approached us slowly. You came, he said quietly, his voice full of wonder and regret. I couldn't let you leave thinking that what we had wasn't real, I replied, standing up while keeping one hand on Brayden's shoulder. Shoshana, Sir? The gate agent interrupted. Are you Mr. Jordan? You're in first class and we're boarding now. Rex looked at the gate agent, then at me, then at Brayden, who was still wearing my glasses and looking between the two adults he loved most. Are we going home now? Brayden asked hopefully. All three of us together? The innocent question hung in the air like a challenge. I held my breath, waiting to see what Rex would choose. The safe escape of London, or the uncertain possibility of rebuilding what we had broken. We need to talk, Rex said finally. But not here, not like this. He turned to the gate agent. We won't be boarding this flight. Sir, if you change your mind, this is the last call for first-class passengers. I'm not changing my mind. Rex's voice was firm as he picked up their carry-on bags. We're staying. As we walked away from the gate together, Brayden between us, I felt like I was breathing for the first time in a week. Rex had chosen to stay. He had chosen the possibility of us over the certainty of escape. But I knew this was just the beginning. We still had to have the conversation that would determine whether we could rebuild our family, or whether this airport reunion was just a more elaborate goodbye. Either way, I had been brave enough to fight for love. And for now, that felt like enough.
Chapter 27. June 7, 2025. Rex. Saturday, continued.
I handed the gate agent our boarding passes, while Brayden clutched Shoshana's glasses like a lifeline. Every instinct told me this London trip was a mistake, but my pride kept me moving toward the plane that represented escape from my failures. Mr. Rex Jordan, please contact Gate 52B, Mr. Rex Jordan to Gate 52B. The announcement over the airport's public address system made my blood run cold. Someone was looking for me. Someone who knew I was supposed to be on this flight. Daddy, did you hear that? Someone's calling your name. I heard it, buddy. I looked around the gate area, my heart hammering with the impossible hope that it might be Shoshana. But she was in San Francisco by now, starting her new life as far away from me as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now beginning pre-boarding for Flight 447 to London Heathrow. Passengers traveling with small children and those requiring assistance may board at this time. That's us, I said, picking up our carry-on bags. We're traveling with a child. But Brayden didn't move toward the gate. Instead, he sat down in his chair and crossed his arms. I don't want to go to London. Buddy, we've talked about this. It's going to be an adventure. You'll love the museums and the parks, and we can take weekend trips to other countries. I want to stay here and wait for Shoshana. Other passengers were starting to stare as they moved past us toward the boarding gate. A business traveler checked his watch impatiently. A family with excited children chatted about their London vacation plans. I knelt down beside Braden's chair, trying to keep my voice calm. Sweetheart, Shoshana isn't coming back. She's moved to San Francisco to start her new job. She's building a new life. How do you know? Did you ask her? I called and left a message, but she didn't call back. Sometimes when people are hurt, they need to start over somewhere new. Like how we're starting over in London. The simple logic hit me like a physical blow. Was I doing exactly what I thought Shoshana had done? Running away, instead of fighting for what mattered. Daddy, can we please look for Shoshana one more time? Just to make sure she's really gone. I looked at the boarding gate, where families were now moving steadily onto the plane. In 10 minutes, they would call for first-class passengers and we would have to make a decision. All first-class passengers may now board flight 447 to London Heathrow. That's us, I said again, standing up. Braden, we need to get on the plane now. No. His voice was small but determined. I'm not going until we look for Shoshana. Sir. The gate agent approached us with a concerned expression. You're in first class and we're boarding now. Is everything all right? I opened my mouth to explain that we were coming, that my son was just nervous about flying. But before I could speak, I heard a voice that made my heart stop. Shoshana. I turned around and saw her running toward us through the crowded gate area, her face flushed and her eyes bright with tears. She looked exactly like she had that first morning when she came to my house for the nanny interview. Natural and beautiful and completely herself. Time seemed to stop as our eyes met across the terminal. The noise of the busy airport faded away, and it felt like that first night on the gala balcony all over again, when the rest of the world had disappeared and there was only us. Braden spotted her at the same moment I did and broke free from my hand. Shoshana. You came back. He ran toward her, and she dropped to her knees just in time to catch him in her arms. I stood frozen in place, watching the reunion between my son and the woman I had thrown out of our lives. Braden was crying with relief, and Shoshana was holding him like she never wanted to let him go again. Sir. The gate agent's voice seemed to come from very far away. Are you boarding the aircraft, or not? We're holding the plane. I looked at the gate, where other first-class passengers were disappearing down the jetway toward their London adventure. The business expansion I had been working toward for months. The fresh start that was supposed to help us both heal. Then I looked at Shoshana, who was still kneeling on the airport floor, holding my son and whispering something in his ear that made him giggle. We won't be boarding this flight, I said to the gate agent. Sir, if you change your mind, this is the last call for first-class passengers. I'm not changing my mind. I picked up our carry-on bags and walked away from the gate, away from the escape I had planned, toward the woman who represented everything I really wanted. As I approached them, Shoshana stood up, keeping one hand on Braden's shoulder. Her eyes were red from crying, but she looked beautiful and brave and terrified all at once. You came, I said quietly, my voice full of wonder and regret. I couldn't let you leave thinking that what we had wasn't real. Shoshana, I started to speak, but my throat was tight with emotion. I've been such a fool. We both made mistakes, she said softly. But maybe we can learn from them. Braden looked up at both of us, still wearing Shoshana's reading glasses. Are we going home now? All three of us together? The innocent question hung in the air between us. I could see the hope and fear warring in Shoshana's expression, the same emotions I was feeling in my own chest. We need to talk, I said finally. About everything. About the gala. About the secret you kept. About the things I said when I was angry and hurt. I know. And I want to talk. I want to explain why I was so afraid to tell you the truth. and I want to hear why you felt so betrayed." She took a shaky breath. "But most of all, I want you to know that every feeling, every moment of connection, every declaration of love was completely real. I know that now. I think I knew it then too, but I was too proud and embarrassed to admit it." "Daddy," Brayden interrupted, tugging on both our hands. "Can we go home and talk there? I'm hungry, and airports don't have good snacks." Despite everything, I found myself smiling. "What do you think?" I asked Shoshana. "Are you ready to come home and have a conversation that should have happened a week ago?" "I've been ready for days. I was just waiting for you to be ready too." As we walked through the airport together, Brayden between us, I thought about the London opportunity I had just walked away from. The business expansion would happen eventually, with someone else leading it or through remote management. But this chance to rebuild our family, to prove that love could overcome wounded pride and damaged trust, might never come again. "Shoshana," I said as we reached the parking garage, "before we go home, there's something I need to tell you." "What?" "I'm sorry. For the way I reacted, for the things I said, for making you feel ashamed of honest work. You were right to be afraid of telling me the truth, because I proved every one of your fears correct. Rex. And I'm sorry for not fighting for us sooner. I was so busy protecting my pride that I almost lost the best thing that ever happened to me." She stopped walking and turned to face me, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry too. For keeping the secret, for not trusting you enough to be honest from the beginning. I was so afraid you would think less of me that I created the exact situation I was trying to avoid." "We both made mistakes," I said, echoing her words from the gate. "But maybe we can do better this time." "I'd like to try." "So would I." Brayden, who had been listening to our conversation with the patience of a child who understood that adult feelings were complicated, finally spoke up. "Does this mean we're a family again?" I looked at Shoshana, seeing the hope and love and determination in her eyes. The same qualities that had made me fall in love with her in the first place, before pride and fear had gotten in the way. "If Shoshana wants us to be," I said. "I want us to be," she replied without hesitation. "More than anything." As we drove home together, I thought about the conversation we still needed to have, about the trust we would need to rebuild, about the age gap we would need to navigate as we moved forward. But for the first time in a week, I felt hopeful. We had chosen each other over fear. We had chosen love over pride. And that felt like a pretty good foundation for whatever came next.
Chapter 28. Shoshana. June 7, 2025. Saturday, continued.
I stood in the middle of Los Angeles International Airport with Rex and Brayden, my heart pounding so hard I was sure everyone could hear it. This was the moment that would determine whether we were a family or just three people saying goodbye forever. "We should find somewhere quieter to talk," Rex said, looking around at the curious passengers who had witnessed our dramatic reunion. "This isn't exactly private." "There's a seating area near the food court that's usually less crowded," I suggested, my voice shaky with nerves and hope. We walked through the terminal together, Brayden between us, still wearing my reading glasses and refusing to let go of either of our hands. Other travelers smiled at what they probably assumed was a normal family, unaware of the emotional minefield we were about to navigate. The seating area was relatively quiet, with only a few people scattered across the chairs, most of them absorbed in their phones or books. Rex chose a corner section away from the main foot traffic, and we sat down in a triangle formation, with Brayden unconsciously positioning himself as the bridge between his father and me. For a moment, none of us spoke. The weight of everything that had happened, everything that needed to be said, seemed too enormous to tackle. "I don't know where to start," Rex finally admitted, his voice quiet and uncertain in a way I had never heard before. "Let me start," I said, taking a deep breath and finding the courage I had been searching for all week. "Because I think I owe you the complete truth about why I was so afraid to tell you about the gala." Rex nodded, his dark eyes focused entirely on me. Brayden settled back in his chair, somehow understanding that this was an important grown-up conversation he needed to listen to quietly. When I saw you at that charity event, you were everything I thought I could never have. Successful, confident, older, established in life. And I was working as event staff because I was desperate for money to keep my nursing school dreams alive. I looked down at my hands, then forced myself to meet his eyes. I was so afraid you would see me as just the help. Shoshana. Please let me finish. Because you need to understand that when you called the agency asking for a nanny, I knew it was wrong not to tell you immediately. But I told myself I would find the right moment, when you knew me well enough to see past how we met. But the right moment never came, Rex said quietly. The right moment never came because I kept finding new reasons to be scared. When you told me about your business success, when I met your friends at that cocktail party, when I saw how you lived, when people made comments about how young I looked. My voice grew stronger as I continued. I was terrified that if you knew I had been serving champagne at the gala, you would realize I didn't belong in your world. And I proved your fears were completely justified, Rex said, his voice filled with regret. When I found out the truth, I did exactly what you were afraid I would do. I made you feel ashamed of honest work. You did. But I also understand why you felt deceived. I would have felt the same way if the situation were reversed. Brayden, who had been listening with the serious expression of a child trying to understand adult problems, finally spoke up. But you didn't lie about loving us, did you? Because that felt real. Oh, sweetheart, that was the most real thing of all. I reached over and adjusted his glasses. Every feeling, every moment we shared as a family, every time I said I loved you both, that was completely true. The only lie was not telling your daddy where we first met. So why were you really scared? Brayden asked with the direct curiosity of a 7-year-old. Daddy doesn't care if people work jobs. He says all work is important. Out of the mouths of babes. I looked at Rex, who was watching our exchange with an expression I couldn't quite read. I was scared because of something else too, I said, knowing this was the moment to be completely honest about my deepest insecurity. Because I'm only 24 years old, and your daddy is 37. That's 13 years difference, and I was afraid he would think I was too young, too inexperienced, too immature to be part of your family. But you're not too young, Brayden said matter-of-factly. You know how to make good breakfast and help with homework and read stories without making them boring. Age doesn't matter if you're good at the important stuff. Rex was quiet for a long moment, processing everything I had said. When he finally spoke, his voice was thick with emotion. Shoshana, I need you to know that I never thought you were too young. If anything, I worried that I was taking advantage of you. That maybe the age difference meant I had some kind of power over you that wasn't fair. You never took advantage of me. Every choice I made, every feeling I had was completely my own. I'm not a child, Rex. I'm a woman who fell in love with you and wanted to build a life together. I know that. I think I always knew that, but I let my wounded pride override my common sense. He leaned forward, his eyes intense. When I discovered the truth about the gala, I felt like a fool for not recognizing you. I was embarrassed that I had been so caught up in my own world that night that I couldn't remember the face of the woman I was falling in love with. You weren't supposed to recognize me. I looked completely different that night, and you were focused on your business obligations. There's no reason you should have connected the glamorous event server with a regular girl who showed up at your door 2 days later. But I should have listened when you tried to explain. I should have asked why you were afraid, instead of just reacting to my hurt feelings. We sat in silence again, the airport bustling around us, while we existed in our own private bubble of tentative reconciliation. Where does this leave us? I asked finally, my voice barely above a whisper. I don't know, Rex admitted. I know I love you. I know I've spent the last week missing you every minute. I know that watching you with Brayden just now reminded me why I fell in love with you in the first place. I love you too. Both of you. That never changed, not even when I was angry and hurt. But can we trust each other again? Can we rebuild what we had? I thought about the nursing school tuition he had paid, about the gesture that had shown me his love was bigger than his wounded pride, about the fact that he had been willing to chase me to San Francisco if necessary, and had given up his London trip when I came to find him. I think we can, I said slowly. But only if we're completely honest going forward. No more secrets, no matter how scary the truth might be. No more secrets, Rex agreed. And no more letting pride get in the way of love. Does this mean we're a family again? Braden asked hopefully. Rex and I looked at each other over his head, and I saw the love and hope and determination in his eyes that I was feeling in my own heart. If Shoshana wants us to be, Rex said. I want us to be, I replied. More than anything in the world. But what about the age thing? Braden asked. Are people still going to say she's too young? Probably, Rex said honestly. Some people might always think 13 years is too big a gap. But what matters is what we think, and what we know to be true about our relationship. I know I'm young, I said, looking directly at Rex. But I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to outgrow you or decide I want something different. I know what I want, and it's this family, this life we've built together. And I know that age is just numbers when hearts align, Rex said, reaching for my hand. I should have said that weeks ago, instead of letting my insecurities make you feel like you had to hide who you are. I know I'm young, I said again, my voice stronger this time. But I'll grow old with you. We'll grow old together. The words hung in the air between us like a promise, like a vow, like the foundation of the future we were choosing to build together. So we're really doing this? Rex asked. We're really going to try again. We're really going to try again, I confirmed. But better this time. With complete honesty and trust and communication. And no more running away to London when things get complicated? I added with a small smile. No more running away to London, Rex promised. And no more chasing people through airports? Well, I can't promise that. It worked out pretty well this time. Braden giggled, breaking the emotional tension. Can we go home now? I'm really hungry, and I want to show Shoshana my new art project. Yes, Rex said, standing up and extending his hand to help me up. Let's go home. All three of us, together. As we walked through the airport toward the parking garage, I thought about how different this felt from my frantic chase through the terminals just hours earlier. Then I had been desperate and afraid, running toward an uncertain future. Now I was walking confidently beside the man I loved, holding the hand of the child who had become my son in every way that mattered, heading toward the home where we belonged together. We had chosen love over fear, honesty over pride, and each other over the safe but lonely alternatives. It felt like the beginning of everything I had ever wanted. It felt like coming home.
Chapter 29. Rex. June 7, 2025. Saturday evening.
I unlocked the front door of our house while Braden bounced with excitement beside me, and Shoshana stood quietly behind us, probably wondering if she was really welcome to come inside. The last time she had walked through this door, I had thrown her out of our lives with cruel words and wounded pride. Are you sure this is okay? She asked softly as I pushed the door open. Maybe I should go back to Jasmine's tonight, and we can talk more tomorrow. No, Braden said firmly before I could respond. You have to stay. We have to be a family again right now, not tomorrow. I turned to face her, seeing the uncertainty in her eyes despite everything we had talked through at the airport. Braden's right. You belong here. With us. As we stepped inside, I noticed how Shoshana looked around the living room like she was seeing it for the first time. The house that had felt empty and hollow for the past week suddenly felt alive again with her presence. Nothing's changed, she murmured, touching the back of the couch where we used to sit together in the evenings. Everything's changed, I corrected, We're different now. Hopefully better. Braden ran to his room to get the art project he had mentioned at the airport, leaving Shoshana and me alone in the living room where we had shared so many happy moments and one devastating confrontation. I keep expecting to wake up and find out this was just a dream, she admitted, sitting down on the edge of the couch. That I'm still at Jasmine's apartment, crying over what I lost. It's not a dream. I sat down beside her, close enough to touch but giving her space to decide if she wanted that. We're really here, really trying again. But what if we mess it up again? What if we hurt each other, and Braden gets caught in the middle? Then we'll deal with it together, honestly, without running away or throwing each other out. I reached for her hand, relieved when she didn't pull away. Age is just numbers when hearts align. I should have said that weeks ago, instead of letting my pride get in the way. She squeezed my hand. I should have trusted you enough to tell you the truth from the beginning, instead of letting my fears create the exact situation I was trying to avoid. Look what I made. Braden came running back into the room, carrying a large piece of construction paper covered with crayon drawings. It's our family. He held up the artwork proudly, and I felt my throat tighten with emotion. In the center of the paper were 3 stick figures holding hands in front of a house. The tallest figure had dark hair and was labeled Daddy. The smallest figure had yellow hair and was labeled Me. And between them was a figure with brown hair wearing what looked like glasses, labeled Shoshana. I drew this on Tuesday when I was sad you were gone, Braden explained to Shoshana. Because even when you weren't here, you were still part of our family in my heart. Shoshana's eyes filled with tears as she looked at the drawing. It's beautiful, sweetheart. Can I hang it on the refrigerator like we used to do with your artwork? Yes. And now you can make it come true by staying forever. The simple faith of a 7-year-old, believing that love could overcome any obstacle if the people involved were brave enough to choose each other. What do you say we order pizza and have a family movie night? I suggested. Just like we used to do on Saturday evenings. Can we watch the one about the dragon? Braden asked hopefully. Whatever you want, buddy. This is your night. While we waited for the pizza to arrive, I watched Shoshana move around the kitchen with the familiar ease of someone who belonged there. She knew where everything was, how Braden liked his food cut, which plates were his favorites. This was her home too, even after a week away. I have something for you, I said as she was setting out napkins. I've been carrying it around all week, hoping I would get the chance to give it to you. I pulled a small velvet box out of my pocket, and Shoshana's eyes widened. Rex, you don't have to. It's not what you think. Not yet. I opened the box to reveal not an engagement ring, but a simple silver necklace with a small pendant. It's a key to this house. I had it made the week before everything fell apart, because I wanted you to know that this was your home too. She stared at the necklace, tears streaming down her face. I know we need time to rebuild trust before we talk about engagement rings and marriage, I continued. But I want you to have this now, as a promise that you always have a place here. With us. Daddy, are you making Shoshana cry again? Braden asked with concern. These are happy tears, Shoshana assured him, wiping her eyes. Sometimes grown-ups cry when they're very happy. Like when you cry at movies about dogs. Exactly like that. I fastened the necklace around her neck, my fingers brushing against her skin and sending the familiar electricity through me that I had missed so desperately. There's something else, I said. I called the London office yesterday and told them I wouldn't be taking the expansion position. I'm staying here, building my life here, with my family here. But that was such a big opportunity. The biggest opportunity is sitting right here in this kitchen. Building a life with you and Braden, watching you become the pediatric nurse you've always dreamed of being, maybe having more children someday if you want that too. More children? Braden perked up immediately. Can we have a baby sister? Or a baby brother? I'm not picky. Shoshana laughed, the sound I had missed more than anything else. Slow down there, kiddo. Let's just focus on being a family again first. But someday, he pressed. Someday, she agreed, looking at me with love and hope and determination. If that's what we all want. The pizza arrived, and we spread blankets on the living room floor for our impromptu picnic while the dragon movie played on the television. Braden fell asleep halfway through, curled up between Shoshana and me like he had done so many times before. I can't believe this is real, Shoshana whispered, as we sat in the comfortable darkness listening to Braden's peaceful breathing. It's real. We're real. This family is real. I reached over and touched the key pendant at her throat. And it's going to stay real this time, because we're not going to let fear or pride or anything else tear us apart again. I love you, she said simply. I never stopped loving you, even when I was angry and hurt. I love you too. More than I ever thought possible. More than I knew how to handle, which is why I acted like such a fool when I found out about the gala. We were both fools. But we're smarter now. Are we really going to make this work? I asked, needing to hear her confidence as much as my own. We're really going to make this work, she said firmly. Because love is worth fighting for. Age is just numbers when hearts align, and some families are worth every risk. I leaned over and kissed her softly, tasting the future on her lips and feeling the peace of coming home to where we both belonged. Welcome home, I whispered against her mouth. It's good to be home, she whispered back. Outside, Los Angeles sparkled in the summer evening, full of possibilities and promise. But inside our house, we had everything we needed: love, forgiveness, second chances, and the unshakable faith of a 7-year-old who had never stopped believing we could be a family. Tomorrow, we would start building our future together, one honest conversation and brave choice at a time. But tonight, we were just 3 people who had found their way back to each other, choosing love over fear and together over apart. It was the perfect beginning to our forever.
Chapter 30. Shoshana. June 15, 2025. Father's Day.
I woke up on Father's Day morning with butterflies in my stomach and a secret plan. Today was the day Rex would propose, and I had my own surprise that would make this the perfect beginning to our forever family. The past week had been like living in a dream. After our reconciliation at the airport, we had spent every day rediscovering what we meant to each other, building trust through honest conversations and shared moments. Rex had been patient and thoughtful, never pushing too fast but making it clear that his feelings hadn't changed. Neither had mine. If anything, they had grown stronger. I slipped out of bed early and padded to the kitchen in my pajamas, determined to make this Father's Day special for both my men. Braden and I had planned a surprise breakfast, and I suspected Rex had plans of his own for later. Are you ready to be my sous chef? I whispered to Braden when I woke him up at 7. Is today the day Daddy's going to ask you to marry him? He whispered back, bouncing with excitement. Maybe. Are you ready to be my official son, if he does? I've been ready since the first day you made pancakes that weren't burned. I laughed, remembering my disastrous first attempt at breakfast during my second week as his nanny. Well, today's pancakes are going to be perfect. We worked together in the kitchen like a well-practiced team, Braden mixing the batter while I prepared fresh strawberries and whipped cream. The smell of coffee brewing and bacon sizzling filled the house with a kind of domestic happiness I had dreamed of my entire life. Should we put the ring in the pancakes like in movies? Braden asked hopefully. I think Daddy might have his own plan for that, I said. Our job is just to make this the best Father's Day breakfast ever. Mission accomplished, Rex said from the doorway, his voice still rough with sleep and his hair sticking up adorably. This smells incredible. Happy Father's Day. Braden launched himself at Rex for a hug. We made all your favorites. I can see that. You two are spoiling me. That's the point, I said, rising on my tiptoes to kiss him good morning. Go sit down. We're bringing breakfast to you. We served him pancakes shaped like hearts, crispy bacon, fresh fruit and coffee in his favorite mug that Braden had decorated with handprints during a school art project. Rex's eyes grew suspiciously bright as he looked at the spread. "This is perfect," he said. "Both of you are perfect." "Open your cards," Brayden commanded, bouncing in his chair. Rex opened the homemade card Brayden had created, which featured a crayon drawing of the three of us and the words "Best Daddy Ever" in 7-year-old handwriting. Then he opened the card I had chosen, which simply said, "Thank you for making us a family." "I love you both so much," Rex said, his voice thick with emotion. "More than I ever thought possible." "We love you too," I replied, reaching across the table to squeeze his hand. After breakfast, Rex suggested a walk to the park where we had shared our first family outing and our first real kiss. I suspected this was part of his plan, but I went along happily, enjoying the warm June morning and the feeling of belonging that came with walking hand in hand with my favorite people. The park was quiet on the early Sunday morning, with just a few joggers and dog walkers enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. Rex led us to the spot near the duck pond where Brayden had taught me to throw a proper curveball during one of our many visits. "This seems like a good place to stop," Rex said, his voice nervous in a way that made my heart race. "Daddy, are you okay?" Brayden asked. "You look weird." "I'm better than okay, buddy. I'm just nervous about something very important I want to ask." Rex reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet box, and my breath caught in my throat. Even though I had been expecting this moment, seeing the ring box made everything real. "Shoshana," Rex said, dropping to one knee on the grass while Brayden clapped his hands with excitement. 8 weeks ago, you came into our lives and changed everything. You brought laughter back to our house, love back to our hearts, and hope back to our future." I was already crying, tears streaming down my face, as I looked at this wonderful man who was offering me everything I had ever wanted. "I know we've been through challenges, and I know there will be more in the future. But I also know that there's no one I'd rather face them with than you. Will you marry me and make our family official in every way possible?" He opened the box to reveal the most beautiful ring I had ever seen. It was elegant but not ostentatious, classic but not boring. Perfect for someone who worked with her hands and valued substance over flash. "Yes," I whispered, then louder, "Yes, 1,000 times yes." Rex slipped the ring onto my finger while Brayden cheered and threw his arms around both of us. "Does this mean you're officially my mom now?" Brayden asked. "If that's what you want," I said, kneeling down to his level. "Because I have a surprise too." I pulled a folded piece of paper from my pocket and handed it to Rex. "I've been accepted to UCLA's pediatric nursing program starting in the fall. But more importantly, I want to legally adopt Brayden so we can all have the same last name." Rex stared at the letter, then at me, then at Brayden, who was practically vibrating with excitement. "You want to adopt me for real?" Brayden asked. "I want to be your mom in every way that matters. If you want me to be. I've wanted you to be my mom since that first weekend when you taught me to make perfect scrambled eggs," he said solemnly. "Can I call you Mom now?" "You can call me whatever feels right to you." "Mom it is," he declared, hugging me tight. Rex was quiet, processing the magnitude of what was happening. Legal adoption, nursing school, official family status, everything we had dreamed about becoming reality. "This is really happening," he said finally. "We're really going to be a family." "We already are a family," I corrected. "This just makes it official." "Shoshana Jordan," Rex said, testing the sound of my new name. "I like the way that sounds." "Mom Jordan," Brayden added. "That sounds even better." We spent the rest of the morning at the park, making plans and sharing dreams and marveling at how perfectly everything had worked out. Rex told us about the engagement ring shopping. Brayden shared his hopes for a baby sister someday, and I revealed that I had been carrying around the adoption paperwork for 3 days, waiting for the right moment. "So what's next?" Rex asked as we walked home, all three of us wearing enormous smiles. "Well, we need to plan a wedding," I said. "Something small and family-focused, I think." "Can we have it in the backyard?" Brayden asked. "With all the flowers Mom planted?" "Mom planted flowers?" Rex looked confused. Last weekend while you were doing boring work calls, Brayden explained. She said every family should have a garden. Rex looked at me with such love and gratitude that I felt my heart might burst from happiness. You planted a garden? I planted roots, I said simply. This is home now. Forever. Forever, Rex agreed, kissing me softly while Brayden made exaggerated gagging sounds. Can we call Jasmine and tell her the news? I asked as we reached our front door. Our front door, Rex corrected. Our house, our family, our future. Our everything, I agreed. As we stepped inside, I thought about the journey that had brought us here. A charity gala, a secret identity, a week of heartbreak, and an airport chase that had led to this perfect Father's Day proposal. Some stories had complicated beginnings, but ours had found its way to the simplest, happiest ending possible. 3 people who had chosen each other, officially and completely, ready to build a lifetime of love together. Welcome home, future Mrs. Jordan, Rex whispered in my ear. It's good to be home, future husband, I whispered back. And it was. It really, truly was. Shoshana and Rex were married 6 months later in their backyard garden, surrounded by close friends and family. Brayden served as ring bearer and officially became Brayden Jordan through adoption proceedings completed just before the wedding. Shoshana graduated from UCLA's pediatric nursing program with honors and now works at Children's Hospital Los Angeles, specializing in pediatric oncology. They welcomed a daughter, Emma Rose Jordan, 2 years later, giving Brayden the little sister he had always wanted. Their love story, which began with a case of mistaken identity, became the foundation for a family built on truth, trust, and the unshakable belief that love really can conquer all.
The end. Sneak peek for Broken Billionaire. Chapter 1. The Bridge. Jacob.
The Venice Bridge had seemed like the perfect place to end a perfectly destroyed life. I gripped the cold stone railing, my knuckles white in the amber glow of the streetlights. Below, the dark water of the canal moved like liquid midnight, offering promises of silence after 3 days without sleep. 3 days of watching my reputation crumble on every news site, every social media platform, every whispered conversation in the gritty palace lobby. Billionaire's breakdown, mental health scandal rocks Mallory empire. The headlines blurred together in my exhausted mind. Gregor had been thorough. Medical records leaked. Therapy sessions exposed. The anxiety medication. The sleeping pills that stopped working 2 years ago. Every vulnerability I'd spent a lifetime hiding splashed across the internet for the world to mock. My phone buzzed again. Marcus probably. Or one of my brothers. Or the board demanding answers I didn't have. I let it ring. The water looked peaceful. My mother had always said Venice was magical at night, back when she was alive, back when magic seemed possible. 12 years since cancer took her. 12 years of slowly unraveling while maintaining the perfect Mallory facade. Until 3 days ago when Gregor destroyed it all. Don't do this. The voice came from my left, soft but firm. American accent. Young. I didn't turn. Keep walking. No. That made me look. A woman stood 10 feet away, small and determined in paint-splattered jeans and an oversized sweater. Auburn hair escaped from a messy bun, and hazel eyes met mine without flinching. She couldn't be more than mid-20s. Even the darkest night has stars, she said, taking a step closer. My mom used to say that. Your mother was wrong. The words came out harsher than I'd intended, but exhaustion had stripped away my filters. She tilted her head, studying me like I was one of the Renaissance paintings in the Academia. Was she? Look up. Despite myself, I glanced at the Venice sky. Light pollution obscured most of the stars, but a few stubborn points of light pushed through. Those are planets, actually, she continued, moving closer. Venus and Jupiter. They're in conjunction this week. Even in the middle of a city, even on the worst night, something shines through. She paused. I'm Kim, by the way. I didn't ask. No, but you're having a conversation with me instead of? She gestured at the water. That seems worth introductions. I released the railing, exhaustion hitting me like a physical weight. When had I last eaten? My security detail would be searching by now. I'd slipped out of the hotel's service entrance, needing escape from the suffocating suite where every surface reflected my failure. There's a cafe around the corner, Kim said. 24 hours. Terrible coffee, excellent pastries. Very few questions asked. Why do you care? She shrugged, but her eyes remained serious. Because everyone deserves someone who gives a damn. Even billionaires with attitude problems. Recognition hit like cold water. You know who I am. Jacob Mallory. Your breakdown is trending on Twitter. She said it matter-of-factly, without the judgment or false sympathy I'd encountered all week. But I knew before that. Your company renovated the gallery where I had my first show. You kept the original moldings, even though it would have been cheaper to tear them out. Anyone who preserves beauty when they don't have to can't be all bad. I laughed to sound bitter and sharp. You have no idea what I am. Tired, she said simply. Hurting. Human. The coffee really is terrible, but the company's decent. Something in her directness, the lack of pity or calculation, made me nod. What did it matter? In an hour, I could always return to the bridge. The cafe was everything she'd promised, cramped, fluorescent lit, with coffee that tasted like burnt rubber. But she was right about the pastries. I watched her demolish a cornetto, getting powdered sugar on her nose. So, she said, wiping her face with a napkin, want to talk about it or should we discuss the weather? I'm good either way, but you should know Venice has been unseasonably warm, so the weather conversation might be short. Are you always like this? Like what? Direct to the point of recklessness. She considered that. Pretty much. Life's too short for dancing around things. My mom died when I was 22. Cancer like yours. My coffee cup stopped halfway to my mouth. How did you? Google? Your mother's foundation does good work. The children's ward at Seattle Children's Hospital has her name on it. Kim leaned back in the plastic chair. I spent a lot of time in hospitals. They're terrible places to dance around anything. I'm sorry. The automatic response felt inadequate. Thanks. It sucked. Still does sometimes. She studied me over her coffee cup. When did you last sleep? Really sleep, not just close your eyes and pretend? Tuesday. I set down the cup before my shaking hands betrayed me further. Maybe Monday. That's concerning. That's my normal. That's more concerning. She flagged the elderly proprietor. Un altro caffè per favor. E acqua. Her Italian was terrible, accent purely American, but the owner smiled and brought another espresso and a glass of water. Drink the water first, she ordered. When did you eat last? I tried to remember. Room service had sat untouched for days. I'm not hungry. That wasn't the question. She pushed the pastry basket toward me. Try the sfogliatella. Flaky layers make everything better. Are you a therapist? The question came out more accusatory than I'd intended. Artist. Specifically, a broke artist on a residency that ends next week, after which I'll be an even broker artist. She grinned. But I've had therapy. Highly recommend it. Especially the kind where you get to make things and talk about feelings. My therapy sessions are all over the internet. I know. Her voice gentled. That's incredibly violating. I'm sorry that happened to you. The simple acknowledgement, without qualifiers or platitudes, loosened something in my chest. Gregor was my business partner for 15 years. He had access to everything. And he used it to hurt you. To destroy me. I stared at the murky coffee. And he succeeded. Did he? Kim pulled out her phone, scrolled for a moment, then turned it toward me. Because what I see is a human being who sought help when he needed it. Who took medication to manage a medical condition. Who grieved his mother. That's not destruction. That's survival. The screen showed a Twitter thread. Not the vicious headlines I'd been drowning in, but something else. Supporters. People sharing their own therapy stories, their own medication regimens, their own struggles with insomnia and anxiety. The loudest voices aren't the only voices, she said, putting the phone away. Trust me. I've had my art torn apart by critics. You know what I learned? The people who matter, the ones who really see you, they're usually quieter. But they're there. Why are you doing this? I had to ask. You don't know me. You have no reason to. Sure I do. She met my eyes directly. Because 3 years ago, I stood on a bridge in Asheville. Different water, same darkness. And a stranger bought me tea and told me about her garden, how she was planning to plant tulips even though the deer would probably eat them. We talked for 3 hours about absolutely nothing important. She smiled softly. Her name was Mrs. Chen. I never saw her again, but I think about her every time I see tulips. The cafe's fluorescent lights hummed. Outside, Venice continued its eternal dance of water and stone. I found myself reaching for the Schfoyadella. There you go, Kim encouraged. Flaky layers and processed sugar. Practically medicine. This is ridiculous. But I took a bite, anyway. The pastry was perfect, crispy, sweet, substantial. Most good things are a little ridiculous. She glanced at her watch. It's almost 4. I have to be at the studio by 9, but we've got time. Want to see something? At 4 in the morning? Best time? No tourists. She stood, leaving euros on the table. Come on. You can always go back to being miserable, later. Despair will wait. It's very patient like that. I should have said no. Should have returned to my hotel, faced the messages, dealt with the wreckage. Instead, I found myself following her into the Venice dawn, my exhausted mind focusing on the paint stains on her jeans, the way she walked like she knew exactly where she was going. Where are we going? You'll see. She glanced back at me. Trust me? I don't trust anyone. That's okay. I'm very trustworthy, so I'll trust myself enough for both of us. She led me through narrow alleys, over small bridges, past sleeping cats and shuttered shops. Venice transformed in the pre-dawn darkness, becoming something private and ancient. My phone buzzed incessantly. I turned it off. Finally, she stopped at a wooden door, weathered and unmarked. She produced a key from her pocket. My studio's on the 3rd floor. Well, studio's a generous term. It's more like a closet with delusions of grandeur. But it has the best view in Venice. The stairs were narrow, creaking under our weight. By the 3rd floor, my legs shook from exhaustion and too much coffee. Kim unlocked another door and flipped on a light. The space was tiny, crammed with canvases and paint supplies. The smell of turpentine and oils filled my lungs. But she was right about the view. Through a wide window, Venice spread out in layers of terracotta and gold, the first hints of sunrise painting the sky purple. This is what I wanted to show you. She pulled a canvas from a stack against the wall. I painted this last week. Before I knew who you were, before any of this happened. The painting showed a building reflected in canal water. But the reflection was broken, fractured by ripples, creating something more beautiful than the original structure. Light caught the fragments, turning damage into art. It's one of your renovations, she explained. The Palazzo Morosini. I pass it every day. Everyone photographs the perfect facade, but I love the broken reflection. It tells a better story. I stared at the painting, throat tight. Why are you showing me this? Because you're looking at yourself like you're the shattered reflection. But look, she pointed to the painting. The broken pieces catch light the solid parts can't. The fractures create something new. Different, maybe, but not destroyed. That's art. This is life. Is there a difference? She set the painting down carefully. We're all just trying to make something beautiful out of whatever materials we're given. Sometimes those materials include pain and insomnia and public humiliation. And sometimes they're too broken to build with. Maybe you just need better light to see the possibilities. She moved to the window, where dawn was beginning to transform the city. Look. Same Venice that was there in the darkness. But the light changes everything. I joined her at the window, my reflection ghost-like in the glass. Exhaustion made everything feel surreal, dreamlike. This strange woman with her paint-stained clothes and direct kindness. This tiny room full of captured light. This moment of unexpected grace. I should go, I said finally. You need sleep before your studio time. So do you. I don't sleep. Maybe not. But you could rest. There's a difference. She pulled a card from her pocket, scribbled something on the back. My number. In case you need a reminder about stars, or broken light, or really terrible coffee. I took the card. Kimberly West, artist. The phone number was written in purple ink. Will you be okay? She asked. I mean right now. Today. I thought about it. The bridge no longer called. The water just looked like water. I don't know. That's honest. I like honest. She smiled. For what it's worth, I'm glad you're still here. The world's more interesting with you in it. You don't know me. No, she agreed. But I'd like to. If you ever want to talk about art or insomnia or the best places to get terrible coffee at 4 a.m, call me. I left her studio as the sun painted Venice gold. My phone, when I turned it back on, showed 57 missed calls. But also that Twitter thread she'd shown me, growing longer with each refresh. Voices pushing back against the darkness. I made it back to my hotel room, past the worried security detail, past Marcus's questions. In the bathroom mirror, my reflection looked haggard, hollow-eyed, broken. But broken things could catch light. I pulled out Kim's card, set it on the nightstand, and for the first time in 3 days closed my eyes. In case you need a friend who gives a damn. Maybe I did. Maybe everyone did.
Chapter 2. The Artist's Eye. Kim.
I couldn't stop thinking about the broken billionaire, with the haunted blue eyes. My tiny apartment above the mask shop felt even smaller at 7 a.m, filled with the ghost of our conversation. I'd barely slept after leaving him at his hotel, my mind replaying every moment. The way his hands had trembled around the coffee cup. The bitter laugh when I'd mentioned his mother's foundation. The moment his walls had cracked just a little when he'd looked at my painting. Jacob Mallory. I knew the name, of course. Everyone in the art world knew Mallory Corp. They owned half the galleries in Seattle and had renovated dozens of historic buildings across Europe. But the man on the bridge hadn't been the polished billionaire from the magazine covers. He'd been something raw and human and desperately lost. I pulled out my laptop, sitting cross-legged on my unmade bed. Outside, Venice was waking up, the sounds of boats and morning conversations drifting through my open window. The search bar stared at me, cursor blinking. Was Googling him a violation of the strange trust we'd built over terrible coffee? Probably. I did it anyway. The headlines hit like a punch to the stomach. Mallory meltdown, inside sources reveal years of mental illness. Sleeping pills and panic attacks, the secret life of Seattle's most powerful developer. Unfit to lead? Board questions Mallory's stability. But it was the photos that made my chest tight. Jacob at various events over the past year, and now that I knew what to look for, I could see it. The exhaustion hidden under expensive suits. The forced smiles that never reached his eyes. The way he stood apart even in crowded rooms, isolated by invisible walls. I clicked on a video from 3 days ago, the press conference where everything had unraveled. His former partner, Gregor Fisk, standing at a podium, voice dripping with false concern. It pains me to share this, but the board and shareholders deserve the truth about Jacob's condition. The panic attacks during meetings. The medication dependence. The erratic decision-making caused by chronic insomnia. I tried to help him, but he refused to step down. I had no choice but to protect the company. Protect the company. Right. By destroying the man who'd built it. The video continued, showing leaked therapy notes on screen. Private conversations about grief and anxiety turned into weapons. My hands clenched into fists. I'd had my own therapy after Mom died, knew how sacred that space was supposed to be. The violation of it made me sick. But then I found what Kim from last night had mentioned, the other voices. A hashtag trending, hashtag Mallory Strong. Thousands of people sharing their own stories. CEOs admitting to anxiety medication. Construction workers talking about therapy. A teenager in Japan thanking Jacob for making it okay to not be okay. My phone buzzed. Sophia, my mentor at the residency. Kara, where are you? Class starts in 20 minutes. I scrambled off the bed, knocking over yesterday's coffee mug. Sorry. I'm coming. You young artists, always with your heads in the clouds. Hurry. I threw on the first clean clothes I could find, jeans and a paint-stained NYU sweatshirt from my undergrad days. My hair went into its usual messy bun, secured with a pencil because I couldn't find a hair tie. Grabbing my supply bag, I raced down the narrow stairs, nearly colliding with Signora Benedetti from the mask shop. Ciao Kim. You run like the police chase you. Late for studio. I called back, already halfway down the alley. Venice in the morning was a maze of tourists and locals, everyone fighting for space on the narrow streets. I knew the shortcuts by now, had spent 3 months learning which bridges to avoid during peak hours, which alleys led to dead ends. The residency at the Scuola Internazionale had been a dream come true, competitive as hell to get into, barely paid enough for ramen, but worth every sleepless night I'd spent on my application. I made it to the studio with 2 minutes to spare, sliding into my spot next to Paolo, who raised an eyebrow at my disheveled appearance. Late night? He asked in his melodic Italian accent. Something like that. Sophia clapped her hands at the front of the room. Today we explore transparency in oils. The layering of light through pigment, yes? Like life, what seems solid is actually many thin veils of color. I tried to focus on her demonstration, but my mind kept drifting to Jacob. Was he sleeping? Had he called anyone? That haunted look when he'd stood at my window, watching dawn break over Venice. My phone vibrated against the wooden table. Unknown number, Seattle area code. I ignored it. It rang again. Kim. Sophia's voice was sharp. If your phone is more interesting than my teaching, perhaps you should take your lesson outside. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I fumbled to silence it, face burning as the other residents smirked. Great. The American girl who couldn't even turn off her phone. But the damage was done. Sophia had moved on to Paolo, critiquing his underpainting technique. I stared at my blank canvas, trying to summon focus. Transparency. Layers. Light through pigment. My phone lit up with a text from the unknown number. This is Marcus Tang, Mr. Mallory's head of security. We need to talk. My stomach dropped. Security? Why would? Another text, please call me back. It's important. Sophia was working her way around the room. I had maybe 10 minutes before she reached me. My hands moved automatically, sketching the basic composition, a building reflected in water, broken by ripples. Always the same theme lately. Beauty in fractures. Interesting choice, Sophia said behind me, making me jump. You return always to this motif, yes? The broken reflection? It speaks to me. I added another layer, thinning the paint until it was almost watercolor light. She studied my work with the intensity that made her legendary. You see something others miss. But today you are distracted. The paint knows when your heart is elsewhere. I'm sorry, Don't apologize. Use it. She gestured at the canvas. Whatever troubles you, put it there. Art is not separate from life, Kara. It is life made visible. She moved on to the next student, leaving me with my pathetic attempt at transparency. My phone buzzed again. This Marcus Tang was persistent. The morning crawled by. I forced myself through the exercises, layering paint like veils, but Sophia was right. My heart wasn't in it. When she finally called for lunch break, I was the first one out the door. I found a quiet spot in the courtyard and called the number back. It rang once before a deep voice answered. Miss West. Thank you for calling back. How did you get my number? Mr. Mallory had your card. I took the liberty of. Is he okay? The question burst out before I could stop it. Is Jacob all right? A pause. You tell me. He came back to the hotel this morning talking about broken light and terrible coffee. He actually slept for 3 hours. That hasn't happened in weeks. Relief flooded through me. Good. That's good. Miss West, Kim, I need you to understand something. His voice was carefully neutral. Mr. Mallory is in a vulnerable state. There are people who would use that vulnerability for their own gain. You think I'm one of those people? I think you're a 26-year-old artist who met a billionaire at his lowest moment. I think you were kind to him, and he's not used to kindness without agenda. I think that makes you either very special or very dangerous. I sank onto a stone bench, processing his words. I didn't know who he was when I stopped him. I just saw someone in pain. I believe you. But now you do know who he is. Gregor Fisk has destroyed Mr. Mallory's reputation, but he hasn't touched his bank accounts. There are people who would see an opportunity in his current state. I'm not interested in his money. No? A struggling artist on a residency that ends next week? No job lined up? No gallery representation? His tone wasn't cruel, just matter of fact. I've done my research, Miss West. You're talented but broke. Your mother left medical debts. You work 3 jobs just to afford paint supplies. Heat flooded my face. How dare you? I protect him. That's my job. And right now, protection means keeping opportunists away. I'm not an opportunist. My voice shook with anger. I'm someone who gives a damn about human beings. Rich or poor. Stable or struggling. If that threatens you, maybe you should examine why. Silence. Then, unexpectedly, a chuckle. You've got spine. I'll give you that. Was that a test? Everything's a test when you're protecting someone worth billions. His voice softened slightly. Look, Kim, may I call you Kim? I've been with Mr. Mallory for 10 years. I've seen him at his best and worst. Last night was bad. Really bad. But he came back talking about you. About art and light and possibility. I haven't heard him talk about possibility in 2 years. Since his mother died. You know about that? He mentioned it. And Google filled in the rest. I picked at a paint stain on my jeans. I lost my mom too. Cancer. It changes you. Yes, it does. Another pause. I'm not calling to threaten you, Kim. I'm calling to warn you. Gregor isn't finished. He wants to destroy Jacob completely, and anyone close to him becomes a target. If you pursue this, whatever this is, you need to understand what you're walking into. Pursue what? We had coffee. We talked. I showed him a painting. You saved his life. The words hung between us, heavy with truth. He wouldn't have jumped, I said quietly, not quite believing it myself. Maybe not. But you made sure of it. That creates a bond, whether you want it or not. Marcus sighed. He's going to call you. When he wakes up, when the world crashes back in, he's going to reach for the one person who saw him as human last night. I need to know, Are you prepared for that? I thought about Jacob's trembling hands, the bitter laugh, the way his whole body had changed when he'd looked at my painting. The exhaustion that went soul deep. The spark of something hope when I'd handed him my card. I don't know, I admitted. I don't know what I'm prepared for. But I know I can't walk away from someone who needs help. That's not who I am. Even if helping him puts a target on your back? Even then. Stubborn. Extremely. This time his chuckle was warmer. All right, Kim West. But if you're going to be in Mr. Mallory's life, we do this my way. Security protocols. Background checks on anyone who approaches you. Daily check-ins. I'm not agreeing to live in a cage. Non-negotiable. Gregor plays dirty. He's already leaked medical records. Photos. Private conversations. You think he'll hesitate to use Jacob's connection to you? The reality of it hit me then. This wasn't just about coffee and kindness. This was about entering a world where privacy was currency, and vulnerability was weaponized. Can I think about it? Sure. You have until he calls you. Which, knowing him, will be within the next few hours. Marcus's voice turned serious again. One more thing, Kim. If you're playing some angle, if this is about money or fame or whatever, I will find out. And I will end it. Noted. I stood pacing the small courtyard. Can I ask you something? Shoot. Why do you stay? If it's so dangerous, if Gregor's trying to destroy everything, why not find safer employment? Because 10 years ago, Jacob Mallory gave a broken ex-Marine a second chance when no one else would. Because he sat with me through my brother's funeral, after an overdose. Because he's a good man drowning in a bad situation, and good men are worth protecting. His voice roughened. Even from themselves. Then we want the same thing. Maybe. We'll see. He cleared his throat. Save my number. First sign of trouble, you call. Day or night. And Kim? Whatever you do, don't Google yourself for the next few days. Why would I? But he'd already hung up. I stared at my phone, unease crawling up my spine. Don't Google yourself. What did that mean? Kim. Paolo stuck his head out the studio door. Sophia's looking for you. Something about your painting singing when you're not there to conduct it? Coming. I shoved my phone in my pocket, Marcus Tang's warning echoing in my head. The afternoon session was torture. I couldn't focus, couldn't find the rhythm that usually came so naturally. Every time my phone moved, I jumped. But it stayed silent, no calls from unknown Seattle numbers. By 4 o'clock, I was ready to crawl out of my skin. Sophia finally took pity on me. Go, she said, waving her hand. Whatever demon chases you today, face it. Tomorrow you bring me art born from this distraction, yes? I packed up quickly, earning curious looks from the other residents. Everyone knew I usually stayed until they kicked us out, using every possible minute of studio time. But today, I needed air. Space. Time to think. Venice was golden in the late afternoon sun. I wandered without direction, letting my feet choose the path. They led me, inevitably, back to the bridge. It looked different in daylight. Ordinary. Just stone and water and tourists taking selfies. No sign of the darkness that had almost claimed a life last night. No trace of the broken man who'd stood here contemplating the unthinkable. My phone rang. Seattle area code. Different number. I answered without thinking. Hello. I slept. Jacob's voice was rough, like he'd just woken up. 3 hours and 17 minutes. I actually slept. That's good. I sat on the bridge steps, ignoring the tourists flowing around me. How do you feel? Like I've been hit by a truck. But also, lighter. If that makes sense. It does. Marcus called you. It wasn't a question. He's protective of you. He's a pain in the ass. But there was affection in his voice. He means well. Scared you off yet? I don't scare easily. No, you don't. A pause. I wanted to thank you. For last night. For the coffee and the conversation and for seeing me. Not the headlines. Not the bank account. Just me. Everyone deserves to be seen. Do they? His laugh was still bitter but softer than before. I've been invisible behind the Mallory name for so long, I'd forgotten what it felt like. Then Gregor ripped off the mask and suddenly everyone's looking. But they're not seeing what you saw. What did I see? I don't know. That's why I'm calling. To find out what made you stop. I watched a gondolier navigate the canal below, his movements practiced and sure. My mom used to say that pain recognizes pain. Maybe I saw someone who understood what it's like to lose the person who believed in you most. Your mother. She was my biggest cheerleader. Worked 2 jobs to pay for my art classes. Came to every terrible student show, told everyone her daughter was going to change the world with paint and canvas. My throat tightened. When she died, I lost my compass. Spent 6 months barely leaving my apartment, painting nothing but gray squares. What changed? An old woman named Mrs. Chen bought me tea and talked about tulips. I smiled at the memory. Sometimes salvation comes in small moments. A conversation with a stranger. Terrible coffee at 4 in the morning. The reminder that even broken things can make something beautiful. Is that what I am? Broken? Aren't we all in some way? That's not an answer. I thought about it, choosing my words carefully. I think you're someone who's been carrying too much for too long. I think the weight finally got too heavy, and instead of asking for help, you tried to carry it alone until you broke. But broken isn't the same as destroyed. Gregor would disagree. Gregor's an ass who betrayed someone who trusted him. His opinion doesn't count. That startled a real laugh out of him. You don't even know him. I know enough. Anyone who weaponizes someone's medical history is trash. Full stop. It's more complicated than that. Is it? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks pretty simple. You sought help for a medical condition. He used that against you. That's not complicated. That's cruel. Silence stretched between us, but it felt comfortable. Like the silence in my studio when the painting was flowing. I should let you go, he said finally. You probably have evening plans. A life to get back to. My exciting evening plans involve ramen noodles and laundry. I stood, brushing off my jeans. But I do have a question for you. Ask. Marcus warned me not to Google myself. Any idea what that's about? The silence this time was different. Tense. Jacob? Someone took a photo. Last night at the cafe. It's online. My stomach dropped. Of us? It's not bad. Just 2 people having coffee. But with the headlines about me, people are speculating. The comments are, don't read them, Kim. Please. Too late. I was already typing my name into the search bar. The results loaded instantly. Mystery woman saves Mallory from midnight meltdown. Who is Kim West? The artist who talked a billionaire off the ledge, gold digger, or good Samaritan? The truth about Mallory's savior. The photo was grainy but clear enough. Me leaning across the table, Jacob's exhausted face visible in profile. We looked intimate. Connected. Like more than strangers who'd just met. The comments were worse. Speculation about my motives. Comments about my appearance, my age, my probable agenda. Someone had already found my art website, posting screenshots with nasty commentary about my mediocre talent and obvious gold digging. Kim? Are you there? I'm here. My voice sounded strange to my own ears. I'm sorry. This is what I bring to people's lives. Scrutiny. Judgment. Destruction. His voice turned formal. I'll understand if you want to keep your distance. Marcus can arrange security until this dies down. Stop. What? Stop deciding what I can handle. Stop apologizing for things that aren't your fault. And definitely stop pushing me away because you think you're protecting me. I am protecting you. No, you're protecting yourself. There's a difference. I closed the search results, decision made. Look, someone took a photo. People are being gross online. So what? That's their problem, not ours. Kim. I'm not done. You asked what I saw last night? I saw someone worth saving. Not because of your name or your money or your company. Because you're human and you were hurting and you let me help. That's rare, Jacob. That's valuable. And if some keyboard warriors want to make up stories about it, that's their sad little lives. You don't understand what you're signing up for. Then explain it to me. Over dinner. Somewhere with better coffee than that place last night. Another pause. Are you asking me out? I'm asking if you want to continue our conversation somewhere that doesn't serve burnt rubber, disguised as espresso. Don't read too much into it. I don't know if I can do normal dinner conversation right now. Then we'll have abnormal dinner conversation. I'm very good at those. I started walking, energy returning. There's this place near Campo Santa Margarita. Family run. The grandmother makes pasta that could cure any ailment. Even chronic insomnia and public humiliation. You're relentless. It's one of my best qualities. Pick me up at 7? Kim, I can't just walk around Venice right now. The photographers? Then we'll eat in. I'll cook. Fair warning, I'm a terrible cook. But I make excellent conversation, and my apartment has 0 photographers. Your apartment? He sounded stunned. Unless you prefer the hotel, where everyone's watching your every move? No, your apartment sounds perfect. But I can't promise to be good company. I'm not asking for good company. I'm asking for real company. There's a difference. I gave him my address, the tiny place above the mask shop that suddenly seemed impossibly small for a billionaire's presence. But he didn't hesitate, just asked if he should bring anything. Just yourself, I said. And maybe some decent coffee. I wasn't kidding about only having instant. After we hung up, I stood in the middle of my single room, seeing it through new eyes. Canvases stacked against every wall. Clothes hanging from a makeshift line. My bed that doubled as a couch. The hot plate that served as my kitchen. What was I doing, inviting Jacob Mallory into this space? But then I remembered his face in my studio. The way he'd looked at my painting like it held answers. The sound of wonder in his voice when he'd said he'd slept. My phone buzzed. Marcus, he's smiling. Whatever you said, he's actually smiling. Don't make me regret not talking you out of this. I typed back, I make no promises except decent pasta and honest conversation. His response was immediate, that might be exactly what he needs. 7 o'clock. 3 hours to make my disaster of an apartment presentable, and figure out how to cook something edible, on a single hot plate. I rolled up my sleeves and got to work, ignoring the voice in my head that sounded suspiciously like my mother, asking what exactly I thought I was doing. Sometimes you didn't need to know. Sometimes you just had to act on instinct and hope the broken pieces would catch light. Even if the whole world was watching.
Chapter 3. Breathing Lessons. Jakob.
I stood outside the mask shop for 5 minutes, trying to remember how to be human. The address Kim had given me led to a narrow building, squeezed between a bookstore and a gelato shop. Faded green paint peeled from wooden shutters. A hand-painted sign read, Masquerari Benedetti in elegant script. Through the window, elaborate carnival masks stared out with empty eyes. My security detail was having a collective aneurysm. Marcus sat in the car across the canal, radiating disapproval through tinted windows. 2 more guards positioned at either end of the street, trying to blend in and failing spectacularly. Nothing about men in $1,000 suits screamed tourist. "Sir?" Marcus's voice came through my earpiece. "It's not too late to suggest a restaurant instead. Somewhere we can control the environment. I'm having dinner, not negotiating a hostage situation." "With respect, sir, you don't know this woman. She could have anyone up there. Press, photographers. She has paint and instant coffee." I adjusted the grocery bag in my arms. Real coffee, fresh pasta from the place she'd mentioned, and a bottle of wine that cost more than her monthly rent. Which, given the building, wasn't saying much. "Jacob." His use of my first name meant serious concern. "You haven't been out in public since the story broke. Your anxiety is my problem to manage." I cut the connection before he could argue further. The door next to the mask shop was propped open with a paint can. 3 flights of narrow stairs stretched up into darkness. With each step, the elegant veneer of tourist Venice faded. Cracked plaster. Water stains. The smell of centuries of life pressed into ancient walls. By the second landing, my chest was tight. Not from exertion, from the walls closing in, the darkness, the absolute insanity of what I was doing. 3 days ago, my life had been controlled, compartmentalized, safe behind corporate walls. Now I was climbing stairs that might collapse under my weight, to have dinner with a stranger who'd seen me at my absolute worst. My hand found the railing, gripped hard. The tremor was back, the one that started in my chest and worked outward. My therapist called them preliminary tremors, the body's warning system before a full panic attack. Breathe. Count. Ground yourself in the present. One more flight. I could do one more flight. Kim's door was painted purple, because of course it was. A small card taped beside it read, K. West, in the same handwriting that had scrawled her number. I knocked, then immediately wondered if I should have texted first. Did people still just knock? "It's open." The door swung inward to controlled chaos. The apartment, if you could call a single room an apartment, was maybe 300 square feet. Canvases covered every surface, leaning against walls in stacks 6 deep. A bed in one corner, unmade with paint-stained sheets. A hot plate balanced on a wooden crate. Books everywhere, spines cracked and pages marked with paint fingerprints. And Kim, standing at the window with golden light haloing her hair, wearing an oversized sweater that fell off one shoulder and jeans with more holes than fabric. "You came." She turned, smile bright and uncomplicated. "I said I would. People say a lot of things." She moved toward me, then stopped. "You look terrified." "I'm not used to." I gestured at the space, at her, at the normalcy of it all. Slumming it with the artists. Being in rooms without exit strategies. Her expression softened. "There's the window if you need to make a dramatic escape. Fair warning, it's a 3-story drop into a canal. Your suit would never recover." "I'll risk it." I held out the bag. "I brought supplies." She peered inside, eyes widening. "Real coffee. Fresh pasta. Wine that probably cost more than..." She stopped herself. "Thank you. This is perfect." "Your apartment is tiny? Chaotic? A fire hazard?" "Real." The word surprised me. It's real. As opposed to every space I occupy. Hotel suites. Corporate offices. The penthouse. I set the bag on her makeshift counter. They're all stages. This is where someone actually lives. Where I barely survive, you mean? But she said it without bitterness, already unpacking the groceries. Good news is, I found a second pot. We can have pasta and sauce. Luxury living. I watched her move through the small space with practiced efficiency. No wasted movements, everything in arm's reach. When she stretched to get plates from a high shelf, her sweater rode up, revealing a paint-stained strip of skin. I looked away, focusing on the nearest canvas. It was the Palazzo Morosini again, but different. Darker. The broken reflection had sharp edges now, like glass that could cut. You painted this today? Started it after, she paused, arms full of mismatched dishes. After some interesting phone calls. Art therapy. Better than punching walls. Marcus can be intense. Marcus cares about you. She handed me a knife and cutting board. Here, make yourself useful. Tomatoes need chopping. I don't cook. Neither do I. We'll fail together. I took the knife, its weight familiar in my hand. Basic tasks. Simple movements. The tremor eased slightly. Tell me about this place, I said, needing conversation to fill the silence. Signora Benedetti owns the building. She's 87, makes masks like her grandmother did, charges me half what she could because I helped her with her website. Kim filled a pot with water, the ancient pipes groaning in protest. The showers down the hall, shared with 3 other apartments. Hot water's theoretical. But the light. She moved to the window again, gesturing at the view. Rooftops and canals, church bells and laundry lines. Venice without the tourist polish. The light makes it worth it, she finished. I joined her at the window, careful to maintain distance. Below, Marcus's car idled. He'd have eyes on every exit, every approach. The weight of that vigilance pressed against my chest. You're shaking, Kim observed. I looked down. My hands trembled against the windowsill. It happens. I turned away, focusing on the tomatoes. The medication helps, but since Gregor released my prescription history, I've been adjusting the dosage. Why? Because now everyone knows. The board, competitors, the media. Every pill I take is proof he was right. That I'm unstable. Unfit. That's crap. The knife slipped, nearly catching my finger. Excuse me? Complete crap. She faced me fully, hands on hips. You have a medical condition. You take medication. So do millions of people. So did my mom for her blood pressure. Was she unfit? Unstable? That's different. How? Because the word stuck. Because I was supposed to be stronger. Because Mallory men didn't break. Because my father had built an empire on never showing weakness, and I'd failed that legacy spectacularly. Because you've been taught that needing help makes you less than. Kim's voice gentled. But here's the thing, that tremor? That anxiety? It's not weakness. It's your body saying it needs support. Fighting that is like trying to paint without brushes. You can do it, but why make it harder? She moved closer, and I noticed she had paint under her fingernails. Blue and gold, like Venice sky and Byzantine mosaics. When did you last take your full dose? 3 days ago. Jacob. Just my name, but waited with concern. I know. I focused on chopping, movements precise despite the shaking. But every pill feels like admitting he won. That he was right about me. Or every pill is you taking care of yourself so you can fight back. She touched my wrist, the contact electric. You can't win any battle if you're fighting your own body too. I stared at her fingers on my skin. Such a simple touch, but it grounded me more than any breathing exercise. The panic attacks, I said quietly. They've been getting worse. Sometimes I can't breathe. Can't think. Just freeze. My mom had them. After her diagnosis. Kim didn't move her hand. I learned to help her through them. Box breathing. Grounding techniques. Want me to show you? I have a therapist. Who's in Seattle? I'm here. She squeezed gently, then let go. No pressure. Just if you need it. The water boiled over, hissing on the hot plate. Kim swore creatively, diving to rescue it. The moment broke, but something had shifted. The tremor was still there, but manageable. We cooked together in her tiny space, dancing around each other in a choreography of necessity. She narrated everything, filling silence with stories about her residency, her fellow artists, the mask maker downstairs who'd tried to set her up with her grandson. He's very nice, she said, stirring sauce with a wooden spoon that had seen better days. Studies accounting. Has all his hair. Signora Benedetti can't understand why I'm not interested. Why aren't you? She glanced at me. He collects stamps. A grave sin. The gravest. Also, he thinks art is a nice hobby, but I should get a real job. She tested the pasta, made a face. How do you tell if it's done? No idea. Some billionaire you are. But she smiled when she said it. We ate at her small table, really a board balanced on two sawhorses, while Venice came alive outside her window. The food was terrible. Overcooked pasta, watery sauce, bread that could have doubled as a weapon. The expensive wine helped. This is awful, Kim announced after her third bite. The worst meal I've had in years. Should we order pizza? Absolutely. But neither of us moved. The bad food didn't matter. What mattered was the quiet. The absence of judgment. The way she laughed when sauce dripped on my shirt, then handed me a paint-stained towel. Tell me about your painting, I said. The broken reflections. Why that theme? She twirled pasta on her fork, considering. Started after Mom died. I was trying to paint her portrait, but I couldn't get it right. Everything felt false. Then I knocked over a glass of water on the sketch, and the way her face warped in the puddle, it was more honest somehow. More real than any perfect rendering. Because perfection is a lie. Exactly. She leaned forward, animated now. We're all broken in some way. Cracked, warped, reflecting light differently than we should. But that's where the interest is. That's where the beauty lives. In the imperfection. Gregor would disagree. He thinks my imperfections make me a liability. Gregor's a jerk who sees the world in spreadsheets. She paused. Sorry. I know he was your partner. He was. I stared at my wine, watching light fracture through the glass. 15 years. I trusted him with everything. Including my medical history, apparently. How did he get it? I gave it to him. The admission burned. 2 years ago, when the insomnia was affecting my work. I wanted to be transparent, to explain why I sometimes needed to step back. He was so understanding. Said we'd work through it together. While secretly documenting everything for later use. Every therapy session. Every prescription. Every time I had to leave a meeting because I couldn't breathe. My hand clenched around the glass. He played the long game perfectly. Why now? Why expose you now? Because I was going to fire him. I met her eyes. I found out he'd been skimming from our construction projects. Small amounts but consistent. When I confronted him, he denied it. Said I was paranoid, that the insomnia was making me see things. But I had proof. So he struck first. Spectacularly. I laughed, bitter and short. Turned my attempt at honesty into weapons. Now the board questions every decision I've made in 2 years. The SEC is investigating. Competitors smell blood. Kim stood abruptly, moving to the window. Come here. What? Just come here. I joined her, the view now showing Venice at dusk. Lights flickered on across the city, each window a small rebellion against the dark. You see all those lights? She asked. Every one is someone living their life. Someone with their own struggles, their own broken places. You're not alone in this, Jacob. You're not the only one fighting to stay afloat. It feels like it. I know. She turned to face me, close enough that I could see gold flecks in her hazel eyes. But feeling and truth aren't the same thing. The truth is, you're here. You're fighting. You're taking care of yourself even when it's hard. That's not weakness. That's courage. My chest tightened, but not from panic this time. You barely know me. I know enough. She smiled soft and sure. I know you preserve beautiful old buildings when it would be cheaper to demolish. I know you came here tonight, even though your security team probably had 17 reasons why you shouldn't. I know you're trying to chop tomatoes while your hands shake because you don't want to seem helpless. Kim? And I know that when you look at my paintings, you see what I'm trying to say. Not many people do. She reached up, fingers barely brushing my jaw. That's worth knowing. The touch undid me. The tremor that had been building broke free, my whole body shaking now. Not panic, release. All the control I'd maintained for 3 days crumbling. Okay, Kim said softly. Okay. Let it happen. She guided me to sit on her bed, the only real furniture besides the table. My breath came in short gasps, the familiar spiral beginning. But her voice cut through. Look at me. Just me. I focused on her face. The freckles across her nose. The paint smudge on her cheek. The absolute calm in her eyes. Breathe with me. In for 4. She demonstrated, exaggerated so I could follow. Hold for 4. Out for 4. Hold for 4. We breathed together, her hand on my chest to guide the rhythm. Slowly, incrementally, the vice around my lungs loosened. Better? I nodded, not trusting my voice. You're okay, she said. You're safe. You're human. All of those are allowed. I should go. But I didn't move. You should stay until you actually want to go, not because you think you should. She shifted, sitting beside me with careful distance between us. Marcus is probably climbing the walls. He'll survive. Will he though? She grinned. He seems very intense about the whole protection thing. He blames himself for not seeing Gregor's plan. Says it's his job to spot threats. Is that why you keep him? The guilt? I keep him because he's the only person in my life who tells me when I'm being an idiot. I paused. Besides you, apparently. Happy to help. I have references, if you need them. Senora Benedetti will confirm I'm excellent at unsolicited honesty. The tightness in my chest had fully released now, leaving exhaustion in its wake. Real exhaustion, the kind that promised sleep, not the wired alertness I'd lived with for months. I should really go, I said again. Okay. She stood, moving to clear the dishes. But Jacob? Next time you're drowning at 3 in the morning? Call. I'll probably be up, painting anyway. Next time? She looked over her shoulder. Unless this was a one-time intervention. But something tells me you could use a friend who doesn't care about your stock portfolio. I don't have friends. You do now. Simple as that. Like friendship was something you could just decide. I helped her clear the table, movements automatic. The tremor was gone, leaving me feeling hollow but clean. Like a fever breaking. At her door, I turned back. The painting. The new one. What will you call it? She studied the canvas, head tilted. Sharp edges. Or maybe beautiful weapons. Haven't decided. Beautiful weapons. I tested the words. I like that. Beauty that can defend itself. Or wound those who get too close. That too. We stood there, the purple door between us and whatever came next. I wanted to say something profound, something that matched what she'd given me tonight. Instead I said, the food really was terrible. The worst. She grinned. Same time tomorrow. You want to do this again? Well, we have to prove we can cook something edible. It's a matter of pride now. Kim? Also, you still have my cutting board. Technically, you're a thief. I'll have to report you to the authorities. I'm serious. So am I. About the cutting board, and the cooking and the friendship. Her expression softened. Let me be your friend, Jacob. No agenda. No expectations. Just terrible food and honest conversation, and someone who sees you're worth saving. Even from yourself. I didn't know what to say to that. So I just nodded once, and left before I could talk myself out of accepting something I desperately needed but didn't deserve. Outside, Venice had transformed into its night self. Mysterious. Dangerous. Beautiful. Marcus was leaning against the car, arms crossed. Well? Well, what? Are you okay? I thought about it. Really thought about it. I think I might be. Eventually. And the girl. Kim. I used her name deliberately. She's unexpected. That's what worries me. I know. I clapped his shoulder. But maybe unexpected is what I need. He studied me for a long moment, then nodded. Your call, boss. But I'm doubling her security detail. She'll hate that. She'll deal. He opened the car door. You look better. Calmer. I feel better. It was true. For the first time in months, possibly years, I felt like I could breathe without weight on my chest. As we drove through Venice's narrow streets, I thought about Kim's hands on my chest guiding my breathing. About beauty that could defend itself. About friendship offered as simply as terrible coffee. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. For a moment my chest tightened. Another attack? Another leak? But it was Kim. Forgot to mention, Signora Benedetti saw you leave. She's very impressed. Wants to know if you have any single brothers. Should I tell her about the stamp collector? I found myself smiling. Actually smiling. Marcus noticed in the rearview mirror, but said nothing. I typed back 3 brothers. All single. None collect stamps. Her response was immediate, perfect. She's already planning the wedding. Fair warning, she makes terrible coffee too. It might be genetic in this building. Good thing I bring my own. Good thing you're coming back. Yes, I thought, settling back in the leather seats as Venice blurred past. Good thing indeed.
End of sneak peek for Broken Billionaire. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.